On everything, I'm going to go ahead and hit start here to stop that track and get some other music playing. I'm trying a new playlist today. We'll see how that goes. But for those who have not seen, well, first of all, for everyone checking this out, we are going to be picking up where we left off in Farming Simulator, where we're doing a 0 to hero run, which means to start with $0 and have, let's see, Ali Mule. Gotcha. If I get it wrong, by all means, just correct me. It is okay. I would like to get it right. But with that, we started with $0, and we had to build up from there without using loans or leases. It's been going relatively well. I've got these 3 tiles of fields here, and I got this forest over here that I've purchased. Actually, I could change to the farmland. All that green land down there is mine. But the things we're working on is we have been doing dare drops. So you'll notice I got 2 objectives over there that says I have $1 million in my account and to build the temple. Now, with the new version of Farm Sim, you've got these different, large-scale projects you go and do. Each map has them. So for this maps, we're in a non-specific East Asian area. All of these things just look like this one here, where it's just a slab. But we built that building over there. We've got that littler building over here, which is the one we're actively finishing right now, because you'll notice, there's shingles on one side of the roof, but the other side is not done. We finished that building. So the goal is to finish building this thing. This thing is a ridiculously large project that's been taking for absolutely ever, and I have grossly underestimated it. But I'm now at that point, I've committed so much time and effort into it, I'm going to finish it, if for no other reason than being stubborn. And you can see we're getting pretty close to $200,000 towards our $1 million. We've only started saving. But yeah, so the way this advances, it goes over here, it says, hey, I require some materials. Down below me, it says, I need about 3,000 wood beams, about 3,000 roof plates. And I already have those in there, and then it will slowly build. And each of the map has these. So, this map has the temple, the river bend, which is, vaguely Wetlands USA, has a museum you build, and I actually have no idea what the Eastern European map does. But with that said, we have reached the change amounts. Oh, what are the contracts right now? Because we're trying to get wood. I don't like that one, so we're not doing that one. These harvest ones are no good, so we won't worry about those. But with that, the only crops I'm really growing at the moment, because we are a little bit earlier on in the game, is I have rice. And that would be the end of my list. Technically, the only field crop I have is rice. I do also have, you'll see the greenhouse over here on my right, that is making chili peppers, tomatoes, Napa cabbage, garlic, and that is all being made into kimchi that we're selling, because, East Asia. And we also have a separate smaller greenhouse that is growing anaki mushrooms as well as oyster mushrooms. And I do have a greenhouse over there that is where I'm actually growing the saplings for my rice. And so currently what I'm doing is I'm taking my rice and I'm making those into rice rolls that I'm selling for a little bit extra than just the raw rice sells for. But it's fun time. We are on the hardest economy settings the game has. And for those who also have been watching FG play this, we are basically doing the same challenge, whatever. We're starting to go different directions of where we're taking our runs and all that. But just both of us independently kind of started the same thing, same map. With that, we didn't talk about it or anything first. It was just both of us like these type of challenges. And we're we can go to Wetlands USA, the Eastern European map, which is the same map that we had in Farm Sim 22, but give it a little spit polish, or East Asia. And we're to heck with East Asia, of course. So we've been checking that out, but it's been going pretty well. For those who are not familiar with the Farm Sim series, pretty straightforward on what it is. It simulates farming. That's what it does. You're farming. That's there's not much more to say there. Um, but basically the idea is it's a simulation game that does go for the, trying to authentically simulate farming and all that. It's kind of in the same vein as when you look at games like American Truck Simulator, where you look and go, but you're simulating work. Why would you want to play that? And then you play and you go, oh, I understand. So it's definitely one of those ones that on the surface you'd be like, isn't that boring? Why would you want to do this? But then you play it and it can be a fairly addictive game. I would say the thing that, to me, is like the big thing that has me keep coming back to this game is the feeling of progression where, you know, you start with like this little teeny tiny spot of land, maybe 1 or 2 vehicles, and then you get a little bit more, and then you get a little bit more, and then your farm starts to get larger, and then you start doing more, and you start building up production lines. So as I mentioned, like, I have the rice here. So right now I'm just turning the rice into rice rolls, but later on I can take the rice, turn the rice into rice flour, turn the rice flour, and a bunch of other ingredients together to make cake. I have no idea how good a birthday-style cake would be made with rice flour, but we could do it in the game, and all that. They do have AI in the game that you can sit there and go, hey, I don't want to do this, so worker, go do for me. And on most of your normal economy settings, that's totally fine. Being on the absolute hardest economy settings and trying to get that $2 million, I will use the AI quite a bit when it makes sense, but for projects that are really easy for me to do like this one, a lot of time then I will just do it myself. Because you do have to pay your workers. I know, it's deeply upsetting. But you do have to pay your workers, and it is just one of those things that can build up pretty quick to start getting pretty pricey. But yeah, so I've got these four rice fields where I've got 3 little ones here, and I've got one that's about twice the size over there in the distance. So you got in here at harvest time, which is payday. I mean, actually, it's not technically payday. I'm going to be taking all of that and then taking over to that little building over there and dropping it all in there to make rice rolls. Scandalous. I know, right? Paying people? Ugh. Have they ever thought about the shareholders? I mean, I'm the only shareholder in my own farm, but, you know, did they ever think about me specifically and individually? So inconsiderate. But yeah, so far we've been, the game loop we've been working on so far is pursuing these goals, is doing a mix of the contracts that show up on the map, which is probably what you saw me hop in right at the beginning, where it goes, hey, please remove these logs for me, hey, you know, remove the stones from my field, hey, harvest my crop, and they'll give you a cut of the money, and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? They'll give you a cut of the money. Some of those can be very lucrative, and some of them can be very not. And I'm a little disappointed because I had a whole plan that this year I was going to grab one of the green bean contracts because they're really slow, but they pay extremely well. They're like 18,000 all at once kind of thing. And I was going to put an AI worker on it, so the AI worker would end up taking $2,000-3,000 of that money, but I would get an easy money. And then I look here, and there's none. So I don't know why there's none, but I was really counting on having that contract at the beginning of the day so I could start them at the start of the day, because that contract, the reason why I don't normally do is it takes like 3 real-life hours to get through it. So I was going to hand it over to the AI, work on all of my other stuff while that was churning. And now I don't have one of those contracts. So that's a bummer. But that's okay. It was just trying to get ourselves more money. Oh, did I check the sales today yet? I have to look at that a little bit more carefully. Because each in-game day, they have stuff that is like used equipment that you can get on pretty good discount, but you get very little control over what's there. Subsoiler I don't care about, slurry tank I don't care about. The header doesn't do me any good without the harvester. The foraging wagon, like, that's a really good foraging wagon at a good price. But that only matters if I'm doing stuff where I want a foraging wagon. So, if I was ready for it, that'd be an excellent deal. But I'm not. And I don't have money to just throw on equipment, just sit on the ground and have not making me money. Not yet, at least. So we're doing that because we are trying to push towards that 1 million. But if I do run into a situation where I can get a piece of equipment on a really good discount that will allow me to make money faster, I'm gonna grab it. One of the things that we have run into is rice isn't exactly the fastest crop to do, as you're probably noticing. The regular rice, this is the harvester for it. There isn't a bigger one or a smaller one. This is what you got. It does relatively fine. Because it turns really fast, it's not that bad. But it is a very, very slow, like a very, very narrow harvester. Which, that's just to be accurate to the way it is in real life. Which makes sense, because for those who don't know, rice is grown and basically they flood a field and all that. So it's just mud. So if you had like a big, big, heavy harvester, you'd have the risk of it just sinking in. So that's probably why the seeder and the harvester are both relatively compact. Not particularly designed to have like really large loads and all that. But it'd be good if we have a couple contracts show up that I could toss the AI at for a little extra income while I'm working on this. One thing you probably noticed, so right now we are not running any mods whatsoever. So you're seeing these guidelines and all that, and you're thinking Farm Sim 22. Farm Sim 22, we didn't have this, you had to have a mod for it. But basically it's a thing where you notice I'm no hands. It's not fully automated my driving or anything like that. It's basically I can line it up on a row and I can say, hey, lock in on that row. And it will drive the tractor straight or follow the edge of the field, that kind of thing. So I don't have to sit there and like finagle left and right to keep it accurate and all that like we had to in the last one, which the reality is what most people did. Either got like a mod like GPS or they got course play or one of the other half-dozen mods. Oh, right, you're full. I didn't know you'd stop moving on your own. Alright. So we got ourselves one full load of rice. Normally I'd want to have a trailer here, and I've got one over there. But because, like, I'm right here, the time it takes for me to drive the tractor over, load up the trailer. I'll be at 1,000 subs before I know it. That'd be cool. Which that's on the YouTube side that was being mentioned. I would also love 1,000 subs on Twitch, but that means a very different thing, considering sub over on YouTube is equivalent to follow over on Twitch. Okay. So we dropped off the rice, and that's going to go in that factory. So while we're going over here, if we look at the factory, you can see that there is rice here, and that's going to make rice rolls. So that'll make me money. Harvester goes, be right back, bathroom break. Hey, man. Been running around the field all day. Run around the field all day in the water. Sometimes just gotta pee. Now, do you wonder how many people on the platform do 100k subs? Like on YouTube or on Twitch? I mean, I feel like YouTube 1,000 subs is honestly not a unrealistic number for anyone working on it. On Twitch 1,000 subs, that is putting you in like the upper 0.002% of content creators or something so far as subs go. Like very, very genuinely, this channel breaks into like the 0.02% or whatever of channels so far as viewership, and that gives you an idea of how heavily slated it is, the number of channels that only have like 4 or 5 or less viewers and all that. Which isn't like a commentary about like quality or anything, it's just it's very, very much a thing that they're just like, by proportion, there's just not many who make it. Like, it's really a big thing. Like, and even the, I mean, I'm like literally saying like in the 0.02% or whatever. That's just like having 150-ish viewers or whatever. And even that means like 1 out of 10,000 of the people who stream end up in that kind of area. And usually it's not many who can stay there very long. Like a lot of people have their game, they get built up, they get to that amount, and then either the game falls off or they burn out of that game. And not many successfully pivot. Even you're in the top 2%? Oh yeah, no, getting like in a top 5%, that's like, what is that, like 15, 20 average viewers or something like that? Gets you in the top 5. Like hitting affiliate already puts you in the top 5% of content creators. Like, it's just, that's how many channels don't make it. Which, to be fair, a lot of those channels aren't trying to make it. They've never had the intention to do so. They're just streaming for like a couple of friends or whatever, just doing it because. For a lot of people, they don't have the means to be able to do content creation on Twitch. Like, they just don't have the equipment, they don't have the time, they don't have the schedule, like whatever the thing is that puts an extra layer of difficulty on them, that without being able to commit to a certain amount, growing is just so hard. You also have a really large number of people who, usually it's they haven't talked to content creators or anything like that, and they haven't really looked into it. They're like, oh yeah, you just play video games and people watch. What's so hard with that? It's like, ha, ha, ha. Oh, if only that was the most, or even half of the work. Most of the work is behind the scenes when you're not on camera doing like, okay, I need to research this. Does this look like it'll align with my audience? What's going on here? Okay, can I get a key for that? All right, with that. What can I do so far as like sponsored opportunities? All right, well, what's with that? Okay, I gotta go and, you know, get my emotes figured out, my alerts figured out, and all this sort of stuff. Do some type of planning behind the scenes so that, you know, I can deal with different things that happen on stream where people cause problems. I've got things set up where I can quickly, easily tackle those problems. Like, there's just so much around all that. Like my recent thing is, do you know what I didn't have to expect to learn anything about going into content creation? Swedish tax law. Yay! I've got a new channel sponsor I'm not quite ready to announce yet, but because they're based in Sweden, Sweden has a law that you have to have a registered business and everything to be able to do certain types of, you know, certain types of sponsorships and all that. So I had to learn about Swedish tax law so that I knew that I could make sure I wasn't doing something that would get me in a lot of trouble. It wasn't that bad. It was just one of those things of like, I'm reading about Swedish tax law right now. And it's not like I have an account over there or anything like that. It was just like, okay, so I gotta do this. I already have a registered business for purposes of the channel, because that is a thing that there are a lot of countries that if you want to invoice them, anyone in them, you gotta have a registered business. And it doesn't mean you have to register it in Sweden or whatever. You just have to have a registered business, period. Because for them to take an invoice from you, you have to be a registered business. It's just the way their laws work. And so it's just kind of one of those things that you learn that taxes get to be absolutely terrible to deal with. Because you're like, I want to do things right, and I'm really not sure if I can deduct this or not. Like, from what I'm reading, I can, but none of these are official channels, which means really beware. That said, I've known plenty of small business people who have ran into problems from doing their taxes wrong, and usually, like, it's massively inconvenient, but usually as far as, like, getting slapped with fines and all sorts of stuff, that doesn't usually happen unless it's pretty clear you were trying to get away with stuff you shouldn't. There's certainly exceptions, but Most of the time, it's, hey, actually you did this wrong. We're going to send someone by, and they're going to look through your papers, and I've even had that happen where a person's like, oh, actually, we owe you a lot of money that you actually have all these exemptions you should have been applying for and you didn't, so here, let's get you sorted. Trying to do that one-handed is not easy. But yeah, no, it's wild, the things you have to learn about. There's just so much paperwork and all that, and networking not, and like, I'm not complaining, be like, oh, woe is me or anything like that. It's just when you get those channels that pop, like, oh yeah, you just play a video game and people show up. I'm like, ha, ha, ha. Oh, I wish so much. I wish so much. My life would be so easy. How much side stuff you do just to try and get more eyeballs on your content. I'm also quickly running out of gas in this harvester because I don't think I've refilled its gas tank in like 3 years. For the record, in real life, you really do not want to have a vehicle sitting there with gas in its gas tank for 3 years without doing something to stabilize it or whatever. Gas goes bad, and it goes bad a lot faster than you'd think about it. That actually used to be when I worked in servicing lawn and garden tools and all that kind of stuff, as part of my job when I was a preventive maintenance technician. 9 out of 10 of the pieces of equipment, especially weed eaters and like chainsaws and that kind of stuff with really small gas tanks, that was probably 9 out of 10 of the repairs I would do. Is someone would have that sitting in their garage for 6-7 months unused or longer. They'd go to start it, they just cannot get it to start. They try everything, and they go, well, I guess it's broken, let me take it back to get it, take it to service. And I wasn't the one who, you'd send it off to for, like, you'd send it off for the service for, a couple $100 or whatever. I was an in-store person, and so if I wasn't busy and someone came in with something, there's a lot of time I'd say, hey, I can take a quick look at it. Like, I won't promise anything, but, like, I'll take a quick peek at it, and if it's a major thing, then, you're going to have to send it off to service, or if it has parts I don't have on hand, you'll have to send it off to service. But if it's something I can fix here in, like, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, I'm already getting paid, and if it, keeps the customer happy, that's fine. And the vast majority of the time, I'd pull it open, get one whiff of the gas in that tank, and be like, that's no good. That's a problem. Man, I keep getting that encoder overloaded. I haven't had that, like, in a long time, so that's a little concerning. I'm gonna go and do some computer work after stream. See what's changed. But, man, for those who don't know what happens with gas when it goes bad, it separates into 2 different substances. And so one is like a really thin, it's, I don't know what it actually is off the top of my head, but it's almost, it's thin like alcohol, like rubbing alcohol is. And it turns, the other part will turn to like this kind of like, it's like a sludge. But it's kind of like this tannish brown sludge that collects. But needless to say, the equipment isn't designed to run on that. And so what happens is usually that sludge just clogs up the gas lines, and then your stuff doesn't work. And so all you do to fix it is usually you disconnect the gas lines, you flush them out, flush out the tank, put the line back in, run some new gas in it, and you're good as new. Sometimes, like, if you have something that has a fuel filter, the fuel filter will be all gunked up and you'll have to replace it. But yeah. But that can happen to a gas tank of any kind. It's just the larger the gas tank, the longer it takes before it really starts to set in. And there's stuff you can do to help it. They make what's called fuel stabilizer. They just chuck that in, and it basically is kind of like resetting that timer on how long it is before it starts separating. I don't know the chemistry of how it works, but that's its purpose. Probably methanol or something. Yeah, probably. Like, I don't know what it is. Whatever it is isn't useful for the equipment, so it gets dumped. But yeah, that was half of what I did with those. Like, the gas is bad here. You know, I got really good at almost every one of her piece of equipment, being able to like quickly pop off the fuel line, you know, purge the line, and then clean out the tank real fast. 5-10 minutes, have the line, purge it, give the little tank a little bit of scrub to get that gunk out of there. Put just the tiniest little bit of new gas in there just to make sure it actually runs. Show them that it's running. And then give them the whole thing of being, hey, like, if you know you're not going to use this for a while, drain the gas. Drain the gas or burn it off. Don't just leave it there. Or if you're going to potentially leave it a while, put it all in, like, you know, when you have your own lawn equipment, you'll have your little gas tank you have in your garage or whatever. Put it all back in the gas tank. It'll last longer, and that way if it does go bad, you just look in your gas tank there and go, oh, that's no good. And you can chuck that and not have to, like, redo gas lines and all that garbage. It's just clean out your tank and whatnot. There's stuff I miss about that job and stuff I really don't miss about that job. I don't miss coming home and smelling, like, various chemicals. And I mean, I don't miss retail in general. But it was kind of fun just, like, getting stuff, you get it fixed, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Like, you've done your thing. That was always a plus. That same thing I liked about IT. The problem with IT was, again, dealing with people. Most people are pretty cool, but you'd always have those handful that they got nothing better to do with their time than be a jerk. Alright, so that field is done. We can drop this off. And after this season's harvest, I'm going to go and take this and repair it and gas it up if I don't have to gas it up before we're done. It's still so weird to me that this specific spot, like, normally when you have a lot of these, they'll have, like, a grate you drop it into so you don't have to worry about it. But this particular one, just the way it's designed, it looks like you're just, like, dumping it on the ground into non-existent. Oh, wait, that's 2 fields done. I'm just autopiloting and just didn't even think about the fact that I've already got another field done. Cool. So you always used to have issues with lawnmowers and weed whackers. Now you've got electric. These days, if you don't have a large property, go electric. Like, back when I was servicing them and selling them, like, the electric stuff was really not good. But that tech has come so far over the years that, like, nowadays, if someone's sitting at, like, less than an acre property, it's like, here, go buy this battery-operated weed whacker. Thank me later. With these, you know, lithium-ion batteries and all that we've got nowadays. Got just as much power as most of your gas ones will. Like, they're right in that same kind of ballpark. And if you do have a property that's ever so slightly a little bit much for it to do in one battery, just buy a second battery. Not have to deal with, like, you know, not have to deal with your spark plug, your fuel line, your filters, your mixing of gas, the gas itself, all of the maintenance that goes around, like all your, like, you know, the gas engine and all that. Just avoiding all of that, where literally all you do is just go put a little bit of lubricant in there and then just keep your battery charged. Clean it up once in a while. It just saves you so much. And it's just pick it up, put the battery in, and you go. Because I remember it was always a huge pain in the butt, especially like the first time you go to use your lawn equipment each year, and it's been sitting there, and then getting it to turn over and doing all of that crap. And in the time it takes you to get everything back up in the way it's supposed to be with, like, cleaning everything and getting it all working, you can just slap the battery in and go. Hey, Warmanger. How's it going? Your father bought a battery-powered weed whacker, and he no longer injures himself starting them? Well, yeah, no, those, especially when they start wearing out, if you're not doing a lot of maintenance on them, you can mess up a lot of stuff, like mess up your shoulder and all that, doing the ripcord if you've got, you know, like your spark plug really kind of needs to be replaced, or the wiring starting to go, or yada yada yada, you can really hurt yourself. Or if the spring that coils it's getting worn. There's lots of things. You can turn a disc, you can dislocate your shoulder, you can torque your back. Good, bet to restart playing Astroneer because you got stuck on Novus? You got stuck on there? I don't think I've ever been able to get stuck on one. Yeah. No, I mentioned early on, I think Astroneer is what I'm gonna have to maybe circle back to later. We had kind of a lukewarm response to it on the channel. Like, it was fine, it wasn't terrible numbers or anything. But it was enough to kind of even go, And then, there's 2 other content creators who recently dipped in as well to check it out, who have very, very, very similar audience. Like, we share a very large amount of our audience. And both of them checked it out and had just plain bad numbers. And I was looking into it. It looks like it's going to take me around 3 streams to even reach the new content without, like, looking up strategies like speedrun or whatever. And for me, I'm like, I don't know if I could commit like 8 streams to this game if it's not doing good right at the door kind of thing. It's a little tricky. It's one of the things that makes content creation difficult. Is like, there are games you think are going to resonate really well with your audience, and then they kind of just don't. And then for a lot of games, they effectively have like a borrowed time that they're relevant. Like, don't get me wrong, there's games that hold up really well for a long time, like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, Satisfactory, to a certain degree, like Factorio. You know, you've got all your big names like League of Legends and all that nonsense. You do have those games that do kind of have an ability to have some staying power. Path of Exile is a giant, and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of the more indie games, with some rare exceptions, they kind of like, they launch, and unless they have that like cult-like following, they usually only stick for a month maybe from like a release before you watch their numbers just fall off really hard, that, you know, interest has moved on. And so I mentioned it when we went to check out Astroneer, that one and both I Am Future kind of felt like they had the same thing that happened, where they launched in a big way, like for early access for I Am Future and then Astroneer in its own right. But like with the DLC for Astroneer, I didn't hardly see anything about it until it like is already just about out. Like, it just kind of popped. I was like, wait a second, Astroneer has a DLC? So I feel like they really just failed at marketing it. And like, you know, they may have tried, but like it just didn't stick or whatever. And so they're just, the interest isn't there. And I Am Future, which actually did well on the channel, for the record. Which that was one I was really nervous about doing, because they did their big announcements like, oh man, people loved this game, like this is going to probably be a really big winner. You know, yeah, it's this indie game, and it'll probably only stick around for a week or 2 before it falls off again, just by the nature of the type of game it is. Nothing wrong with the game. But I'm like, yeah, you know, I can hop in here. And then it launched, and on its day of launch it had like 12 viewers on Twitch, and I couldn't find it on YouTube. I was like, oh no. And I think it was the same thing, that they just kind of missed the boat on any kind of marketing. That said, that one did well. That one I think did pretty well. We had good numbers, but versus Astroneer when I played it. But to be fair, I jumped on I Am Future like right as it released. Astroneer, because I was doing I Am Future, I didn't get back around to it till like 2 or so weeks after the DLC dropped. So I think it was just, I kind of missed the window that people were excited about it. Exceptions, you mean like Lethal Company? Yeah, Lethal Company would be an exception. Abiotic Factor was big when it launched. Yeah, I have no idea how that one's doing now. But it is one of those things with a lot of indie games. You gotta drop right when, you know, the big DLC drops, or right when the, you know, release happens, or like that major update, whatever the thing that, you know, drives people's interest. But you gotta kind of hop on it right away. that so many, if they aren't, again, like those ones that are the breakout major successes, that you got about a week or two, and then people aren't looking for it anymore. Those who are interested saw it, and those who aren't don't care. And to be fair, there are people who be like, hey, new game, interesting. But as far as, like, raw numbers go of your audience, that's not usually a big portion of your audience. There are some creators who are exception. There are some creators who that's literally what they do. Is that just like every other stream is a new game, and like they're just, that's the fun, is seeing them try so many new games, just get kind of into it a little bit and then move on to the next one. But I generally tend to be a lot more into the play through, finish, get to the late game, whatever is appropriate. I like to play that way. It's hard sometimes because there's a lot of games I start getting into, but you know, it's just one of those ones that people, once they've seen the game, if it isn't the thing that grabs their attention, they start falling off, which is fine. There's like, you go seek out the content that you're looking for, you find what's fun. But that has a lot of times where there were games that I'd hop in, I got all excited for, and then it was very clear it was just not resonating. And it's like, okay, I understand. Like, I can continue playing this for my own selfish desire to do so, but very genuinely, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt my ability to keep doing this as a job, so I gotta put it down. There hasn't been too many cases where there's been a game that I've been, like, super hyped for that I played on the channel and just fell flat, and it's like, alright, well, I guess I can't play it. There hasn't been too many. There's certainly been games I played on the channel that fell flat, but most of those were like, okay, well, as revisiting, I'm totally fine just bouncing on to the next one. I did find, unrelated to anything, this probably only applies to content creators, I found yesterday, when I was trying to do all my numbers and figure stuff out, do my planning and research and all that, there was a website called StreamB that I was introduced to, not this past TwitchCon, but the one before it. And it was like, you know, just my favorite analytics website that you'd hook up your channel to it, and it would give you so much useful data that, like, you could actually sit there and see, like, hey, how was this game performing based on the time slot, based on the day, based on everything, based on your own trends. And it was, like, super easy to get, like, that actually meaningful, actionable data where, like, hey, this game had a lower overall viewership, but it was also played at a time, like, you played it at times you normally have the lower overall viewership, so it actually outperformed what you're used to on those days. And, you know, getting all that stuff, or, you know, being able to compare, like, hey, if I start with this game and switch over to that game, it actually got much better numbers than this way, and, like, doing all those really cool comparisons. But they just shut down, like, just out of nowhere. Just the website went down. They're like, hey, it's gone. It's not coming back. And it was just one of those things, I'm like, now I'm just missing all that data. And there's other stuff you can use, but none of them really kind of hit that same thing for me of just how much I could do with it. So I keep finding myself, like, wanting to be able to do those comparisons and just not having the tools to do so. And I mean, you can do it manually, it's just, it's so time consuming. You're better off doing something more directly productive. Like, research has a value, analytics have a value, but when you have limited time and you could actively be doing something to work on, like, redeems or alerts and all that, you know, number crunching, while useful, is not necessarily as useful as the other. The next planet you want to go and astroneer is De Solo. You want the chemistry lab and an atmospheric condenser? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's been a long time since I actually played through Astroneer properly. Like, I played it way back, got all but like 2 of the achievements or something like that. And I had been working on it, and then, you know, just got distracted by something else and never got back to it. But yeah, no, I remember having a really good time with that. That said, I don't know. Maybe it's because I did a whole playthrough, and this is part of why I was a little bit more leaning towards maybe I don't continue it, is like, while I was enjoying Astroneer, I kind of was already like, oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this thing was frustrating. Oh yeah, I remember this. Like, I really want to be able to have that thing that I need to solve this problem. Like, because I had played through it, because I had played through it basically either 2 or 3 times. Because I played through it solo, I played through it with a group of friends. And I don't think if I went back and did our playthrough for achievement purposes or not. But, it was just kind of one of those things I'm like, I'm already in that headspace of going, you know. It's the same thing that happened with me Terraria when I tried to do a playthrough of Terraria. I tried to stream it. I've tried to do that twice now. I adore Terraria. I couldn't tell you how many hours into that game. I have done easily like 18, 20, 30 full playthroughs of that. You know, multiple times with a group of friends, multiple times on my own, multiple times with other group of friends, with like big mods like Calamity and the Thorium mod and all those big sweeping changes. So I've played through just about every imaginable way I could think of playing it, and I burnt myself out on it just because I played it so much. And I'll play it on stream, and at first I'll be having a really good time. It's like, oh yeah, Terraria, I love this game. And I'll get right around the phase that, you know, you might want to consider setting up like a potion farm or one of those kind of things. And instantly my entire desire to play the game just vanishes. Like, having done it so many times, it's just, no, I don't want to do this. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, I've tried to go back and play it a couple of times. And usually I have a stream or two where we have a good time with it, but then very quickly it's like, oh yeah, I'm still burnt out. That's feeling like it might be a forever burnout. Which is an amazing game if you've never played Terraria. Like, I still 100% would recommend it. But there's only so many thousand hours you put into any game before you start going, alright, no, really, these things that were minor annoyances to me, like, you know, it was a quirkiness to begin with at the beginning, like, oh, that's kind of weird, and then it becomes an annoyance, and eventually you're like, I cannot deal with this. I wonder if this will hold true where we're having the flickering again today. We had the flickering yesterday, and then the 2 days before we didn't have the flickering, and then the 2 days before we did have the flickering, and then the 2 times before that we didn't have the flickering. And I have not been able to pin it down. It's with Farm Sim and my graphics card, or some combination thereof. But it's pretty annoying. But it's not on your end, it's on mine. Hey, Purple. I'm doing well. Oop. No, I was driving with the harvester lifted the whole time. I'm going to ignore the line on this one, because it always misses the edge here, and then it gets stuck on this. So I'm going to go ahead and just snipe this, and we'll just have to do another pass. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Okay, so we're ignoring the line in this pass because I always have to do an extra pass anyways on this field. Because I once again have forgotten to see what I can do about trying to smooth out the weird angles. And those weird angles are because behind the scenes, I don't think it's like truly voxel or anything like that, but it does have a grid to the game. And then with that grid, like, things align to the grid and all that. Yeah, and I still have to do cleanup, that's fine too. My question, do you snap to a line, or is this more driving skill? So what ends up happening is I'm using what's called steering assist. It is in the base game. That basically when you turn, you'll notice all these lines are appearing, these little white lines. Here, I'll turn just a second when I get to the end of this row to show you. So you see all those white lines that appear? Those are lines I can snap to. And that's the steering assist. You don't have to use them, but you can. So now when I start pulling forward, you see how that one turns kind of yellow? If I hit the same button you do your helper, it turns green, and that means we're locked on. And tilt out. Yeah, if you're trying to find the steering assist, if you hold the button to bring up the AI worker, which I believe is H on QWERTY, it'll start with this, and you can configure your helper to skip lines, do all sorts of stuff. But you have the second tab steering assist. It's the same idea, except instead of making the AI worker do everything where you have to pay them, it's just kind of one of those things that you can turn it on and just, you line it up. Once it like lines up the line you want to be on, you hit the button that would be for your worker to have the AI worker help, help her work. You just hit the button and it locks in. This particular field is having a little bit of issues. Like you'll notice I leave a little bit of rice on the edge that I have to go back and clean up. I think that's just a situation with the fact that the ground is not level because it is a rice paddy. So like it does effectively have like a ridge so that the water gets held in. You never knew there's steering assist? Yeah, it's new for Farm Sim 25. Farm Sim 22 doesn't have it. I'm doing good. Speaking of voxel, you love Trove? I know I saw Trove. I also realized I haven't been keeping an eye on that. That's fine. Okay, so it looks like whatever issue YouTube was having is resolved. Because it was complaining about my connection speed and all that, and I think it wasn't actually my connection speed. I think something happened that OBS was getting crabby, and then as a result, it was doing that. Let's see. Do you start with seeds on the map? You can't find them with the start farm. So I didn't do the starter farm, so I don't know. Most likely you do not, because usually that's a consumable you buy. When we get to the next straightaway here, I'll show you where you can pick those up. They're relatively inexpensive, and you just gotta buy them and then load them up in your vehicles. Generally speaking, stuff like fertilizer and lime you won't start with. So if you hit P, which pulls up all the stuff related to the store, you click on the tractor and just scroll right on down here. You'll see under seeding, category seeds, you can buy any of those. And they are the exact same amount. These are all effectively the same thing. The difference is just what you can pick them up with, that kind of thing. So like these two are effectively palletized. That would need like a hook to pick it up. But if you're just going to use the seeds, you don't really care about how you pick them up. You're just going to pull up to them with your seeder. You're going to hit the button to refill your seeder and call it a day. But yeah, so lime, fertilizer, herbicide, seeds, bale wrappers, all that kind of stuff you won't start with. You got to get that. You don't need to get all those things until you need them. Like if you don't bale, you don't need bale wrappers. You have you have a couple different ways to deal with weeds. One of those ways is herbicide. You can also use a weeder or a hoe or anything like that. You got a decent gaming headphones. You've been playing First Class Trouble. It's a game you want to try. Ooh, First Class Trouble. Is that the one on the cruise ship, or am I thinking the wrong game? Because I remember there was a one that was kind of like an Among Us style game on a cruise ship, and it was First Class something. So it's one of those ones that's like the Among Us style game. I think Among Us, but more difficult. Yeah, it was like an Among Us style game, but it was kind of had some crossovers with everyone's ever played the game Werewolf or Town of Salem. Basically, the idea is while you do have the imposters who are trying to kill everyone, there are also, it's not everyone in that place has like the same objectives. So you'll have like the people who are there just trying to kill everyone, but then you might have someone who's trying to kill a specific person, or then you might have someone who's trying to deliberately prevent something from happening, So you have some of that kind of stuff going on. And I always found that as a nice way of doing, because like if you get into classic werewolf, people start coming up with meta strategies that you made so much progress was gone. Yep, it happens. But so problem is like a lot of those games like Among Us and Werewolf, there's always meta strategies that happen that like you learn, okay, you know, the 50-50, if someone accuses someone else, you know, the safe bet is to assume at least one of them is the imposter, and assuming you're not late game and able to afford it, you can just 50-50 it. They say, all right, we're going to vote this person off, and we can just assume that the other person is likely also very likely to be guilty. And that's one of the things you'd only do like early game, but you end up with those kind of strats where it's not even about a lot of the things that go into the game in that regard. You just learn with the situation, whatever. You also learn about how long the different machines take to run. So if you see someone standing at a machine a bit too long or not quite enough, that's where you start getting the meta strategy that you just know, oh, well, that person was clearly not at those wires nearly long enough to actually fix, you know, actually do it. Or, you know, like, all right, no matter how bad this person might be at the wires, they've been sitting at these wires just a bit too long. That clearly they're just trying to, in their head, guess what would be a believable amount of time, and they're waiting for someone to show up here alone to, you know, pick them off or whatever. And so you get into that point. That's when those games stop being fun to me, is when you start getting, like, you know, it's no longer the social aspect. It's about just having that really minutia knowledge about the very fine details of how stuff works. But I always felt it was really good in games like when they had the alternate versions of Werewolf and Town of Salem, where you'd certainly have the handful of people who are trying to like kill everyone or whatever, and then you have those wild card people who they have an objective to achieve that is not aligned with necessarily the survival of the crew or the group or whatever, but also is not necessarily directly against it either. And in those cases, like, they can be that wild card that can throw things off a bit. And our harvester was too full to do another row. Checking on our contracts we got available. Because that thing's not fast. Yeah, it looks like we're starting to get the green bean contracts in, but they're going to be so late I'm not going to take them. Because the whole plan had been, have the green bean contract show up, knock it out right at the beginning. Like, well, not knock it out, start it right at the beginning, work on all of this. You were asking, was what on sale? No. There's so many neutral roads in Town of Salem, too, you thought? Yeah. Well, that I thought was always a good thing, because part of the other thing was, when you're playing those games, is it felt like you'd get, like, the sheriff, and then the werewolves or whatever, and those are, like, the really fun roles to do a whole bunch of stuff. And then you have, like, your regular townies. And a lot of times you can be a little bit of letdown when you got a townie, because, yeah, you're trying to solve it, which is good and whatnot. But, you're more just an observer trying to watch things. And then when you know, when you pick up on enough details, then you can start pressing to be like, hey, I'm pretty sure this person's it, or hey, I'm pretty, you know, to yourself, you're like, I'm pretty sure that person is the sheriff or whatever. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, you don't get as much active roles. Town of Salem was pretty good in that they do have a lot of stuff that you have, like your townie roles. There's not that many, like, generic townie. that there's like there's a role that literally the way it works, you can effectively disable a character's, you know, evening moves for a day. There's a character that, like, in the evening, you can just unilaterally decide to kill someone that you're a townie, but say you've got a, you know, people who are effectively just about sabotaging, and you're very convinced you think you know who did it. You can, it's like vigilante or something. You can go and just say, hey, I'm going to use this, and if you guess correctly, everything's fine. If you guess wrong, like, you know, you've killed another townie, and then you also die because your character's racked with guilt. So it's kind of one of those things. Juggernaut's kind of fun from what you've seen in YouTube. I have no idea what Juggernaut is. I mean, was the Discaro you got, was it on sale? Oh, yeah, that was on sale when I bought that. Yeah. That's the reason I got it. Even though it's a little, like, technically, my tractor doesn't have enough horsepower for it, which does get me in trouble when we're doing a particularly steep hill. Like, I'm about 15, 20 horsepower short. But, I could use it fine without having problems most of the time. But yeah, no, we got it on like 50-60% sale, which is why I grabbed it. It was way bigger than the cultivator I had been using. I've been using a cultivator that's like 3 meters wide or whatever, and that thing's like 6.8 or whatever it is. So even with the occasional pain point where I have to like notice a field has a pretty steep hill to it, that I gotta, you know, skip going uphill. What tractor do you have? I don't know them by name. It is like 230 horsepower for about $100,000. Oh yeah, it's you vehicles. Yeah, it's that one. The AgroStar 8.31. Got it because basically I get a decent amount of horsepower for very little price. The downside being is it's got a pretty awful top speed. Juggernaut is a neutral role in Town of Salem that protects one player for the evening. Gotcha. I didn't know it's called Juggernaut. I thought it used to be called like Bodyguard or something like that. But yeah, no, that's kind of the whole thing. So they did a good job of making a bunch of making the townies all have something they can do, because it's also a thing that adds like a little bit of wild card. I also like the whole mechanic in that one where you can take notes. So even if you're like one of the guilty people and you get caught, you can try and set up your notes to misdirect people and all that. Or even like if someone's keeping bad notes and gets killed, that's enough that can throw a lot of things out the window. I like there was like, what is it, the Jester, which is the role that is, the entire role is to get the townies to vote you, like vote that you're one of the bad people. And I think if you do vote for them, they end up like it kills one of your people or something. So it's kind of one of those things of it helps prevent people who deliberately, like, either one, they're like learning the game and so they make a mistake and out themselves, versus when you're dealing with, you know, people who get to like that metagaming level side of things. With like the Jester, instead of just, you know, they say something and everyone kind of lynches them immediately, it does have people go, oh, well, you have like, I think it's like detective or whatever. So you go, oh, well, this person's being like a little over the top on trying to make themselves seem like they're it. Send the detective to see if they're the bad person. And then, you know, the detective can verify. Which, of course, then the reality is the moment you have the detective verify, then whoever's the actual bad people immediately murder them. But yeah, then you get into the roles like Juggernaut or whatever who protect them and all that. Or I think there's other roles that you could do to effectively prevent someone from getting caught. Because I think like there is a jailer who can interrogate people, which doesn't which doesn't let them know 100% whether or not you are a bad or a good person, but it means you can kind of have a private conversation with just that other person by throwing them in jail, and then the jailer, I believe, can choose to execute the person if they want. I don't remember on how that works, but so it's kind of one of those things that if you know your person's in trouble, you can deliberately jail them as a, at least I believe it worked that way. You could deliberately jail them to protect them, I think was the thing you could do. I don't know about Salem, town of Salem too, but you get the idea. So there was all these people able to do their own things to suss stuff out. But the catch is most people didn't want to reveal their role, because if you're an important role that could be really beneficial to the town and people figure it out, then the killers go after you directly. Like, you just become a prime target. So I really like the way they did that one. They took the idea of werewolf and a lot of the spin-off ideas that have come out of the game to address various issues, and did a good job with it. It also, from what I recall, I want to say the game was relatively cheap, and then the support for the games, you buy like hats and costumes and all sorts of nonsense for your character. Just cosmetic it up. Alright, sorry about that. You prefer the Discaro because it can seed oilseed radish? That's cool. A lot of times when people mention the names, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I have tons and tons of hours in the game, but because I usually will do the, like, Survivor Man, Zero to Hero, those kind of challenges, it's very beggars can't be choosers on the equipment. If something's on sale and I can use it, I'm gonna grab it. If it happens to be good, great. If it happens to be passable, great. If it happens to be terrible, that's not so great, but maybe still worth doing. But yeah, so it's one of those things. Let's see. Oh, see, YouTube is doing a recap this year, like Twitch does for gaming. You're born to sim. Oh, like they're doing a recap, like based on your viewing practices. Oh, stop blinking your gas gauge. It's fine. You don't like the shape of it though? It's bad for small fields. Yeah. We gotta drop off. Just need to get that last little bit, then we need to gas up, and then I need to repair this thing. Yeah, no, I really like the year in review kind of stuff. A lot of fun. Top watched game content creator, good. I think it's good that they do that. Those are kinds of things that can actually be really beneficial for content creators, because, you know, sure, it's letting you know, hey, this is the person you watched, but a lot of times people want to like talk about and discuss it and stuff like that, and that can actually be a thing that drives a lot of traffic to people. Like when you have people, like for example with Project Zomboid, when I was big in there, you had a lot of people who would link their, like, this is my most viewed stuff on Twitch, and like I would pop up in there for the people in Project Zomboid community, and they would share, and you'd have these people would be like, oh well, I see these other two creators I really know and like, and this one keeps showing up on the same list as those other two. I should really check this person out. And you can find a lot of stuff there. Or just the same, if you're like, oh man, I'm really into like these two simulation games, and then you keep seeing again and again for people who play those two simulation games, this other game pops up, you're like, oh, maybe I should check that game out. And so, like, you know, It's just one of those things that can be a lot of things. And even then, it could just be kind of a fun thing to look at, even if it's not that important or meaningful. But I like a lot of stuff. That's, like, those are the things that they don't really cost a platform much to do that. Yeah, there's a lot of data crunching and there's dev time to actually make it and yada yada. But in the big wide world of all the different projects you're doing, they tend to be pretty small stuff. You feel you're not my most viewed stream this year? Aw, do I have to ban you? Come on, man. I didn't want to. You've been around for so long. No, I'm teasing. You wonder when the Farmers 25 version of the Volmer short disc 101 comes out? I mean, we've got the tools that are in the game right now. Like this is what's coming out, you know. Like this is what you got out of the box. If there's a specific tool missing from here you wanted, I mean, look in the mods page. That's probably the reality of it. It's the same thing when I have people who pop in and are like, do you think they're gonna add this tractor? It's like, one, I don't know. No, is a mod Farm Sim 22? Gotcha. Then it'll probably show up. As long as there's interest for it, they'll probably show up. But that's kind of the catch with a lot of these is there's going to be a lot of people who they played a ton of Farm Sim 22, they made a bunch of the mods, all that kind of stuff, who have since moved on, and you know, you'll have a bunch who will come back and develop mods for Farm Sim 25, you'll have a bunch who just don't want to do the modding thing anymore, but they'll still be playing the game, so they won't be maintaining the mods. You'll have a bunch who, you know, they burn themselves out. Like, we're getting more and more modders being burnt out these days. Because, honestly, unfortunately, there's a decent number of people in various communities who get to have pretty unreasonable expectations for people doing something for free on their free time. And it can be a very, very thankless thing to do a lot of times. So we've been having more and more issues with people getting eventually frustrated and upset with communities and either sabotaging their own mods or, you know, just walking away. Like we talked about a couple of times. One of the higher profile ones recently was in Project Zomboid. There was a popular modded map, and you know, the modder behind it was getting frustrated with people who kept having more and more unreasonable asks, and finally got pissed off and literally sabotaged anyone who got the map mod when it updated. It literally bricked their saves, which in Project Zomboid is a big deal. And it stayed that way for, I think, the better part of a week before he finally reverted it back to not, so like their saves were kind of saved. But by then, like, everyone was like, yeah, don't get that mod. It seems like there are not many new mods for Terraria. I mean, part of that is also coming into the fact that with Terraria, it's been around for a very long time. And I would say a lot of people have moved on for it. Like, it's an amazing game. But it's just one of those things, it's like, yeah, they do their updates every couple years. But, like, we have so many indie games now that are coming out that are, like, darlings and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, it's an amazing game, and if you haven't played it, I still highly recommend it. But I think a lot of people do in there. But do you Love Giants haven't fixed the small cedars, like the horse, whatever? Which is technically 2 parts? I mean, I have no idea about that. Do you like the recap on Twitch, as it's forever changing your top 5? Also, you see games you have forgotten about for a time. Alright, so let's drop this off. You being frustrated? Yeah, no, that was kind of the response, and I would even agree with the same thing, that people are like, yeah, you know, it's understandable to be frustrated and unhappy with dealing with stuff. And like saying, hey, I'm just not going to maintain the mod anymore, that's completely reasonable. Like, very especially if you're getting upset and it's not, like, you're not enjoying doing it anymore, you're just feeling you're doing it, like, out of obligation, like, by all means, you should stop. But yeah, when you go and you sabotage the mod because you're just pissed off, that's those things. The moment you do that, it's like, yeah, that's kind of one of those things that I almost wish, and this probably isn't a good thing, it's almost wish, like, if you have a modder who pulls that kind of stunt on one of their mods because they're upset, that they're just not able to access the Steam Workshop anymore at all. Like, the moment you turn to sabotage, it's like you're now a liability on this thing. You demonstrated you can't be trusted. Sure, it may have been a temporary lapse in judgment, but, like, you're done here. Because we've had just too many instances over the last couple years of people putting malware into mods and stuff like that. It's bannable from Steam? Yep. Terraria is similar to Minecraft? In the sense that they're both dealing with, like, you explore a world consisting of blocks, yes. But Terraria has got a lot more focus on killing bosses and building the arenas for fighting those bosses and all that. It's definitely far more combat-oriented. Whereas Minecraft, yes, technically there's a boss in the game. But, like, that's never been, like, the main focus of the game. Like, it's more about the I made the thing. And you can build a lot of stuff in Terraria as well that people get just as creative with, the like pixel art and all that. But it was definitely a lot more of the focus on the combat and the Terraria side and 2D platforming. Hey Mark, how's it going? And fixing motors and everyone else popping up. Yeah. So I'd say Terraria, while they both are voxel games that you break blocks and craft and have light survival aspects and yada yada, both of them have it. I would argue that Terraria has more interesting exploration to me than Minecraft, keeping in mind that I am going based on the impression of when I used to play Minecraft back before it had like a C#.net version, and all that kind of stuff, like back before it was acquired. Which wasn't why I stopped playing, I burned out in the game. But, like, the combat was pretty eh. Like, it was fine, it didn't hurt anything, but it wasn't like a mainstay. It was the creativity you could do in it was the mainstay. And the exploration, you just had, like, there was the Nether, but otherwise it was just like, here's a handful of biomes, and then you can go, like, looking in the caves that are all kind of samey, but you could find the resources you're after, which was the exciting part. Whereas Terraria, you've got like biomes and biomes and biomes and biomes, and you're trying to find like the next boss, so you got to go to this biome to find them. But it's a lot more focused on fighting the bosses, getting to the next biome to get the next thing. There is a very like kind of hard-coded progression to the game that doesn't exist in Minecraft. Like Minecraft's, I don't, like, they got enchantments now and all that, and I don't know too much in that side of it. But it used to be basically, you just need to get at least an iron pick to then go down and get diamond, and then you can immediately get the best pickaxe in the game at the time. Whereas Terraria, you've got to go through, like, a bunch of bosses, and then you got to get a hard mode, and you got to get really far in hard mode, upgrading all your tools the whole long way along the way to get through, like, the 15-20 different tiers of pickaxes to finally get the one. There's just much more progression to it. Does the mod Minecraft can add interest? Yeah. There's not many games I've been that interested in modding. Like, I usually will pick up quality of life mods, those kind of things. Like, UI, quality of life, that kind of stuff. It's pretty rare that I get, like, major content mods. Like, I'll usually try them, but I won't often stick to them, because my experience with modding scenes is whenever someone pops in and says, like, hey, this is a balanced mod, they're liars. they're either liars or they do not understand the term balance. Because the vast majority of time, you'll pop in and be like, I've made this balanced weapon for RimWorld. It is perfectly balanced. It is in line with vanilla, and you should consider it. And it'll be something like an upgraded minigun that fires like twice as many rounds per shot and has like 10 times the accuracy of the sniper rifle, and like it's just unilaterally the best weapon the game has ever had by a large margin. They'll be like, it is balanced, it is reasonable, it costs one more component than the other gun. You'd be like, okay, if that's what you call balanced. Yeah, no, it's I've played once or twice since enchantments got added, but like I never properly got back into it. Alright, so we got it gassed up. We're going to ride over here to where we can repair a harvester. Let's see, yeah, quality of life's okay, but anything that changes in the base game, you'd rather pick up a new game at that point. I'm kind of in the same thing. Kalari's star on her 100 stream streak. Going, trees are the enemy. Yup. Yes, they are. Thanks so much for catching those last 100 streams without missing a single one. That is incredibly generous and all that, and it means a heck of a lot. Let's see, what will be planted next in the fields? Probably rice, because that's what I have the equipment to make right now. And until I have other equipment, I'm probably growing rice. Because again, we're playing on the hardest economy settings. Switching crops around just destroys your money. It was playing on easy economy settings, and yeah, I could just swap crops pretty easily. You just need to do a couple of harvests to pay off a piece of equipment, and you're back to good. I probably need to get a flatbed thing so I can drag this around eventually. Because driving around at 7 miles per hour, not the best. But, let's see. You just landed on the Solo and Astroneer. Next goal is to acquire tungsten and start snail quest of the planet. Yeah, Astroneer's a good game. Like I said, even in the one stream, I was already kind of in the like, oh yeah, like I remember this. Like it wasn't already going, I'm not having fun or anything, but it was definitely one of those ones like, oh yeah, this is a game that I'm not going to stay excited about super long just because I played through it a bunch of times already. And then when I found like the DLC content was probably gonna be like 3 streams in, it's just kind of like, yep. You see this truck has Sunday driver? Absolutely. Alright, so let's repair you. Alright, so it's all repaired, it's all gassed up, we just gotta drive it back and drop it off. Contract-wise, so unfortunately, like we did get 1 or 2 contracts here that wouldn't be bad. But like, the ones I'd actually consider, not really. I had really hoped to get that $18,000 green bean contract with all the fields I need to do and repairing my stuff and everything else. Because that would have been an easy one to be like, start this quest. Yeah, the AI is going to eat up like 3,000 of the profit, which will probably be made up for when we sell the green beans anyways. And it probably would have been a cool like 18,000 we would have gotten pretty close to passively. But alas, didn't show up, so we won't be doing it. You're so slow. But yeah, that's fine. And for the record, you're like, oh man, do you always have to drive this slow across the whole map to do this? Later on, we will have, like, on the semi, you can get, like, a flatbed on the back for vehicles that you can drive the vehicle on and then ship the vehicle over where you need to. Let's see, this coming week is the start of the hot potato. You didn't write down, but you don't want to miss it. So it starts on the 26th and it goes to December 1st. I believe it starts on the 26th. I think it's 8 a.m. at -8 UTC, so far as the time. Which I believe is the West Coast US. I could be wrong about that. I do have the graphic in my announcements channel that shows like the start time, the order of everyone, and all that. I also have like my time slot. Like I have it where it'll convert that to your local time to show you like if you're trying to catch my segment. I'm pretty late in the hot potato. I'm like in the last 6 or 7 people, so I'm not on the last day technically, depending on your time zone. But I'm pretty close to it. I'm like 4, 5, 6 from the end. Which will be interesting, because usually I end up, from years past, if my memory serves me correctly, which, you know, real gamble on that one. Usually I'm like on the first third, so the colony, it's not right at the beginning, it's kind of established, but not really late on, versus this will be like super late when the wealth is high, which is when the things will likely get the spiciest. What hot potato? It's the RimWorld hot potato. RimWorld is a colony building game that's infamous for all of the things it allows you to do. It's very morally gray that you can be a good person or a pretty awful person, and it doesn't judge you or whatever. But with that said, the stream team I'm on, Halcyon Frequency, we do a event called the RimWorld Hot Potato. It's a charity stream for Doctors Without Borders, where for roughly 1 whole week, we open a save file for the game. We'll have a person put in 3-4 hours. They'll take that save file, they'll pass it on to the next person when they finish, who will do 3-4 hours, and we do that until we get through a whole lot of people. And this year we've got 37 different streamers involved. Everyone gets their turn. But yeah, so there's usually we end up having an overall objective. Like some years it's just get as many potatoes as possible. Last year the unofficial one was to get as many boom rats as possible, which are adorable little rats that explode when they die, so they're a real big liability. Will there be a No Man's Land map on Mod Hub? There will be on New Frontier by the Farm Sim guy. Yeah. And exploding they did. Yes. But it's a charity event, so it's not like for those going, oh, so it's gonna be like sweaty try hard. Nah, there will be individuals in the event who sweaty try hard, which is totally fine. But generally, the event at large will be far more it's like it's focused on the charity side of it, is the way I'll put it. All right, so you'll also need gas and repairs. All right, so with that, how are the greenhouses and all that doing? They're gonna need water, but not urgently. You'll need wood probably next in-game day. Are there any contracts that I cannot live without doing? Nope. So I'm going to go ahead and do is actually advance the day, because the next day I should have to top off the temple's next step. Is that the one where Drongo hardly ever plays? That has become a meme, because Drongo usually has a lot of charity stuff, and then people become super generous and keep him busy doing all the charity stuff and not actually getting much game time. But it's always fun, like him drawing stuff and doing silly things, but like that's the whole thing. It's literally for charity. And if you have a redeem that says, hey, draw a picture for $100 or whatever, and people keep throwing $100 at it, it's like, hey, you know what? A good cause is getting a good amount of money. That's just winning. Oh, hey, that's the second part of the thing for the log carrier. Doesn't do me any good without the other side. Okay, so let's check on the contracts today. Surprisingly, only have 1 harvesting contract. We've got 2 cultivating contracts. The wood transport's still garbage. We've got the 2 hoeing contracts. Okay. Oh, we could start. Unfortunately, I need my tractor for those as well. So that's still going for the right now. So I'll wait on dealing with that. And I need my tractor for a lot of those. What I'll do is I'll repair my cedar real fast. Get this gassed up and repaired. Because with a lot of these vehicles, as they get damaged, the rate they use seeds gets worse, the amount they harvest gets worse, their top speed gets worse. It all depends on the tool, on what is the thing that's a penalty for not having it in good state of repair. But yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of fun. I am curious, like, this year with, like, how many big names are going to be there, and how big the colony might get. Little nervous about when I get my turn, what I'm going to receive, and the amount of wealth we're going to have, and then trying to just manage the threats. Because I think I mentioned, I believe I've done 3 hot potatoes now. And I'm trying to remember, I want to say the first one, when I received a colony, I think we had a mech cluster on it. And as well as things like, oh, we got a real threat on the map right here that I gotta deal with. But luckily the person, they hadn't had the chance to actually fight it, but they had done a lot of work preparing, so they had like the EMP already, so as well as things, I was able to handle it nice and quickly. And that went fine. And then like the other 2 hot potatoes, because it was kind of in that earlier part of the whole thing, it actually ended up working out really well for me. That just, I had like a very easy stream that we didn't have anything particularly awful show up. You know, I had a couple like minor raids I was able to knock out real easy, but we didn't have any like major events like going, oh no, how do I handle this? I do know there was one, I think it was, oh man, I can't remember if it was I think I gave Arch my save last year. I can't remember, because I think there's been years that I've received a save from Arch and vice versa. I could be wrong in that. Memory's not my best. But as well as ones that I had like the mech cluster show up in like the last 5 minutes, and it's just like, well, it was either that or a siege raid, but I had like show up like right at the end of my segment. It's like, well, it's time to save with that on the map. Here's your save file. Hey, look in that corner. And just immediately putting them in the spotlight, having to deal with it. But that's RimWorld. It doesn't let you know when bad things are about to happen. Now, do you think you started watching it around the time of Hot Potato last year? Yeah, no, that's so like for the reality, as a content creator, you know, obviously you're doing charity events to help the charity. Like that's the important bit. It is also kind of a thing that doing those charity events isn't an entirely selfless thing. Like you're doing it for the right reasons, for the causes, but they do usually help you as well. Sure, not directly monetarily kind of thing or anything like that. Because it's people have been here with the charity ones before, and someone will like gift like 5 subs during the charity, be like, hey, don't do that, like give it to the charity. Like, you know, normally yes, give me all your money. I mean, sorry. What? But during like the charity and stuff, it's like, that's not the point of today. Give it over there. Like, you're throwing extra money at something, throw it at the charity, throw it at the cause. But it is one of those things that, like, because it's effectively a form of raid train that a lot of people want to be involved with because, you know, supporting a good cause and all that good stuff, you do end up getting yourself in front of new eyes. And that does benefit you long term, that you do sometimes find your next long-term viewer that way. And it's just kind of one of those things. That said, that's not why I do the charities, but it is one of those things that's like, hey, you know what, you're doing something for a good reason, and you do benefit from it. arguably literally everyone involved benefits from it. The charity benefits, they get money to do their good. You know, you benefit, you get more eyeballs on your content, which can ultimately lead to good things for you. You know, the viewers benefit because you get to have these chaotic, ridiculous experiences. Seasons are on. Yeah, hot potato? Yeah, I have so much I need to do in preparation for the hot potato that I have been not getting done. I'm very much in the brain as being overwhelmed by a lot of things that I've got going on. And my solution to that is to get some of them done enough that I feel like I've been, you know, reasonably productive for the day. And then be like, well, I'm going to stream. Because that isn't as stressful. Yeah, scenario's basically ready. And that's what matters. Yep. I gotta catch up on exactly what our scenario is this time. I know you and the Q and Wojess and a whole bunch of people have been doing a ton with all of that. And I have not been doing nearly as much this year. It's how you find new streams, to be honest, due to the raid trains and lurking. Quietly finding communities that have the perfect atmosphere for you. Yep. Oh yeah, raiding is real powerful. There's been a lot of, like, I've been hearing people almost lament being like, oh, raids are not what they used to be, you just can't grow that way. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I would argue raids are one of the primary things that causes growth. Like, obviously, if you raid, you know, you're a channel, then you're raiding it as someone who has no idea about you. That often doesn't really work great, so far as, like, actually garnering growth. But when you start getting multiple channels that you have... Oh, right, we have the meeting tomorrow. I gotta look what time it is. I might not be able to make that one. I got a family thing. I have it on my calendar, I just didn't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I'd do the announcements for the channel being like, stream tomorrow might be late because family things. Basically, we're doing our Thanksgiving not on Thanksgiving because service work, all that kind of stuff. You get the idea. You have to seek out communities, and you end up back with Halcyons a lot. When it's not in fandom. Yeah. Alright. What time was that meeting tomorrow? Because I might be able to listen in on it. That might be a hard one. That's like 1 hour after stuff I'm supposed to be doing starts. I'll have to catch up on the Cliff Notes. Alright, so just letting the last roof plates get in there. Alright, so that should be... No one of these done. Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal. Family time's important. Oh yeah, no, like I know they're like, hey, you know, make it if you can, but you know, don't, like, it's not that big a deal. Thanksgiving was October in Canada? Yep. I feel like, you know, there's the whole joke of, do you know how you know if someone is like forklift certified? Because they tell you. Why are you digging in so hard on that one side? Alright, whatever. I feel like it's kind of the same thing with whenever someone mentions Thanksgiving, that the local, whoever is Canadian, one of them has to chime in and be like, it was last month. It's fine for the record. It feels like it's just one of those things. That it comes up and that person has to say it. And to be fair, coming from the US, we have more than enough things that we butt into that nobody asked. It's because it's the growing season? Yeah. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Like, I understand why it's different and all that. It's just one of those things that, like, whenever someone mentions Thanksgiving, it's like, that was last month. It's just... There's certain... It's like when you say a certain sentence and there's just a certain joke that is always followed by it. It's just kind of one of those things. Was Thanksgiving, you're not American? Yeah, generally it's a family get-together. That there's entirely too much food, but it's based around tradition that there's some of the things that are inaccurate, some of them that are accurate. That the idea is just during the colonial times of the United States, there was one of the first colonies almost died out, and ultimately native people like kind of came together and helped not do that and all that. But there's a lot of stuff about the story around that is very rose-tinted glasses on it that we don't really necessarily need to get into. But it is basically there was this event historically in the US that occurred, and so it's kind of a time to like come together, that generally it's families getting together and all that. Yeah, it's also loosely based around the same time frame as harvest season. Yes, it is. Works in retail on Black Friday. Uh-huh. I have worked plenty of Black Friday in retail as well. I miss none of it. But so you have no idea how you all do Thanksgiving. So big, then Christmas afterwards. There is a reason why it's a whole thing of people putting on like 15, 20 pounds the moment the holidays show up here in the US. Because, a lot of food. So it looks like I need 12 pallets of wood beams. Oh, what do we have in here real fast? That's fine. So we'll need 12 pallets of wood beams, 11 pallets of long planks. Okay, that'll be annoying. That's fine. But yeah, no, it's also, it's a harvest festival kind of thing. That's those things. You got a lot of food that you aren't going to be able to keep for over the winter. Because back then we didn't have nearly as good of preservation things for food. So it was genuinely in your best interest for, like, keeping a town healthy, alive, and all that, to literally have people just binge eat all they want. Wait, it's a really big bar day? Wait, hang on. This will be your first? You did fast food back in your youth? No retail? Gotcha. Shoot. The day before Thanksgiving in bars is one of the busiest days next to St. Patrick's Day. You don't miss working in bars in the US. Interesting. I would have seen it as, like, the day after. I guess I could see that. So, you're traveling. Like, it's one of the busiest traveling times here in the US is for Thanksgiving. And you're going and you're potentially seeing your in-laws that maybe don't really like you and all that kind of stuff. And you gotta go see that family where you got, everyone has that one uncle that you're like, oh man, uncle's gonna bring up the politics again. And he's gonna yell at people. It's gonna be a whole thing. And so, inevitably, things will spiral on that. And everyone's trying to keep the positive, festive thing, but, also... There's always the one. In college, the last night before everyone saw their parents, so everyone has the bars. I can see that. Yeah, and I could definitely see, or even just like, again, like the in-laws. I imagine it's probably the first time a lot of couples are going to be spending any meaningful amount of time around their in-laws as they go to, you know, drive or fly or whatever across the country to go stay at the in-laws for the day, to, you know, do Thanksgiving or whatever. And just having to, like, mentally prepare themselves. Not in the in-laws, I imagine it's also those things for, like, couples who are getting serious. I imagine it's also, like, the first time they're meeting each other's families, so it could go both ways of one. You're meeting the in-laws, you don't want to you don't want to get the in-laws to really not like you if you like the person you're with. And just the same, if you are that person where it's your parents, you know, you're nervous about how your parents will feel about, you know, the person you're getting serious with. And yada yada. I can imagine a lot of that puts a lot of stress that people turn to liquid medication to you know, give themselves a little bit of an edge before they get into it. I'm not feeling good about that backset staying there. Let's just give that a little pokey poke. Not feeling great about it. Feels slightly better than I did a moment ago. Man, I can see that being a busy bar day. In my mind, I was like, man, I think the day after would be the busy bar day. All the people who work retail and just going through that whole shebang, which I make it out to sound like it's really terrible. It's not a good day. It's not as bad as, I mean, it's not typically as bad as a lot of people would make it out to be about, like, this, like, the second coming of everything going wrong or whatever. It's not that bad, but it can be a pretty miserable day to work retail. Because a lot of people are very rude that day, like, especially that day. You have no time to take any time to even think things through because you're so busy if your store is doing anything meaningful on that day, which luckily nowadays with Black Friday, it's nowhere near as big as it used to be, which is thankfully because consumers kind of got tired of it. Thankfully. It still is a thing, but it's not what it was. But so you work retail, and COVID basically killed Black Friday. It'd now be a week long or more. So people were starting to get tired of Black Friday back when I worked retail, which is going a pretty far ways back. And it used to be like you genuinely got some really good deals, but like kind of the gimmick on how a lot of it worked though was in reality you'd go to the store and you'd go to like your local Sears or whatever, and they would have like the plasma screen TV that was, you know, half off or, you know, some genuinely really good deal, but they have like 2 of them in stock. And so you'd go in there and they would not offer rain checks or anything like that, or they'd have like a really crappy drill that you could get half off. So sure, we'd have them, but, you know, no one, like, people who didn't know any better would buy them, but they're like really bad drills. But yeah, no, it's it had been dying for a while because it kept being like the companies kept kind of cheaping out more and more, and Like, the number of times they'd promote something as being on sale and not even have it in stock in the first place, so you'd show up there waiting in line all night and they just wouldn't even have it to begin with. Or they'd have, like, the one or two and that kind of thing, and you'd have all, like, other sorts of edge cases and people getting belligerent and all that kind of stuff. You also had things where they're moving more and more to online sales where you didn't have to deal with any of that crap, and you could just pop on the website and order it. You know, and all that. The sales started getting not as good. And so it's just kind of one of those things that the absolute pandemonium that was Black Friday morning thankfully went away. Because that was the real problem. Like, not even having just a generally busier day, that would have been a nothing burger. But it was literally everyone trying to rush those stores at opening time, and everyone just scrambling and running and shoving and pushing. And as, you know, the day went on and people got more and more frustrated, they get more and more belligerent and hostile and, like, to each other and rude. You'd always have people getting fist fights and all that. I hadn't run into it in my, like, the store I was working in, but you always hear about the stories about, like, genuinely a full-out brawl breaks out over something and all that kind of stuff. And it was just always a thing. It's like, just get rid of this. But yeah, I think one of the things that really killed it was just a lot of the deals just not having any meaningful amount of stock, and then, the deals not being as good anymore. That people started to wise up that they were making the really crappy stuff, the cheap stuff, as, like, loss leaders. And then the really good stuff, they would only have, like, one or two on the floor. And so if you weren't the first in the door, you might as well not bother. I do think COVID was the thing that kind of put the nail in the coffin on it. But it was already laying in the coffin ready to roll. Because I used to know so many people every year that have their game plan. They're gonna stay up all night. They're gonna start out with this store. They're gonna camp out there before opening. You know, show up 3-4 hours early, wait in line, go from there. They're gonna immediately beeline over to this other store. They're gonna strategically have their third friend wait at the fourth store to try and get ahead to grab the items for them, and they get even later and all that. Like, they had, like, this whole plan, and just none of them were doing that anymore. As a you're too polite for rushing. You queue, and it's never been something we had here. The Play to Fair and Boxing Day sales. Yeah. Well, usually, a lot of times, it starts not too bad. But like I said, it's kind of one of those things that, because this is the day that everyone does their, or historically, a lot of people shopping deals would do their Christmas shopping. So as the day gets farther and farther along, they get more and more stressed as, you know, they're getting less and less of the things that they had planned to get a hold of to do their holiday shopping, and now they have to go and pay, like, you know, maybe full price or whatever. And so they're getting upset because they're really counting on saving a decent amount of money on their Christmas shopping, and now literally the amount they're going to be spending is just going up by, you know, hundreds of dollars for all the people who are playing and buying gifts because everything's going up. And it's just kind of thing. That is one thing I also feel becomes less and less of an issue as you get older, because it is a thing that when it comes to buying gifts for each other as you get older, it's a lot more of, I don't care, like, just do something nice. I don't need anything special. Go, like, get me a gift card to my favorite restaurant. That's good. You don't need to wait in line for a TV or whatever. And then the online thing. The online thing was a huge blow to Black Friday, because they could just post their thing and all that. ZJ saying, and now people just buy online. What made Black Friday in retail last a week was that all online stores had the entire week after Black Friday on sale, so retail had to be able to compete. Yep. That was that was an interesting thing I was reading about very recently. So we have a bookstore chain here in the U.S. called Barnes and Noble, and it may be broad. I just don't know where else it might be. We have Barnes and Noble, and that's been one of these retail chains that's been kind of on life support for a pretty long time. Like the entire bookstore industry, as far as retail stores has gone, has really struggled with stuff like Amazon and Audible and various online stores showing up. And for most of the part, a lot of them just went out of business, like Walden Books and all them. I don't know if they're gone yet. I think they are, but if not, you know, they're a ghost of what they once were. But it was interesting reading about that. Barnes and Noble has actually been bouncing back this past couple years. That they've pivoted a lot more to trying to, instead of just having books on the cheap and all that, like providing these like really nice study spaces and reading areas and putting like their own like little coffee bar in there and just kind of making it a really nice, almost like study hall kind of situation. And apparently people are willing to pay a pretty good premium for that, which has been interesting to hear, because the bookstore industry, the retail bookstore, brick and mortar bookstore, is not a great place to be right now as a business. That is not a place that is having good times. All right, so I needed 10 long planks. Yeah, get the extended family on the 26th of December next year. But it's mostly give the kids extra money and they can go do what they want. Yeah, I know that's always been a thing for the longest time. And for the record, it's by marketing departments. That like, oh no, don't give your loved ones money or gift cards on their birthdays or on Christmas or all that. That's so impersonal. For the record, literally marketing departments is where that comes from. And then you learn it's like, you know what? You buy a lot of crap that no one wants for people, and they're all polite about it, and then they feel bad about getting rid of it. Because, you know, especially as an adult, like, if there's something you really want and you've got disposable income, you buy it. And if you can't justify it, you usually don't ask someone else to buy it, because, you know, that feels pretty messed up, actually. I mean, maybe not if you've got, like, some family member who's, like, absolutely loaded and just throws money into the fire. Maybe then you wouldn't feel as bad. But I don't have one of those, so I wouldn't know. Growing up, Christmas was cursed because your birthday as well. Oh man, we have my niece's birthday. It's not right there at Christmas, but it's close enough. So they celebrate her half birthday. Or like when we get gifts, we'll have like, this is the gift for Christmas, this is the gift for the birthday. These are distinctly separate gifts. Because I have known a lot of kids growing up who, you know, had their birthday and the holiday be the same day. And really did not feel great about that. Which you understand from a practical side of things. You know, unless you got parents who are like budgeting to give you extra gifts and all that, you're probably getting less by comparison. What am I getting stuck on? It's not the electrical box this time. Well, still don't know, but whatever. Graphics setting, please. I'm on high graphic settings. You do not need to spam it a million times, man. 1 second, I gotta go do a moderation real fast. Please, please does not forgive spam. Pro tip, if you ask a content creator a question, it's okay to ask again, but give them a minute. If you sit there and you literally just go copy, paste, enter, copy, paste, enter, copy, paste, enter, you're gonna get banned. That's what's gonna happen. So let me scooch this over here and hit this little button and go right there and boop. Okay. Feeling pretty not great about the way that's sitting, so we'll just strap it in. The double presence sucked. Yeah, I assume when you're saying the double presence, you're talking about, well, where you know, a person kind of goes, oh, well, you know, we got you a nicer present. You know, it's more than we'd spend for Christmas, but it's Christmas and your birthday. So, you know, we spent a little extra, and then you're like, you didn't spend extra. Like, let's be honest with each other. You didn't spend extra. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. Mostly for ruining both my Christmas and my birthday. Yeah, no, I can see that. Well, okay, I'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, no, I can see that. Even if they legitimately did, it just doesn't hit the same. Because honestly, half of the stuff when it comes to getting gifts, it's not the dollar that matters. It's the fact that, you know, you look at it, it's like, ah, this person was thinking about me, and all that. You had a friend whose birthday present was always just the cake? I mean, was it at least a nice cake? Because I've definitely done that kind of thing where I would get someone a really nice cake. Usually because I had no idea what to get them otherwise. I've had a couple friends over the years who are very much in the if they want it, they bought it. No, just standard. I'm not feeling very good about that. Alright, well I know how I want to deal with this, and I'm not excited about it. So first, I need to get this rolled back over. Like that. I'm going to slide it right up here for just a moment. I'm going to grab a second one. I'm going to undo the straps, because I think the problem is I just shifted those a little bit too far to the right. I'm gonna pretend I planned it. Did you see that expert precision rolling over the pallet like that? I certainly did not actually plan that. I was literally going, I'm not dealing with this one right now, and going for the one in the back, and happened to be when I drove over it, it flipped the way I wanted. Yeah. I mean, you can understand sometimes, like, if a person doesn't have a lot of discretionary money or whatever, they want to do something nice. And there's also, like, for some of that stuff, it could be just, to them, like, getting a birthday cake was kind of the thing about the birthday, that maybe they just didn't get birthday cake some years and it made them feel bad. So they always want to make sure their friends get a birthday cake and never feel that feeling, even if it's not something you'd feel the same way about. I've seen that kind of stuff before. Yeah, no, to me it was never, like, the money about the gifts. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab the stack. And this is going to get a little tenuous. I'm gonna undo that. Now think about it. Let's scooch forward more. Sit that down, scooch pretty far back to try and have it farther up on the forks. But yeah, since I know you said you're going to be doing retail, like if you're still here a lot, like where a lot of us give horror stories about retail. In all fairness, 95% of the time, it's not that bad. It's just that 5% of the time that you get home from work, you're like, I hate everything about this job. But most of the time, it's usually not too terrible. It's not that's like overstated or whatever. This does not fill me with confidence. Hospitality and retail are two places you never want to work again. I didn't mind what little time I put into hospitality. Retail, I would not want to work again. I was fortunate in the hospitality I worked in was kind of a niche thing. So the people who showed up there were very interested in its niche thing, which certainly helped a lot. No, 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 no. That's what I was hoping to avoid. It's fine. You're super busy with no downtime until it closes? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, the niche thing I was in, we definitely got super busy as well. But it was just kind of one of those things. The people who were there, like, it wasn't they were just doing it purely for entertainment. Certainly that was part of it. But it was one of those things that, you know, they had that interest. They wanted to see that place. And about the only time I had to deal with some really, really awful people was just on days that you could understand people being very upset. Like, it'd be, you know, Florida, it's hot, it's muggy, it's awful, something's gone wrong, and all the lines are terrible, and that kind of stuff. And yeah, you get it. You're like, I understand why you're upset. So that's not on the forks. I should be able to just lock that in. So, like, you get why they're upset. It's just kind of taking down the wrong person kind of thing. Because you totally understand why people don't like hospitality, really. You really like it, though? You've been working in, you've been lucky enough to choose where you want to work. Yeah. Well, I think the place where hospitality gets really ugly is when you work at stuff like, you know, more expensive locations where people feel an extra level of entitlement. These kind of things that people get really, really nasty to people because they're like, I paid X amount of dollar, and they kind of treat you like you're not even a person anymore. That because they've paid for you, that, you know, you should have to, like, be on their beck and call no matter how unreasonable the ask. Yeah, no, and you can also have good retail experiences as well. Like, all depending on what you're doing. Like, for me, my retail experience was effectively not big box store, like, where they did grocery and all that, but big box stores and, like, big company that did, like, clothing and tools and all that kind of stuff. So it was, like, you know, just a big store that had a wide range of stuff that sold. And most of those I found to be pretty thankless. But as you get to like more specialized stuff, I think it gets to be a little bit more reasonable. Like I imagine the person selling guitars at Guitar Center deals with a little bit less awful than the person working at Target. Not that they don't also deal with their fair share of people who are probably rude and unreasonable, but it definitely feels like very especially the like supermarket, those kind of places are the ones that you kind of get really the nastiest of people that I've seen. I imagine that's partially true of like jewelry stores. I imagine, yeah, you still deal with the occasional belligerent customer, but generally speaking, is probably nowhere near, again, as bad. I don't know where toy stores would be. I would imagine toy stores would lean more towards the frustrating people to deal with. Has he been playing Farm Sim 25 since watching you? And that's your one beef with loading goods? No matter how good you get at it, loading is tedious? Yeah, so what ends up happening a lot is people will get a mod called Autoloader, which is you'd pull up next to it, you hit a shortcut key, and it just starts teleporting the items one by one onto the back of your vehicle. It's not available yet, but it would be very surprising if we don't see it next couple of days, because now that the editor's out, the mods are coming in hard and fast. Like, for those who like the Lumberjack mod, I haven't downloaded it yet myself, but it does look like the Lumberjack mod is available. They have a beta version of Courseplay is available. They didn't call it the Super Strength mod. It's got a different name, but there is a mod that makes you super strong, I believe, is now available. So you can start getting a lot of those really popular mods are starting to show up. I have not noticed Autoloader yet, though. That is one of the mods that usually I won't run it for a long time, but eventually I'll give in and get it. That once I start ramping up my production lines, like once I start getting, you know, the production lines up and running, where you just get to the point where you're shuffling all your crates from point A to B, that's when I usually cave, and it's like, no, I'm gonna get Autoloader, because it becomes Forklift Simulator at that point. You have very little time to. Rosa, you feel here the retail culture is how your hospitality is when it comes to treating the staff? Retail staff are definitely treated like trash. Yeah. There are some people who just treat, you know, whether it's restaurant worker, you know, restaurant worker, hospitality, retail, that they see it as, you know, quote unquote unskilled labor, and they just treat them as like subhuman. And, you know, it's really not okay. And I do appreciate that it's not everywhere, but there are more companies who are starting to get better about when someone does that, genuinely being like, hey, person, you're not allowed to come back here anymore. And they'll be like, but you're the only tool shop for like 50 miles. Like, well, yeah, well, you probably shouldn't have been an absolute jerk and forced me to kick you out of my store then. Sounds like a you problem. And I'm appreciative that more people are doing that. I also think part of it is you also have more people who work in those positions that are willing to actually charge customers with assault when they do the, you know, when they grab you and like yank you back off your feet or whatever because they're trying to grab your attention because, again, they see you as below them or whatever. And I think that's only appropriate because you have done a physical violence against that person. Alright. So do we have enough of all that? Yep. We're gonna go ahead and plan for... We have a couple of days before that goes. We're gonna drive the truck back to get all that. Said, autoload super strength, you'll use them, but you run the rule that you have your own loading equipment first. Yeah, that's fair. That way you can be like, this is just saving me time, like I'm not taking advantage of it. Yep. It's not okay. Well, every job needs to be done so it can function. And have easier life regardless. Yeah. Well, plus you look at half those jobs are like, okay, sure, they didn't have to have like some college education to get there, but then you watch them work at a job and go, can I do that? No. Not with the skill or proficiency they can. So calling it unskilled is kind of unfair. But yeah, that's just stuff people tell themselves so they can justify not paying people well. But yeah, no, I appreciate that more companies and more people are willing to push that stuff. Like, because there should never be a situation where even if the person looked you in the eye, went, and then turned around and ignored you, that doesn't justify a person to, like, grab you and, like, yank you up to your feet or whatever by their arm or whatever. It's like, hey, just don't shop there anymore. Go talk to their manager, say, hey, I'm, like, this person was rude to me, and just don't come back. The store will figure it out if that's actually what's occurring. Most times it's people just being entitled, though. Alright, Purple. Get that coffee and all that. Factory must grow. Okay. Yeah. I only dealt with a couple of customers that got that bad. Like, the only thing I got, like, pushed by a customer once. And that was one of those ones, it's like, it's just immediately it's like, hey, you know what? You're not welcome here anymore. Just, manager was right there. And I was just like, yep, here's the deal, like, your choices right now are you can ban this person for the store. Or whatever, because, like, it was uncalled for. Birds just kind of hovered behind me, I didn't even realize they were there, and then they got upset that I didn't know that they wanted something. As I was trying to work on the paint machine, which was forever broken. Like, I get it, you're upset, you want help, you gotta say something. But you don't lay hands on anyone. Not okay. Like, it's one thing if they go up and they go, like, they do a little tap on your shoulder, it's like, okay, that's fine, like, I get it. You know, people might not be comfortable with that, but that's fair. That's reasonable. The same unskilled people became essential workers during the lockdowns. What happening? Funny how the label changed when it suited the powers that be. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot of things. It's justification for underpaying people. People use that to make themselves feel like they're better than others. There's a lot that goes into why it is the way it is. Okay, so we can drive this back over there. But yeah. Nah, it's a whole thing. Because that's, I don't hear it as much nowadays, but you'll definitely have the person complaining that janitors get paid too much. And it's like, oh, it's just not worth that. And my response is like, if you've ever been, like, traveling and you stopped at that gas station where you need to use the bathroom that clearly has not been getting cleaned, believe me, you very abruptly start to feel the value of a good janitor. Because you go in there and you're having that momentary, you know, conflict of going, do I need to go that bad? Like, I don't know what I'm gonna get when I get anywhere near that toilet. But do I really need to go that bad? Is this an unavoidable situation, or can I wait for the next one? Because right now, I am looking at potentially some kind of hospital visit in my future with what's going on over there. Like, genuinely, my immune system is not prepared for the stress it's about to be put under. Or even, it doesn't even need to be that bad. You go in there, there's like no toilet paper, paper towels, and all that, and you're like, all right, what level of commitment am I ready to give this? You never worked retail? You'd be terrible in that line of work? Yeah, I mean, I feel like you adjust to a lot of stuff more than you'd expect to be able to. But yeah, no, it's rough. I can't speak for nowadays. Maybe things are improving. Maybe they're getting there worse. I have no idea. Your first comments to anyone who says janitors get paid too much is to ask if they would be willing to do the job themselves at the price the janitors getting paid. The answer is always no. So why would they think they should get paid less? That's fair. I mean, that's the idea. It's a job that no one... I shouldn't say no one really want to do. There are people who are actually really... They really like cleaning kind of thing. But generally speaking, it's not a job the average person's like, heck yeah, I cannot wait to clean some bathrooms. It's not something you hear a lot. Yeah, so we've got our fields to cultivate, we've got these ones. Let's cultivate our fields first. Because that's probably more important in all honesty. You had one of those, saw in the guy's eyes, the handed you the key. Yeah. No, I've definitely had a few times traveling that you hit that place where you just walked to that bathroom and had that long think of going, you know what? I think I can get to the fast food place across the street. I think I'm going over there because this is not worth the risk. I'm not someone who's like a hypochondriac or like a germaphobe or anything like that. But there's definitely a point where you walk into a place and go, this is just not okay. Yeah, this one's gonna not be correct at all, but that's fine. I have to clean up these fields because of those edges anyways, so whatever. McDonald's always seems to have clean bathrooms. Generally speaking, some of the bigger fast food chains, well actually restaurants in general, it's not even fast food. Some of like the bigger food chains just in general, there is a whether or not it's fair or whatever, there is a lot of people who they very genuinely believe that you can walk into the bathroom of a restaurant and that will tell you the situation in the kitchen. Which, okay, sure, there's a certain amount of reasonableness around that, but there's also not necessarily accurate in any respect. The idea being, if they take care of this thing that almost no one wants to deal with, then more than likely the thing they really do need to deal with is probably also being well maintained. And like I said, there is a certain amount of reasonableness about that. But also, there are just days that people come in and absolutely destroy your bathroom. It happens. Not all days are the same so far as what you got to deal with. But yeah, and I also think Kravik's correct that also depends on where you're at. That's a store by store thing because, you know, they are franchised. And while they will do stuff to like try and keep things on the up and up with their franchisee locations and all that, one reality is not everyone takes care of the same thing the same way. It's like you run to like Subway. You can go into one Subway and it be extremely well run and clean and everything's like excellent, and then you go in the next Subway and you're like, oh, this is really bad. I've definitely had a few of those. You go in there like, oh, this place is barely hanging in there, whatever they got going on. Oh. You know, it's actually one of those things that I kind of feel it would be in everyone's best interest if, like, everyone had to do a little time in either, like, hospitality or some type of service job, like, whatever it is. You know, again, hospitality, retail, you know, food services, you know, that kind of thing. I feel like that would help a lot on kind of taking the edge off, you know, again, people expecting you to, like, practically worship the ground they're on when you work in those roles. Because just a lot of our problems we run into is from a lack of being able to, like, empathize, a lack of being, you know, having those understanding of other people. Instead of mandatory military service, mandatory service industry work. The way I always looked at it was, it would be good to have, you know, sure, you could choose to go the military route or whatever, but, like, you'd have the options, like, hey, you could work in, like, not a full-on nurse or whatever, but work in support of some type of medical, you know, work in support of, you know, hospitality, work in support of whatever. The catch with a lot of that is putting them into roles like retail that companies directly support from. That gets kind of weird, because then that's effectively government supporting of those. But, you know, stuff like, again, like the medical kind of things, working in various, like, construction kind of things that, you know, support infrastructure, whatever. Just basically get them to work in those kind of areas where possible. You're not a fan of M Access at the moment. Prices are up and the food quality is minimum. Oh, I mean, if you're talking, like, when you say M Access, you're talking like McDonald's. McDonald's, the food is solid garbo. And, like, the prices where I'm at, very genuinely, I could go to McDonald's and get, like, you know, whatever their meal is. I can take that exact same price and go to, like, a decent sit-down burger place, like, proper sit-down burger place, and get a really good burger with better, like, more food with it and everything, and basically pay the same price. Like, the only difference being the tip. And even with the tip, it'd probably be a coin flip on which one's cheaper. Like, it's just absurdly expensive. Which is funny, because fast food, that used to be kind of its whole gimmick, was it was fast and it was cheap. But now, it kind of sort of hits the fast, but, like, kind of misses on every other avenue. Alright. Yeah, and I definitely... It's one of those things they used to, like, not even more recently where the prices really spiked. It was kind of one of those things with coworkers who would, very routinely go to, like, Burger King and McDonald's and all that. And you'd sit there and they'd be eating that, and you're like, you know, hey, why didn't you join the rest of us? Like, you know, it's cool. You're just like, you know, why didn't you join the rest? It's like, oh no, it's like I don't have the budget to eat out all the time. Like, you know, I gotta keep it cheap or whatever. You're sitting there going like, my man, You spent $12-13 on a McDonald's burger. Do you know how much my tacos cost going to the taco stand, like where they get the really nice tacos? It was like $9. You literally are spending more than the good meals you're skipping on. It's like, it's cool if you don't want to hang out, like, not gonna be upset about it. It's also cool if you're just like not into tacos, though I am gonna judge you a little bit. But you know, that is what it is. We just both have to live with that. But you know, the reality is, you're not actually saving any. You're not saving the money you think you're saving. All right, so last field we need to cultivate here. All right. But the here kids roughly age 15 get 1 week work experience that they can be from various fields, hospitality, retail. Then they get experience. They get to experience the other side. Honestly, fields give people a foundation of respect towards staff. Obviously, there's a small percent of outliers, but nowhere perfect. Yeah, no, like literally that's what I'm thinking. I would probably want more than 1 week, but that's kind of what I'm thinking is like, have a person, have them work for like a month or two or whatever in one of those service jobs. Just where, again, you're dealing with customers and all that. Because I feel just doing that would really, even for like the other thing, you'd find out how mean people and how inconsiderate people could be. And sure, some of them would, you know, go back to whatever situation they were and just keep being jerks. You're gonna have some of that, obviously. But at the same time, I do agree for a lot of people it'd be eye-opening as to how hard those jobs actually can be. And you again would start building that empathy up where it's like, oh hey, like this job actually really sucks. It's hard work, it's underpaid, you have no control over your schedule, and all of these other negatives that go with it. And just kind of one of those things that you're like, yeah, this is a problem. So instead of just dismissing people as like, oh well, they should have tried harder or some whatever they helped get themselves to sleep at night, they can, you know, turn around and be like, no, like this is a job, someone's got to do it. You know, they at least deserve a certain level of decency. You know, be compensated fairly. Alright, so you got those two spots over there. Alright. I did see that Stalker 2 came out. I know a number of people asked if I was going to play that, and my response had basically been along the lines of maybe if I get a key, but I probably wouldn't go out of my way for it thing. Seeing it, I think that's mostly going to be the same statement I gave. Like, it looks like a really good game, but when we consider the games I play in the channel and the audience I built up over the years and all that, like, there is like zero of that aligned with like first-person shooters in any kind of way. I have given a couple first-person shooters a go on the channel, you know, where it had like overlap in something. I'm talking like first-person shooter, not first-person perspective, because, you know, obviously Satisfactory is first-person. But the few times I've done it has really just not done anything on the channel. It's just definitely something outside my audience. So outside of like maybe, like I might give it a chance if it was something like a sponsored stream, just because, you know, the fact I'd be getting paid for would make up for any reduced viewership or anything, but that wouldn't be good for the sponsor or whatever. So it's just kind of one of those things. I feel it's it's too far outside the type of content I do on the channel to really justify. Again, if I got a key for it, like if they gave me one, I might give it a one-off chance and just see, but that hasn't occurred, so it's one of those things that'd be like, alright, I don't think I can justify the price of purchase. Would you enjoy that game if you weren't streaming? Probably. I don't think I'd go out of my way to play it, though. Like, if we're being genuine, I probably wouldn't buy it outside of stream anyways. Because, like, it looks like a good game, but there's so many games that I don't have the time for all of them. It's just not one that'd be on the top of my list. Like, I'm sure I'd enjoy it if I played it. But there are many, many other games I'd be more excited to play if I had the time. I used to play a lot of first-person games, but I don't know, over the years I moved more and more away from those and more into, like, tycoon and simulation and strategy and city builders and settlement builders, survival crafters, those kind of games. And just, like, straight-up shooters, not so much. Like, the exception had been maybe Borderlands, but even honestly, the last couple Borderlands games, while I technically have played a decent number of them, like, is mostly hanging out with my, you know, playing with my wife and my older brother, that outside of hanging out with them doing it, I didn't find myself going back to playing them on my own time at all. Alright, so let's see here. We do have a couple of contracts we can do to get some quick cash here. And that isn't to say anything wrong with those games, by the way. The idea just being, you know, you only got so many time. Oh, and action RPGs. I have played a completely unreasonable amount of Path of Exile. And I'll probably continue to do that as well. Alright. So just not enough hours. It just wouldn't be my priority. Like, honestly, if BioShock had come out today, like, for everything that it did well and how much I enjoyed that game, it probably wouldn't make my cut just because not enough time. I tend to be the kind of player who, when I play a game, I do kind of just... Like, I'll start into a game and I usually want to play it into exhaustion. Which I can't quite do that streaming, because eventually your viewers get kind of tired of seeing the same thing again and again and again. So you eventually do have to be like, alright, we're going to do something different. But yeah, that's actually one of the things I think what'll happen is once we start bringing Dredge in, we'll probably start mixing up the schedule so it's not like 5, 6, 7 days a week farm sim. I really enjoy Farm Sim, and I could play this game for pretty much ever. But also, I do understand that that's maybe not the thing everyone will want to see all the time. Alright, is there any of these other contracts I want to deal with while this is going on? Not really, so we can go ahead and just do this ourselves then. Like, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream the idea of circling back for more Factorio, because I could absolutely play more of that. So what I think I'm going to do is after stream put a poll up on the Discord. And the only reason I don't do it on stream is because then I would be, if I do the poll at the beginning of stream, I'd be leaving out the people at the beginning of stream. If I do it at the end of stream, I'm leaving out the people who get, you know, don't show up for the end of stream. And if I do it for both, then people who are here for the whole day get counted twice, and yada yada yada. Versus on the Discord, one, I can bully you on the Discord. I mean, you know, it's just a place that, because we don't have a persistent way of doing polls on Twitch, which is one thing I really wish they would give us the functionality for, is that I could put a poll on the channel and run it for a week. Or similar. But without having that, I gotta have some place where it could, you know, be a bit more sticky. Which means I gotta take you to an outside resource. And generally, over the years, I've tried running a bunch of different ways. And about the best I've found is to just do it on Discord and go with that. And yeah, it gets way lower participation than obviously the viewership I get for the channel. But I don't really have a better way of dealing with it, unfortunately. Like, and I've tried doing the thing where I did the Google poll thing, like the straw poll kind of thing or whatever, that I kept linking to the same poll, and that worked okay. But it's just one of those things, unless I'm like really on top of it, I'd rather, like, it's just easier to use the Discord. A lot of times they want you to like sign up with your Google account so someone doesn't just keep clicking and refreshing to like multi-vote and all that, and they do stuff to prevent that, but usually it requires an account anyways. But the only time I've had something that's worked better with is we had a document I did, I believe it was last year, that I basically kind of asked like what type of games people enjoyed watching the most on the channel, what games that people enjoyed watching the least on the channel, what people would like to see more, what people like to see less of. You know, just a whole bunch of like different feedback questions. And then basically for like an entire month, I kind of kept poking people on the stream, constantly being like, hey, please fill out this thing. We actually did get like 70 something people who did participate, and that gave me a lot of good information. But then when you consider, in the course of the average stream, I'll have like 1,200 unique viewers or something like that. Getting 75 is not much data, but that's always a problem with getting any type of data of that nature, is you usually get very low participation, whether it's streaming or like we were talking about retail and hospitality, getting people to like fill out your survey on the way out or whatever. Getting people to actually do that, it's usually fractions of a percent is about the best you can hope for. So it is just one of those things. You have a massive absence of data and you just gotta live with it. We are trying to save up money right now, which is the reason why we're doing these contracts real quick. I'm trying to stick to the contracts we can do relatively fast for quick payouts. So like this contract, as you can see, I can drive at about 15 miles an hour and I just gotta go up and down the field real quick and we'll get that knocked out. Versus sometimes I have contracts that pay better, but they're very slow. I've been mostly avoiding those. But we're trying to get ourselves more money. We're trying to keep the temple moving, which has been good. We did go, and in this in-game day, we did load up everything we could so far as the lumber, so that's already ready for like its next stage. So get that next building going, and hopefully we should be well over halfway now, but I also don't know that for a fact. And with the temple, we've been very consistent now so far as like doing each step along the way. Because if I do manage to get the temple built, I get to get 2 keys to give out. Whereas if I get the $1 million, it's only 1 key. And we can do both to get a total of 3 keys. But between them, I'm focusing more on the temple than the $1 million. Because the temple, if I just keep the cadence going, it'll be good. If it comes down to the fact that we do get ourselves like a No Man's Land map for doing the Survivor Man challenge that I like so much, then what we'll ultimately do with that part is I will go and we'll go and just cheese our way to the $1 million. Like if it comes down to it, just cheese our way there. We'll just slap down a solar panel or something like that. Fast forward a couple months, slap down another one. Fast forward a couple months, slap down another one. That kind of thing. What's the strategy for getting $1 million? Seems like a long goal. It's a long goal if I'm doing it the way we've been doing it. If I go and I solidly focus on just that, there are things we can do, like we can pick up a field and just do one of the cash crops that's like really good straightforward money. I could build a couple of, like, I could start building greenhouses and throw money, like throw water in there, and they would just produce money every month. I could build solar panels. I'm trying to avoid that for the challenge purpose, but if we do get down to the point where we're looking at trying to switch over to the Survivor Man challenge I really want to be doing, it's just not available yet, then there are cheesy strats you can do to do that in a very short period of time. For those who don't know, when you look at your buildings you can make, and you go down here to production, you have these ones here. These ones, once you build them, you just keep getting money every single month. And it's basically free money from there. So if you're just trying to get money very quickly, the cheese strat you do with that is get enough to get like a good thing of power production, and you build it, and then in about 10 months it'll pay itself off. So you build as many as you can afford, you fast forward 10 months, you build as many as you can afford, you fast forward 10 months, you build as many as you can afford. You get where this is going. And eventually you'll start making like literally hundreds of thousands to $1 million every single month from the power generation, because it's a exponential growth thing. Okay, so with that, return in that one. That was worth 6,000. Okay, so next closest field on our to-do list. We got 41, 21, and 14. Alright. We should be able to break 200,000 with this. So we're just trying to rush around, get all the sword. Let's stop on the way by since we're literally going past a gas station. Let's go grab that gas. If we had like another thing I could be working on at the same time, then I could just hand this over to the AI. But right now I have just the one tractor. And technically another thing I can ultimately do is if we're just trying to rush it in the end, like we know we're switching to like the Survivor Man thing, you know, I'd back up my save first so I don't ruin my save. I could just sell all of our equipment and land, just get all the money back, which would be several hundred thousand. You know, after we've gotten close enough to just jump the finish line. I'm not allowed to take loans to do it. I did look at the thing, and it's basically I have to have 1 million without loans. But it's not that bad. If I did focus on just the really good paying contracts as well, that could be faster. So if I just kept doing that one wood pickup contract again and again and again, like bought the equipment to it and just kept repeating it, that could be quick money. I could also buy just like the minimum I can to reasonably ship wood and just lumberjack. Lumberjacking's pretty solid money. Okay. And this is another 8,000 on this field. But yeah, so last time when we did the Survivor Man challenge, like at never point really focused on what was the absolutely most lucrative. It was I found something I could do sustainably, and then, you know, would scale up from there. Which is the way we've been going with this one up until I reach a point that either one, we're like ready for a break from the game, or B, we get the Survivor Man map, like a map capable of doing it. Because the big catch has to be like No Man's Land, where we don't have like a whole city already built on it. The idea is you start with basically nothing on the map and you build up, you know, other than wilderness. I was just doing a quick check to see if anything had shown up, because the mods have been starting to properly roll out now, and I know we've got people who are actively working on map mods at the moment, but they're not quite ready, because you do have the people who are rushing out just to have the first ones out, who are putting out like entirely empty maps and maps that have just like one of each tree on it, just to give people like a good starting point for you know, here you've got a texture on the ground, here you've got some trees, start copy pasting them. But we don't have any real maps on there that aren't just the existing map, but they changed a setting on it. Where I think it was this map, that someone put this map on there, but they deleted all the power poles. Because they, I guess, really don't like the power poles. Which I thought was pretty funny. Because for me, I honestly haven't had that much of an issue with the power poles. Now, granted, I don't try and drive around with a harvester the harvester header everywhere, which I imagine would be pretty annoying to deal with all that. But that's still a thing. It's like, what other games are people excited for the remainder of the year? Because, like, I know there's people excited about Stalker. I've heard some people are still excited about Planet Coaster 2. Like, you know, that's already come out. There's a lot of people right now really into Farming Simulator 25 who will probably go hard on that for the rest of the year. I definitely know there's a decent number of people who are still going hard on Satisfactory and Factorio. Haven't been hearing too many rumblings of other games that people are like, that's the game, that's the one I want to spend my time on, don't worry about it. Like, we got this. Like, Astroneer and I Am Future, I didn't hear too many people talking about at all. Like I said, to me, I think it's, for I Am Future, it's early access and then lack of marketing for the release. I also know I've seen a lot of people getting excited for Coral Island again. They did a really big quality of life update. Really curious about watching the Path of Exile 2 beta in December? Yeah. The other thing you're hyped for is Path of Exile 2? Yeah. I haven't had time to play Path of Exile in a while. Because it does so badly on the channel, because it's just misaligned with the content I normally do. It's just a hard switch and all that. And that off stream I just haven't had the time to put in. Which is sad, because, like, I really enjoy Path of Exile. I mean, I went to ExileCon just like a year, like, not last year. Was it, whatever year it was, last year, year before? Yeah, no, it'd be last year. I don't think it happened this year? Whatever. I went to ExileCon. That's the important thing. So, like, that clearly says there's a certain amount of fandom there that I traveled to literally the opposite side of the planet because I wanted to do ExileCon, and it was amazing. So I've gotten to play Path of Exile 2 when they had their demo thing they had there on the floor at ExileCon. I am honestly curious when it comes out how people will feel. Because what I played felt good, but it didn't feel like Path of Exile. Like, it was just very genuinely, it felt like just a different action RPG. And I don't mean that in a bad way. But, like, what you expect out of Path of Exile and what it was were just not the same game. Like, the introduction of dodge rolling means they have to have reasons for you to dodge roll. It definitely goes for more like the slower, grittier thing. It feels a lot more Grim Dawn than Path of Exile. But, like, the quality of it was, like, super good. But I am curious with the Path of Exile community that once it drops and people get their hands on it properly, like, how many people will be all into the new one? And how many people will play it and just it's not the zoomy delete screen game that they've grown to love, and just, you know, it just not resonate. PoE2 just had their longest and most contentful announcement releases. Yeah. No, I gotcha. Like, and this isn't me being disparaged, like being dead game or anything like that. It's one of those ones I am curious how the community reacts, because I do feel it is a strong departure from what Path of Exile is now. It goes back to, like, more like what Path of Exile was way back. where it was like supposed to be slower and grittier. The difference is now with Path of Exile 2, it's not bug-ridden like Path of Exile 1 was in its original launch. Because Path of Exile 1 when it first launched was a hot mess for a good long while. That people were excited about, but it was a very broken game a lot of the time. Versus, you know, we'll obviously have some bugs with Path of Exile 2. Any new release will. But even when I was playing, like, while it was fairly constrained on what I could check out, you know, it definitely, like, the sound quality was amazing. The animations were really solid. There's a lot to it. It's also curious because it could even be when we were doing that demo that it could have been that they were just not well set up characters. And so the reality is, while we saw that stuff and like, oh, it's so gritty and all that, and we might get in there and just the amount of damage they give you and you just go back to deleting screens. Like, we'll see when it actually releases and people can make proper builds and all that, what we actually get. I also think it's going to throw a lot of people for... The implication is, in Path of Exile 1, you typically have your one main skill you use to delete all the enemies. Maybe you have a second skill or some combination of skills and you're dealing with one hardened target. And then maybe you've got, like, you know, some utility stuff for special purposes, like you need to move fast, or you know you're going to be taking a hard hit, so here's your skill you use for that kind of thing. But generally speaking, it's not a lot of buttons. And you're usually just kind of almost pianoing a lot of those buttons, where you're just going, use the first one, use the second one, use the first one, use the second one, that kind of thing. Whereas Path of Exile 2, it very much felt like they were aiming for trying to have it so you would, instead of doing that, you'd go and you'd use this skill to set up the next skill to then do this, and then you had like a counter skill, and it was a lot more reactionary. And I do think that's going to throw people for a loop as well. I think some people will really like it, and I think some people will really not like it, because it'll be, you know, you'll have the people like to do like Righteous Fire and run around and all that. And so I do think you'll have a lot of people who that style of gameplay I think is going to be not as viable in Path of Exile 2. I could be completely wrong. Like, we'll have to see when it actually drops. But I feel like that's going to be kind of the price we pay for the difference. So we'll see. Alright, do we have more fields you want me to do for this? You haven't heard any news on the Prison Architect 2, or is it completely no-go now? Last I had heard is it gotten kicked like way down the road, and that it might not be happening. I never heard anything with finality though, that like it was dead or, you know, it was still go. Because I know what, if I recall what happened, because I want to say that's Paradox. If I recall what happened, like Paradox has been having a rough go of it lately, and as a result of that, they've kind of taken a bunch of their different projects and said, all right, let's you know, let's like step back on this one, step back on that one, kind of thing. Because you think Pink will definitely have some whiplash for boss fights and semi-hardcore deaths? Yeah. I didn't get to experience like the semi-hardcore death side of things or anything like that, but it'll definitely be interesting. Because one other thing is it does. So one of the strategies you have when you're doing your like leveling part of Path of Exile, like early game in the axe and all that right now, is to just skip most of the monsters, just run through the area. A lot of the here, one second. I can set this under the actual higher. A lot of the enemies they're faster than you are. They have things that slow and snare and snag you. So you cannot run past them. They will catch you, and then they'll pile up on you. And so even though they're not strong enemies, he'll get you. You don't see people have the patience to grind MMOs. I mean, you're watching me play a farming simulator game. There's a lot of people who in the same camp who look at it and go, I don't see how people grind these games. Or for that matter, people go, how do you grind RPGs? Or how you grind the resources in like Terraria and Minecraft. Or how you grind, you know, getting your money in a tycoon game or that. It's just the whole thing is if you enjoy the gameplay loop that gets you your levels or whatever, that's you're playing the game, you're just enjoying it. It's one of the things we ran into, there's a game called Warframe that, you know, is a relatively good free-to-play style game. But if you're trying to grind to get a specific piece of equipment, it can make the game very tedious and not fun and destroy your enjoyment of the game. But if you just play the other games, like you just play through and occasionally you get your stuff, you're like, here are the place I can make progress, it can be very enjoyable. MMOs are like thousands of hours, and those others are like tens of hours. Oh, I am so sorry. You've clearly not played these yet. You think they're tens of hours? That's just the reality. Is a lot of these things, a lot of these kind of games where you can kind of build up as much as you want. You can spend thousands of hours on them. Let's say, okay, you don't know quite up to date to keep the business side, but also everything went quiet after they refunded the pre-order. There is a good chance that Prison Architect 2 might be gone. But no, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to be back in just a minute. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. I'm going to let the tractor do its thing in the meantime. Alright, and I am back. But yeah, no, to give you an idea, like, a game like this, I've already got somewhere in the area of, like, 70, 80 hours in this game. And then top of that, like, the previous title of this game, I had... What was the hours? It was getting pretty high up there. 22, I had almost 1,000 hours. And you sit there and you look at, like... For the channel, some of the other games I played, like Project Zomboid, I had well over 1,000 hours. I don't remember what we were up to. And it's totally fine to be like, that's not for me. But even games like Terraria, I've got a bunch in there. Like Factorio, I've got a ridiculous amount of hours in. It's one of those things, you can get a lot of stuff. Yeah, this is the AI right now. I just kicked it over on this field because I need to use the restroom, and now that it's on here and I don't know what it has and hasn't done, I'm just letting it work it out. So this field we're doing the AI. The other fields we did the steering assist. Yeah, so I switched over because I needed to stop for the restroom. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, so how's everyone's Friday for those in the Friday night? But Friday nights going, Saturday mornings. It's always one of those things that like I always got to remind myself when it's a Friday night because I'm like, oh man, you know it's a little quiet. It's like, oh right, Friday night, yeah. People who go out actually do stuff. And the tractor very slowly going over. How many do you have in your top 3 games? I can't tell you my top 3 games of all time because I don't have those numbers available. But I could probably find on Steam. I don't remember where to find that. Maybe I know there's a way to look it up and sort it. Right. So in Path of Exile, on Steam, I've got 3,760 hours, Project Zomboid 3,231 hours, and Elite Dangerous 2,637 hours. You know, then after that, we'd have RimWorld with 2,300 hours, Terraria with 1,300 hours, Warframe with about 1,000 hours, Factorio with about 1,000 hours. You get the idea. Now, the catch is with, like, for example, Path of Exile, there was a long time I was using the not Steam version. So I've got more hours than that's being counted there because I used it not on Steam. So who knows how many hours I actually have. I also played a completely unreasonable amount of EVE Online, and I don't even want to think about how many hours I've got there, but I have no way of looking that up anymore. And then on top of that, you know, how you want to run multiple accounts at the same time, whereas literally playing multiple characters simultaneously, how you want to count that for hours comes into consideration. There's World of Warcraft to put tons of hours in. Never checked this metric. Oni Satisfactory, Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 being up there is kind of surprising. Like, I know that's a good game. I didn't think it was, like, that long of a game. Let's say you say it's nearly 3:30 in the morning and you still minus temperature weather, weather warning incoming. So you're all for cozy drinks, playing games, as you rest your leg. That is fair. So many minigames. This is true. I haven't played it myself, but I've watched Pankraru play, and there is some wild stuff in that game. There is some real wild stuff in there. Like, not wild in any kind of a bad way, like, you run your own franchise business and all sorts of stuff. I don't remember what it is, but, like, the way they gamify it is just ridiculous. Which is amazing. I think that's the entire draw to that series, is how over the top and absurd so much of it is. But yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, I've definitely played a lot of games over the years. It still makes me feel pretty good that Factorio's so far up there. Because I know once upon a time, that never was my most played game, because it was... I think the first game I remember distinctly being stand out in the amount of hours I played was Warframe. So far as on Steam, because there was a while I was in a community with Warframe that I played very consistently with and everything. And we did a lot in that one and everything. And I went until they had like the little radio DJ thing, and by then I basically burned out. And Elite Dangerous I played a lot, and Path of Exile I played a lot. The Project Zomboid one gets a little bit weird, because if I'm being honest, I would not have played that game nearly as much as I ended up playing it if it wasn't for the fact that I streamed it so much. Versus a lot of those other games did not get streamed that much. Are you gonna actually hit that 100%? Feels like there's a lot of field left. Or sorry, there's not a lot of field left at a decent amount of percent. I have to go and see if you missed a big spot. Oh, it's doing that thing where it's going super fast for the last little bit because the edge of the field. That's fine. But like very genuinely, Product Zomboid, while I absolutely super duper enjoy the game, you know, I started to feel proper burned out. I would guess 1,600 hours or so. I was like needing a proper break from it. And Rimworld every once in a while feel a little bit burnt out on it, but then I just take a break for a while, and usually by the time I come back, I found some new idea I want to go, or there's some challenge that I did a long time ago that I got a twist on it, or want to revisit, or whatever. Okay, so I've got that one done. Cool, so we can run down here and get the next contract knocked out. We already cultivated the fields I own. We already dropped everything off for the temple. I don't think we're sitting in any... Yeah, don't want to do the cultivating contracts. Those are slow. That was not a good one there. The harvest contracts didn't excite me. So I think that what will happen is after we deal with this field here, I believe we'll want to run back to our farm. I will need to add water to the greenhouses and chuck a tree or two into the lumber mill. And then once that's sorted, I think we'll be good to advance the day. Let's see. On Steam for you have DayZ and Mountain Blade 2 at the most with over 500 hours. Gotcha. I never got into DayZ. I know there's a lot of people who really loved DayZ, or still do, I guess. That one. So, Stardew Valley, Rimworld, Satisfactory are top 3. All very good games. Stardew Valley, I know, is up there somewhere for me. Like, I'm willing to bet if it went down like half a screen, it would have been there. Rimworld, yep, that's up there. Satisfactory actually doesn't have, as far as like raw playtime hours, nearly as long. But that's kind of, I played it a couple times on the channel and a little bit before I started streaming. And usually with those ones, it was, you know, early enough in its early access that you could kind of get through that earlier phase pretty quickly and be like, cool. And that was definitely around the times I started to burn out on early access in general, like having the incomplete games. So I played kind of one playthrough to about Nuclear at one point, and then kind of held off until it released. Because you have Coral Island in your library now, so you're expecting those to change. Coral Island is a big one, and the update they came out with this past week was a massive improvement for the game. I didn't get to play a lot yet, but I popped in to play a little Coral Island just to see how it was the other day, and it was very noticeable. Like, one, there was one achievement that had been bugged before, and that gave me that immediately when I load up because I had qualified for it. Now you don't have to go like hunting to know if you have a heart event available, where it is, and like figuring all that out. You can literally just go to be just like heart event available. Go to this place at this time. And it's like cool. And you can even add it to your like to-do list. So where it sits there and goes, you know, hey, the same thing as where it's like the hey, like turn in the carp to whatever. And then next up it'll have like your heart event that's like, hey, go to Fish and Sips at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday or whatever the conditions are. So Coral Island is what you plan on passing to your partner for exhibit sale because you know they get addicted, and they're testing multiplayer. The multiplayer beta has begun. I don't think that's available yet to play multiplayer, but maybe by the time Christmas is done, multiplayer is an option. Let's see, for you the highest is Path of Exile, Warframe, and Dark Souls 3. All excellent games. Dark Souls 3 I have beaten with every achievement twice, which there's a story behind that. Multiplayer? Yeah. Coral Island, the multiplayer beta is available. They've always said there's going to be multiplayer, and they've teased it. But, like, no one had any idea of when that multiplayer was coming. But, they are doing the beta for multiplayer soon. Like, I want to say it's beginning of December or whatever. Now, like I said, I don't know if that's going to be one of those betas that is, like, accessible to everyone or whatever. But, the point is, if they're on the beta phase, it means it's getting close. Pray for Conrad. It's like, oh no, I've suddenly changed my mind on the game I'm getting you, for no reason. Nah, Coral Island's a good game. My understanding is the multiplayer in Coral Island is going to work a lot like Stardew Valley, where you'll have like your main farmhouse, and you'll be able to have like the little side farmhouse kind of things for everyone to have their own little spot, but they all go on your farm. I don't know exactly how sleep will work in it. I imagine it, because they've all done it kind of the same way, where it goes to sleep when everybody goes to sleep. So if you got one person who's keeping it up, as long as you go to bed, you don't get punished, but you have to wait for them. Praying for all the partners who will be lost to multiplayer. But yeah, no, it should be a good time. It'll be curious. All those games have little edge cases around them, like what happens, for example, if you're playing Coral Island and you become someone's, boyfriend, girlfriend, and your partner also becomes that same person's boyfriend, girlfriend. Will you be allowed to do that? Does it become the race to see who can marry them first? How does that play out? One would assume with the way the game works, mechanically, you probably can't both marry the same person. Not that there's anything wrong with that or whatever, just rather, mechanically it would be, what was I saying? It'd be a whole thing of how they tackle that, because that's one of the things is that game has actually done really well with, like, inclusivity and all that. That they've got characters of all sorts of different backgrounds and characteristics and personality and all that. You lost your soul when Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing came out, ready to add to that. Yup. Yeah, no, I've gone on the record to say what's a better game, Stardew Valley or Coral Island, and that's the one where you get like the beads of sweat on your forehead, and you're like, I'm gonna need you to be more specific, because that is a real hard call. Like, don't get me wrong, Stardew Valley has a lot more nostalgia to it. Stardew Valley, like, set up the genre and is extremely well made and everything. It took the genre from where it was and really put it in a new and better place. But at the same time, for me personally, I find Coral Island took what Stardew Valley did to Harvest Moon and kind of did the same to Stardew Valley, where it took the formula that already existed, added a whole lot to it and whatnot. If graphics can handle Coral Island. Yeah, no, and for the record, when you play Coral Island, the first thing, one thing I think was a mistake they did make with the game is the very first interactions are very, very, very close to Stardew Valley. Like, some of the very early cinematics, you're like, oh, this is beat for beat the intro scene from Stardew. And so, like, at first, when you first start playing, it's like, oh, this thing is like a straight up rip, just, tropical. But then it very quickly deviates. So I think maybe they're just getting their devs comfortable or whatever and setting up that first scene or whatever. But because it's still that way, I'm like, man, you probably should have rewrote that first scene. Do a little bit more to differentiate it. But I was saying, it looks like your top Steam games are Elder Scroll Online, Project Zomboid, and New World. Neat. I got a little ways into New World. I liked it. My issue was when it came to like the daily quest kind of stuff. Like, they were very repetitive. I liked the crafting, even though it was very grindy. I think that was fine for me. But it was, anything outside of the crafting was just really repetitive. I tried Elder Scrolls Online. I never got far enough to really have an opinion on that one. Like, it was interesting, but I guess I just wasn't as invested in the Elder Scroll universe and had too many other things going on kind of thing. So I gave it a try, but it wasn't like I disliked it or was like, oh, this is amazing, but I need more time. It's just kind of something else grabbed my attention kind of thing. It does feel like Stardew Valley's first scene. Yeah, it feels like a 3D Stardew Valley when you have that first scene. But once you get past that first scene, it very much starts to differentiate. Like, especially the underwater stuff. Like, Stardew Valley has nothing in that manner. That actually would be one of the parts of the game that I really kind of enjoy, is just how different. Oh, you thought the story was great? So gotcha. I never got far enough. I remember fumbling around what I'm going to call the main town, but I have no idea. It could have been like a little, mini town off the side. I remember fumbling around trying to figure out where to, like, talk to people to advance different things or whatever, and I just don't remember from there. But given what you do for work in the environmental field, she works in a vet med. You're more Coral Island based. Oh yeah, no, that's the Coral Island has some pretty strong environmental preservation tones to it. Not like in any kind of a bad way. Like, for those who are unfamiliar with this game we're talking about, Coral Island. Coral Island is another slice of life like style game. So if you've ever played, Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, to a lesser degree, My Time at Portia, My Time at Sandrock, any of these kind of games, it is one of those. And the basic story behind the game is you are on a tropical island that has this little town called Starlet Town. And what happens is, before you arrive, that town has suffered an ecological disaster. There is a company who's definitely not supposed to be BP, called Pufferfish, who messes up and they cause an oil spill. And that oil spill shows up on the beaches of Coral Island, which is a little touristy tropical island, and absolutely decimates the tourist industry there. Because there's something about going to beaches covered in oil that really doesn't resonate well with tourists for some reason. But as a result of that, it's kind of on hard times. So enter protagonist. As you always do in these games, you inherit a farm from... I don't actually think if they ever specify if it's from your dad or your grandfather or whatever. But you inherit a plot of land to do your farm on, and you build up a farm, you build up relationships. But one of the things that makes it stand out from the rest of the genre is they have this whole aspect where you get diving gear and you go under the ocean and you clean up the ocean. So the ocean is like littered with trash, and you go on there and you go and you clean up the trash and all that. And I'm trying to avoid spoilers here, so I won't. But there ends up being a lot more involved with like improving things. And as you do in these style of games, you do go through and fix literally everything. One thing I also appreciate that they do in the game that's a bit better than a lot of the other in the genres, is it's kind of a meme in Stardew Valley that you fix literally everything for the town for minimal compensation, that you're either unpaid or like even pay for it almost every time. Coral Island, while that's still certainly true in a lot of ways, they do actually go in and make it look like the other people are chipping in and doing their part. So like you'll make this mural and you'll be like, here's the things for the mural, and you'll see like, the people painting the mural and doing all that. So it's like, okay, they're making it. There you go. Yeah, they're painting the mural. Oh hey, they're building the thing. Even though effectively you're still the one doing all the work. But, you know, they at least make it more alive. Another thing it does that's a lot better than Stardew Valley is Stardew Valley, there's very few scenes that don't have you in it where the town is doing town things. And that's one thing they've intentionally added to Coral Island, where you'll just walk in and there'll be the mayor interacting with the person who runs the general store, and you'll get a, you know, kind of a feel for their dynamic and all that, and, you know, you get the idea of where all that's going. And so it does a really good job of making the city actually feel alive. Whereas with Stardew Valley, while it makes sense that you only see the things that your character sees, there's a lot of times where that just makes the town feel kind of not real, fake, whatever, that it only exists in your mind kind of thing, because, you know, nothing happens unless you're present. And that's being a little unfair of Stardew Valley on my part. But you get the idea. It does a lot more with that. So they are trying to expand that. And some of the other things that they're adding that aren't in the game yet is they are adding the aspect of being able to, like, your kids are eventually going to be able to grow up to be... They'll get up to teenagers. They won't ever hit, like, full-on adult. But, like, they'll get to be, like, young teens or whatever. So, you know, it's not just they become a small child and they're forever locked in that purgatory. Another thing they've added is they do have, like, a dating mechanic to the game that you can go on, like, dates of, like, you know, candlelit dinners on the beach or whatever. So it's not just the weird thing that happens in Stardew Valley where you just throw amethysts at Abigail until she loves you, or throw brown mushrooms at Leah until you're besties or whatever. Like, you actually go on dates to, you know, form some type of connection or whatever. They're not required strictly, but it's just a little bit more to it than that. They give you a little bit more personality in the characters that way. I still feel like getting attachment to the characters, Stardew Valley does a better idea. I don't really know why that is the case. It could be because at first it's like, oh yeah, they probably just all have their own individual music, but then you come to realize, no, Shane has his own music. The other characters, not so much. For whatever reason, Shane individually in Stardew Valley has kind of his own depressing music, but everyone else shares. Not counting, like, the scene with Abigail and her flute or whatever. Or, like, the rock band or whatever. Because that's kind of a shared experience. That and another thing that Coral Island does is said, oh, you had problems choosing between, like, you know, 8 or 12, you know, people you can date. Alright, that's fine. What if we had, like, 20-something? And you go, please, stop. There's too many. And there's only, like, 1 or 2 of them that you look at and go, absolutely not, no, never. Whereas the vast majority of them, you're like, yep, I would. Versus, for me playing Stardew Valley, it's like, rather be alone. Nope. Haley? Nope, don't care if they give her kind of a redemption arc. If you walk up to me and the first thing you say is something along the line of, ew, no, to my face, yeah, you can kindly go, you know, find yourself someplace else to be. We're not talking terms anymore, because that's just rude. Oh, birch rarewood? Yep, and we threw it in the lumber mill to be made into just regular old planks. Fancy planks? Nope. Just plain old 2x4s and whatever. Mixed in with pine. Yeah, that was, there's a couple channels I popped in where we get talking about, you know, Stardew Valley, that kind of stuff, and you'll have the question that comes up, it's like, okay, like, you know, who would you marry or whatever in the game, like, in real life or whatever. You'd love to hear a story from EVE Online? So way back, there was, this going back before we had the player-owned stations and all that garbage. So, you know, 0-0, no one could really claim it. But I was part of what was known as the... I think, what did they call the Alliance at that point? Phoenix Alliance? I don't remember. But it was basically the group who were in power on the northern end of the galaxy. And we were dealing with a group who was just like a bunch of different like pirate groups who got together to control part of the eastern side of the universe. But they wanted to get more space. And there's a lot of... For people who don't know EVE Online, like, there is a lot of politics and posturing and all that kind of stuff in the universe. Like, it really gets pretty ridiculous after a while. So they were trying to basically get a war going between the two of us, but look like they were on like the upside, the side that's being taken advantage of, whatever you want to call it. Basically trying to get the PR machine on their side. And I was only a teenager at the time, but you know, I was one of the main like combat pilots up there. Didn't really do like the fleet command kind of thing, but I had played since the very beginning, had just put absolutely every skill point in my character directly in line with having the Armageddon battleship as maxed out as it could be. And this is before, if you just went straight for it, most people could even be maxed at any of the ships. And I had like gotten the skills literally maxed out that I physically could not get more damage out of that ship or anything. And so this person was trying to create a whole issue. And I was getting really tired of the whole politics side of it, because I didn't enjoy that part of the game. And so, was the guy's name Zatek? But, ultimately it was one of the people from the other side who's been trying to egg on the war, and I had just gotten way overtired of it. And so definitely, like, he created a scene, I just blew him up immediately, didn't even give a crap, and like, he went onto the forums and posted about how we had done this great aggression against him, which luckily literally no one gave a crap, because he was a known pirate who did all sorts of garbage. But it was a thing. I definitely remember also times where it'd be like me and a buddy would be hanging out and we'd get ourselves caught in a fight where we're outnumbered. Like, I definitely remember there was I don't remember who they were with before, but we ran to a group, I think it was 2 or 3 of us against like 5 of them, and they had like better... when I say better ships, they had the larger ships before there was like all the nerfs to make it so battleships couldn't hit things and all that. And again, not many people had characters who were nearly as combat proficient as the character I had. Like, that was later on. People were getting there. And it ended up being one of those things that we destroyed one of their battleships. They destroyed a frigate we had. And otherwise, we sent the rest of them packing. That it used to be a thing back in the day that the micro-warp drives would increase your signal size, which makes you easier to hit. So it used to be a strategy that you would take 2 mid-ports if you were running with ships that had lots of them, and put in 2 micro-warp drives. That way, if you started losing a fight, you would just turn, slap both those micro-warp drives, and be out of the fight in an instant. And so we had, like, one of them did that. And the thing that was fun about that battle was we ended up having that fight, and literally everyone involved was like, that was a lot of fun. It's like, I had no idea what was going on, because it was one of those things that we were in what's known as nullsec, 0-0. And kind of the unspoken rule that is sometimes spoken is if it's not green, it's red. In other words, if it's not your friend, like it's a neutral party, it is an enemy, because you have no idea what to suspect from them, and if you don't act first, most of the time you don't get to act at all. And it was just, we were both chasing the same people, and ended up in the same spot at the same time, so we were looking for a third party who wasn't there, and just went, you know, both groups thought it was basically a fight being kicked off by the other party, And so afterwards, they ended up joining the corporation I ran in that game because like we just had a lot of fun with that fight. Because it was one of those ones where zero organization, you just kind of both got dumped on top of each other and you just had to sort it out. Also, most E folks are recovering via Star Sector. Star Sector, I've heard really good things. So we've got our stuff filled up with water. We've got our stuff going here. We've got our race there. We're making our money here. So all of our stuff is sorted out. We don't have any amazing contracts that I'm like, oh man, I really need that contract. So I do think we are advancing to the next month. Yeah, I've played some Star Sector. I haven't gotten like in it. It definitely looks really good. But it's just a thing. Okay. It's not something I gotta deal with. Got a message from people I'm seeing tomorrow, and it's just like... The introduction was short notice, and it's like, what? It's all good, though. I was like, short notice, like, what, like, do I need to be doing something? What is the short notice? Oh, okay, that's not a major concern. That's fine. Alright, so still don't need any of that. Alright, so... Contracts we could not live without. I mean, that's a really good wood contract. I may or may not do that one. Just because last stream we did a ton of those. That's carrots, so that can go burn. It's not a bad soybean contract. It's not... Why are you $18,000 for soybeans? Okay. Yeah, 18,000 for soybeans. And that means we can grab the other soybean contract. Yeah, 18,000 for soybeans is a good contract. Because it's David. Yeah. For those who aren't getting that reference, we had a good couple contracts at the beginning that we didn't get our full credit for. And I ended up losing a ton of money just because of, like, weirdness going on in the game. And it kept being the same person who gave me the quest, David. So we kind of have our headcanon that David is actually kind of like a crooked businessman, con artist kind of person who suckers people into doing the work and then doesn't pay them. That's not actually at all what it is in the game. But, you know... Who cares about what is in reality? We can have our own story that David's absolutely a snake. You just lost money on a soybean contract on this map? Yeah. That's kind of what it is like, one of those things. I think it was one of... I don't remember if it's soybeans, but it was a harvesting contract to David. I don't remember why we lost money. I think it was one of those ones because it was dropping off so much early on that, like, it finished allowing me to harvest the field before the field is done enough to count. I don't know if that's still a problem. Meanwhile, let's pop over here, check in the temple. The temple's going fine. I'm expecting to see new pillars for a new building going up. Because it looked like these are something like 5 stages per building. I'm guessing this one? Dude, this one or the one all way over there. Because we've already got those buildings built over there and that one over there. It's either this one is getting built or the one on the far side I think is getting built. Alright, in the meantime, let's check the contracts. Is there any other ones that I need? We can do this one in the meantime. I'll do it. Yeah, you lost like 22,000 to the day passing midnight. It was a big contract. You're like 90% done. That's right. That's why I ended up turning the time to like real time and just living with it, because that sucked. Okay, so my best bet for going up here is just taking the road to the north. That's fine. Which map do you like best? I have not gotten to play the maps nearly enough to really have a strong opinion yet. I do know the Eastern European map. I remember being just alright with it. Like, it's not a bad map. It just kind of... It was one of those maps that just kind of too one color for me. It's like everything's just kind of sandy looking. But between this one and Riverbend, I haven't played enough Riverbend to have a strong opinion. I think I would like Riverbend more, because like the ferry's kind of neat. They do have some contracts in Riverbend that are not available on this map. Like the grass mowing is available on Riverbend, but not here that I've seen. It also, for whatever reason, Riverbend just feels... It feels bigger in the sense of having more stuff you can get a hold of. But I think that is, and this is kind of feedback I got from others that I kind of agree with. I feel like there is, I feel like it's just kind of one of those things that, with this map, with all the elevation, it makes a lot of the land unusable. So even though the maps may be the same size, it's effectively smaller in what you can actually do. That said, I have enjoyed this map, so I wouldn't say, like, if you play this map, it's like, oh, you done screwed up. Nah, it's... Both this map and Riverbend, I think, good enough. Yeah, Sri Lanka, like... I know a lot of people don't like the really small, narrow fields it has. I didn't find those to be a problem. You just get a plow and you just make 2 fields into 1 and you're good. Or 3 or 4, or however many fields. For me, it was definitely... It was definitely like this map just kind of feels sandy. Like it didn't feel like there was a lot of variety in the way the map looked. But that's the same way I feel about the That's the same way I felt about there was the No Man's Land except Texas kind of map. That was like, it was a perfectly good map, but for me personally I couldn't get into it because the whole map was flat and sand. Which I know is why people liked it, was the flat... Oh, there we go. So this is your first time playing and you chose this map, you may start another one, Riverbend. Well, if you like Steam achievements, you will have to play them both. Because both this map and Riverbend, I think Sri Lanka as well, but I don't know what Sri Lanka's is, have a really large project on the map. So you probably notice where it says build the temple. That's this map's, is to build a temple that you can do. And it's an optional thing. It's not like, you know, you can't quote-unquote win the game with, there's no win condition for Farm Sim. You know, the condition for winning is whatever you make it. Riverbend also has one, which is building a museum. I don't know of one in Sri Lanka, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was one. Yeah, we swayed and that knocked it out the back. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Did you choose this map because of Temple? Oh no, so the actual challenge in Dare Drop, it is build the museum on the other map or Temple. So basically either or, it's one challenge. Just basically it's finish the project. But I don't recall it saying anything about the Sri Lanka map. So I could have chosen either one of them. You know, I dropped this one because I think my Stilton on the side behind me is not quite on the ground. So when it swung, it kind of slapped at the end. And when it did, it knocked that one free from my grip. Yeah, so you see how it just kind of thunked back over there again? It was just, it thunked while I was moving it, dropped it. Which is fair, it means I did a crappy parking job, but you know. It's a dirt road in the mountains. Okay. You're not grabbing all 6, are you? Okay. I was about to say, it's like, we haven't done that yet, and I'm not confident. With, like, that much weight, I'm not confident we wouldn't just lean over when I tried to pick it up. 5 is already pushing it pretty hard. Velcro wood? Yep. It's all covered in sticky tack. They just made it way more forgiving this time, and I think that was a good choice. Because very genuinely, the physics got pretty unforgiving in 22, and logs would get away from you real easily. And maybe it's like, sure, realistic, whatever. But gameplay-wise, it just made dealing with logs kind of frustrating to deal with, just because you couldn't get away with picking up that many, with the only exception of, I think, like 2 of the machines, like the big Volvo high lifter, could grab a ton of logs really easily. But all the little arms like this, you could maybe get like 3 and it'd be alright. And just being able to grab like 2 more per pass makes us feel way better. All right. And just trying to remember, Jen, did I meet you through Ultra Source's channel? Are you also a content creator? I'm not sure if I'm mixing you up with someone else or I've got that right. Because if so, I'll give you a shout out. If not, that would be weird for me to shout out someone who doesn't stream. It wouldn't be the first time it's happened. Probably not the last either. Just try to support where you can. Everyone trying to do their thing. There we go. And we can go ahead and bring this around. Which, not trying to put you on the spot if you're just trying to lurk or anything like that either. Okay, so before we deal with that, you've been you a while, but met through Ultra? Yeah. No longer creator, but used to be. Gotcha. I don't, like, that was what I was trying to remember, is like, popped into my head that you'd either been a creator or whatever. Gotcha. Yeah, no, because I know I've spotted you at Ultra's channel a bunch. But then, names all blend together. No problem. Always just try and be supportive of, you know, any other creators I can be and all that. Especially, like, this isn't something I think chat experiences nearly as bad as content creators do. When you have two people who have names that are the same color and roughly the same length, oh man, it gets so rough sometimes. There's a reason every once in a while I'll get two names mixed up. We'll be like, oh, such and such said this. The person's like, nope, that's not me. It's like, oh, my bad. I forget what that phenomena is, but there's a phenomena where you can take words and have just the first and the last character the same, but roughly, like, it just mix up all the other letters, and people can actually read it. That field isn't complete? No, it's showing as 80% because delivering the stuff is part of it. So we actually go over to that field, and this is just a good question in general. If you go and you look at the fields in Farm Sim 25, when you have the harvest contract, it'll go to 80% from the harvesting phase of it, and 20% of it is actually selling whatever it is you have harvested. So if we look at this field, it is fully harvested, but I'm only getting credit for 80%. That's because delivering the goods is part of the contract. So that last 20% is selling what's there. So you're going to the sawmill. What is the best way for me to get there from where I'm at now? So I'm up here on this road. It's over there. So probably follow this path around. Yeah, just follow around. That'll be perfect. Because the last site looked like more... Oh yeah, that happens. That's rendering distance stuff. That's another one of those fields or paths that, like... The trees are overtaking it. Who is the person responsible for maintaining this road? You need to talk. You need to get your saw out. Oh, so this must be a really steep downhill trek, because I am not using gas at all. This is 100% gravity and tapping brakes. Trying to go too fast in case I ricochet off one of those trees. Alright, so now I just need to go over here. We can drop this off at the sawmill. That'll be another 10,000 or whatever this was for. I can also see the interest on the Sri-Lanka map, because the Sri-Lanka map doesn't have any of these like curvy, windy mountain roads where elevation gets to be real sketchy at times. It's a relatively flat map, not that there's no elevation in it. I vaguely remember there's places where it goes down under bridges and that kind of stuff to give, you know, multiple roadways and all that, so it's not a complete absence of elevation. It just doesn't have these mountain dirt roads and all that you gotta climb up. Yeah, a few gentle hills and all that. I want to say, I want to say when I did the multiplayer server we did on that map. I think that's... Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we did the Sri Lanka when I did the multiplayer server in 22. I did on that map. Alright. So you turn in that contract, so there's 12,000. You're doing your thing. Was there another contract worth grabbing right away? Stone picking, no. Plowing, no. Carrots, absolutely not. And the rest of these are like cotton and all that, which sometimes you get in a situation you can't do. We could potentially fertilize field 41 for 6,000. Yeah, we should be able to do that. So we've got metal fertilizer thing here. And this is one I can probably turn over to the AI. Because the AI will do it with precision, as opposed to I'm just going to go through and be sloppy and quick about it. And waste a bunch of fertilizer. Because unlike the seeds, when you're running the seeder, if you go back over the same place you've already seeded, it doesn't waste them. The fertilizer will 100% just keep spilling out fertilizer the whole time it's running. Okay, and where are you located at? You're right next to my harvester, I think. No, that is the one we're harvesting. Oh no, 41's on the other side. That's fine. We can just cut across here. Probably also good for me to do a repair real quick. I think that's more the fertilizer thing than my tractor, but we'll see. Yeah, I could do that, get ourselves some quick cash. We're over 200,000 now. The temple is still doing temple things. This truck is desperately trying to get out from behind me. And I'm making the guy switch lanes constantly, which is perfect. That feels extra trolly. In real life, that's how you discover road rage. Okay, so we've got repairs doing the tractor. Minor repairs in this stuff. Okay, so just gotta go over here. We can set this up, turn it over to the AI, let the AI take care of it. And that should be good. By then, we might need to empty out the soy out of the harvester here. But we've got all that going pretty well. See, I like the idea of giving them a gap when there's something coming head-on. Giving them a gap when there's something coming head-on. Oh, yeah. So, like, you're just driving, blocking thing, you see the car coming, and so you just scooch to the side so they try and pass you. And then the two cars just go like this, and neither one will move, so they just sit there. They're just not sure what to do at that point. They hadn't planned to get stuck on each other. I do think if we can manage to catch the harvester for spinach on sale, I do think I would be down to go after the spinach as like a moneymaker crop. I think the spinach is a really good one. Its harvesting isn't particularly that bad. The fact that you can harvest it twice gives it extremely good payout. I haven't looked at all into its production lines. I'm sure it has one, I just don't know what it is. Or even if it doesn't, it's like... It's a good profit? Yeah. No, I sat there... So I like to do what's known as the Survivor Man Challenge. It's just not available yet for this version because we don't have our custom maps. And so I was doing research about trying to figure out what crops were the best. I think spinach came in second most profitable. Not counting production lines. The most profitable was sugar beet, but there's a very considerable labor difference between sugar beet and spinach. Hey, Ryoko Shah, how's it going? And some of those vitamin supplements for a premium. 200K, we're rich. I mean, we're making good money. We're trying to push for the million. That I don't need to hover under that anymore. We've got that. We're trying to go for the million. And my plan is to basically keep pursuing the million, with the exception of if I see a particularly good piece of equipment I want on the really good sale for used. So if I pop in here, and like I was basically just saying a second ago, we managed to see the harvester for spinach come by, for example. I would potentially grab that. What is the Oh man. Even on sale, I doubt I could afford that right now. You're 600,000. Ooh. I mean, it's such a lucrative crop. It doesn't super surprise me that it runs that much. Yeah, so honestly, I find it worth it to hand the AI over your fertilizer stuff. Which plots do I own? So the plots I own right now is I own these ones down here. We very genuinely could go down here and buy ourselves another plot for more crops. These are plots nearby me. A lot of them are pretty pricey. One other thing that might happen is if we do run out of trees on this plot 79, if that happens, I might snag one of these other more expensive plots to basically get myself new trees. Oh, there goes your idea for spinach as a first crop. I mean, if you're doing where you're not doing like a challenge map situation, the 600,000 isn't terrible to make, but on the hardest economy, it's a little bit more. But yeah, no, if I can manage to catch one of those things on sale, I'd probably do that. You can rent the harvester? Yeah, so I'm doing a challenge with like the 0 to hero that I'm not allowed to lease or loan. So I have no loans and I'm not taking any leases. The only exception I'm doing is taking leases like when it comes with the contract. And that's just for practicality's sake. When we do our Survivor Man challenge, we won't be doing any of that. That's so I can make some progress towards the dare drops, because otherwise, very genuinely, I can put in weeks in the game, and we get really excited when I upgrade from the smallest cedar to the largest cedar over multiple weeks of gameplay. Yeah, no, and honestly, leasing a lot of those is not a bad idea, especially when you're early on. And if you're not on the hardest economy settings, it's a very viable thing. If you're on the hardest economy settings, the leases can be a little rough. So you gotta keep, like, you gotta be careful to lease stuff and be efficient with it. Basically, you want to make sure you have a lot of land you're going to be using the least equipment on, so you can get most bang for your buck, versus if you lease something to do a tiny little field, a lot of times you'll lose money. You gonna see yourself getting into a ridiculous amount of debt? Yep. The good news with this game is your debt doesn't have, like, not sure I can show this without taking a loan, and I'm not going to. I gotta think about finances. Yeah, so you can borrow money and all that, and if I recall correctly with the way it works is, yeah, so you've got interest on the debt you've got. So if, for example, if I had, like, let's say it's 100,000, 1% interest, every month I pay 1%, like 1,000 in interest or whatever. The down and the pro and the con that you run into this game is on one side, you never get principal unless you manually pay it. So if you take a loan, you will stay at, 100,000 loaned forever until you go in and manually pay it down. But like, the interest doesn't compound. So like, when you get an interest, it just takes it out of your wallet. It doesn't add it onto your debt. Unless you start going negative, and that makes it so it's hard to function in the game. Yeah, it said, you managed to do it without load so far, made good profit, bought some land, and put in some small production. That's exactly the same thing we're doing. So if we actually look at our production, It's the exact same ideas. I bought the land and it happened to have the greenhouse with the saplings on it already. These things aren't worth hardly anything selling, which is why I'm just storing them and not caring. That's probably not the right approach, but the rice is just worth more to me. We built the large tarp greenhouse on the property, and then later on we built the sawmill and then the preserved food factory. And then when we acquired the next tile of land, it had the mushrooms on it. Okay, so we've got you done. Yep, and with that, we're good over here. So let's just race on back home. Drop this off. It looks like we're all sorted with that. The temple's all done. We've got the wood stocked up. The water's topped off. This is not the way I need to be. I'm just... It's down here and then to the right, right? Yeah. But yeah, so we got this pretty good. We just have the one field to harvest yet, and it's already 42% done. And then once that's done, we can turn that in. We'll be somewhere around 220,000, which would be pretty good. So we are slowly building up our money and all that. Morning mist, yep. Good old 8:30 a.m. mist. But yeah, so we got like 8,000 or whatever it was from that fertilizer contract. We probably burned $600, $700, $800 worth of fertilizer on that field. Maybe a little bit more. Probably around 1,000. But the point being, very profitable. We hired a worker. They're gonna cost us all of like $200 for this one. Plus, you know, it'll show up a much higher number because we are harvesting a field using the workers. And just go ahead and top that off while we're here. And then we can check to see how much longer we've got in the current phase of the temple. We should have a decent amount of wood. That's the reason I brought this tractor and the flatbed back over this way. Is just so I'd be able to load that up. All right. It's a big thing I want to make sure when I'm doing this is I'll probably have to do a drop off before it gets done. And if that does happen, I want to make sure I don't drop off more than 20, like I don't drop off enough that the that second contract goes more than 20%, or sorry, the first contract goes more than 20% up. Because I want to harvest the full field and get the extra money for the extra crop. The quick drop off with this. Because I don't think realistically we're getting through that field without first doing this one. But yes, we're going to watch it. It's at 46. We're just going to try and keep an eyeball on it about am I increasing it by like 5-10%. But we don't want to go over 20%. If we do, well, I mean, it won't go over 20, but we don't want to go 20% because that means the moment we finish harvesting enough of the field for it to count, that'll just finish the thing and we won't get the extra crop. I think we'll probably be okay in that if I sell all of this, we should still be under that. We just want to be careful. This is one reason I look forward to being able to make my own, like, Survivor Man map. These, like, having to, like, snake through these city roads and all that is fine, but I look forward to not having to. That said, I actually do like this map. Kind of does have, like, a proper city in it. Sure, it's much smaller than an actual city would probably be, but just the having to, like, weave through these streets, that's like, okay, you got bike lanes, you got buildings that are probably 8, 9, 10 stories tall. Good stuff. Okay, so we are at 49%, so you do not want to let that get to 69%. Cool. And it did finish the art contract first, which is perfect. Yeah, so it's saying we delivered a little bit over half of what we needed for that one. Now get this back in position. These are the fruits of our labor. Large-scale supplier was the achievement I just got. Cool. I'm assuming it's for selling enough of a crop or something? Like selling 100,000 or 1 million liters of goods or something? I have no idea. It'll be more than 100,000. We've definitely broken that already. But whatever amount it is, 500,000, million liters, 250,000, 200,000, I don't know. Would you rather farm gold or have a farm made out of gold? I mean, I'd rather have the cash value of the farm made out of gold. I also don't know exactly how you farm gold, considering you mine gold. Unless you mean farm gold like play World of Warcraft and kill the same enemies again and again and again, getting what little goods you can out of it to slowly build up gold, and then, you know, sell that for real money and get your account banned. That's like all the radio programs they've got out there. It's like, you've just won a Dodge Viper. It's like, I would like the cash equivalent. Do not give me the car. I would like the cash equivalent. Thank you. That way, one, I could use it to pay the taxes on my prize, and two, I would much rather have the cash, thank you. I do not need a car I would absolutely kill myself in. That, you know, you get the car brand new, you drive 5 miles, and already half of the value has disappeared because it moved. And that's just the way it rolls. Versus, sure, cash gets devalued gradually by inflation and yada yada. But that's typically single-digit % a year. And even on a really bad year is still not that bad. It's not 50% the value instantaneously. All right. Unless it's an EV. Like, you would take it as an EV, or the depreciating value? Actually, I have no idea at all, like, they depreciate so fast. Gotcha. I mean, to be fair, a gas car depreciates so fast. Like, that's literally the comment with the gas car. That's just cars have been forever. You drive it off the lot, instantly, like, half its value's gone. Lost 50% in 12 months? That... I mean, that, to me, that lines up with a normal car. Like, that's one of the things, is like buying a car as an investment so far as for being able to resell it. You know, barring it being some like weird collector situation. Like literally it's a meme that you take your car, you drive it off the lot, and you know, your $50,000 car instantly drops like $35,000 in value because you drove it. Regardless, my intention is not to sell back a car anyways. So regardless, the point still stands. I don't want the car. Give me the money. The car's gonna lose all of its value. Wrangler's the least appreciated per year, but then you own a Wrangler. I actually don't have strong opinions on a Wrangler. But no, but you still own a Wrangler, so like just I know it. It's good. Google's cars say new cars lose about 20% of the value in their first year. It'll be worth about 40% of what you paid after 5 years. Gotcha. Good checking, but yeah, the point is still, you lose way more value of your car than the monetary value. So in the purposes of a sweepstakes, I want the cash. Because you're also going to get taxed on the value of that prize. And if you get yourself like, you know, $200,000, $300,000 ridiculous car, and now you're getting taxed whatever, I don't know the rate, but it's not inconsiderable for like winning a prize. They got to pay your cut of it. $200,000, $300,000 all at once, and have to pay the taxes on is not a good time. Plus the cars cost more than the tax packs of cash to run. Yep, no idea in that regard. The point is generally with the sweepstakes, unless you got the money and you really want the car, the answer is almost always give me the cash. You said, you think it's fair to say new cars in the US aren't selling because of the price they're asking? I mean, cars have always been expensive. Like, usually you'll see a lot of the marketed cars will be the higher end cars. They'll see all the ones that are like $50, $60, $70, $80,000 cars being sold. So far as like the marketing goes. But the ones that people tend to actually buy tend to be close to the $20,000 ones. So, you know, your base model Honda Civics kind of thing. Like, don't get me wrong, people buy the nicer car, but as far as like strictly volume, the smog/fog is kind of rough. You're happy with your hand-me-down car? Yeah, no, my first car I bought heavily used for like next to nothing because that poor car was kind of on its last limb. And then I used that for a number of years, like a good like 7-8 years or something like that, until, you know, I was at the point where I had a decent paying job and all that kind of stuff. And it was getting to that point that our car, like, it hadn't failed me yet, but that was more a statistical anomaly than a sign that the car was trustworthy. Like, that car, the fact it hadn't just like exploded on the road is a testament to just sheer luck. And so I went from that and I got myself, like, it was a little sporty car, but it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like some fast, you know, sports car, muscle car kind of thing. It was like a little dinky convertible that had, you know, a decent engine in it. And I used that for a long time. Used that basically up until, I think, and me and Toom had started dating, I think, but it was pretty early on. It was kind of one of those things that I was genuinely getting to the point of getting ready to go house shopping and all that. And I was kind of sitting there going, this little microscopic convertible has been a heck of a lot of fun. But, you know, I've started really building the miles up on it, and it is a car that is not particularly well known for doing well with high mileage. And is just getting ready to start a big upstep career-wise. And I was like, this is kind of the time I want to make sure I have myself a reliable car. And, you know, I'm getting ready to buy a house. And this poor little convertible is not going to cut it for any of the house projects, maintenance I'm probably going to have to do. Because it's not like I had money to buy, like, a brand new, shiny, perfect house. It's going to be most likely in the fixer-upper category, buying at that time. So, you know, I wasn't going to be fitting, like... I wasn't going to be fitting like a miter box in the trunk or any kind of lumber and all that. And so I'm like, all right, I need to get something a little bit more responsible for the phase in life. Was it a little Baron? No, it was a Mazda Miata. Was a little sporty car. And when I first got it, I was all into, like, modifying stuff. Like, I didn't go and get, like, a body kit or anything like that, but I did put a subwoofer in the trunk because I got it cheap from a friend who was getting rid of theirs. And that subwoofer almost perfectly conformed to the shape of the trunk, so I had, like, that thing in there, and, like, these two little pockets along the side. I could barely put anything in the trunk. Different time in my life. Which it was good, because the car, the gas engine kind of went behind the seats between you and the trunk, so you had to put a decent-sized subwoofer for you to actually hear the subwoofer, because you would just put in the thing that was immediately dampening it. And I was also never the one who went down the road blasting it at max or anything like that. You never brought a brand new car and no intentions to either. But then your car had an issue, you fixed it. It was driven until it went to the scrap car heaven. Yeah, so generally, like, the first car I bought, it had over 100,000 miles when I bought it. It was this, like, little teeny tiny Honda Civic hatchback. The person who sold it to me rear-ended a school bus, so, like, the hood was, like, spray paint gold and didn't quite fit right. The most of the car was this, like, it was that bronze color that was really popular in the 80s because it hid dirt, but then, you know, it also had that bronze color to begin with, so, like, you know, it was never a particularly attractive car. It had, I think the trim above the radiator was black, and something on it was sky blue. I think maybe it was it the bumper? I don't remember. There was another piece on the front that was, like, sky blue, because, you know, they'd gotten parts to repair it. But, like, the bumper was bent down and all that, so it was, like, it was not in good shape. It had the word for a female dog keyed over the top above the driver's side door from where the previous owner was not a particularly liked person. Needless to say, this car was not in great shape. And the person drove it like a complete jerk, so the gearing inside the transmission was a little bit chewed up. I wouldn't find that out till later. And they have what's called the master and the slave cylinder for the clutch. Those were worn out. So I had, like, the slave cylinder, I think, wore out, and I had to replace it right away, like, right after I got it. So I did a lot of work on that car. And ended up putting on an extra 100-something thousand miles on it after that. At which point, it wasn't even a major repair. It was, I think I needed something like the water pump or something on it was getting dodgy and needed to be replaced, but that particular model of car, you had to open the block of the engine to get the water pump out. It was, like, weirdly mounted into the side of it. So it wasn't just, like, the two bolts in the wire. It was this whole big, like, ordeal. And I just kind of looked at it, I was like, man, I have replaced those valves. I've been in that block, like, 3 times. I'm looking at my stacks of F's to give, and there's just none left. I got nothing left here to work with. So I took that, and I had a buddy who at the time was into drag racing. There was a drag racing area not far from us, and he had a Dodge, I think it was a Dodge Ram engine, like a big Dodge Ram engine, and he wanted to try his luck at putting that in that Honda. And he did, in the back. Direct drive to the back axle, so no anything, like, directly geared to that thing. And he did a lot of good races in it, till the entire rear axle assembly tore free from the car. Which he had on video. It's on YouTube somewhere. I don't know where it is anymore, if it's even still up there. But literally just watch the car and the videos go, oh. and then just stuff drag out from underneath the back of it. I mean, to be fair, that car's frame was not designed for that kind of horsepower to be put directly to that rear axle. You got a bust crank bolt. Did it by hand? Yeah, no, I can't tell you how many times I had to fix the timing on that from tearing stuff open or replacing it or doing it. And to my understanding is after he did that, he got another of that car and did it again. And then, I fell out of contact with him. Because, to be fair, that car went. It was basically just this big motor with a seat and some wheels strapped to it. And, giving a thumbs up. It's pretty much what that car was at that point. He had to put a big weight in the front where the engine used to be. Because there's just too much weight in the back. So I had to balance it out. But weighed like 15 pounds. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a heavy car. It wasn't as light as the Miata was. The Miata was literally a joke where it's like, it's a motor, there's a seat behind it, and, some wheels. But, like, really, it's almost like a sled. You just got this thing pulling you in front. And you just got what you need to be attached to it from behind. Those hatchbacks were fun to drive? Honestly, all things considered, because it was just a straight 4-cylinder, and it wasn't a particularly big one and anything, it was actually a relatively enjoyable car to drive when it came to its performance. It was a terrible car, but that had nothing to do with the way it was manufactured or its specs. It was a terrible car because the previous owner pretty closely destroyed that poor car. When I first got it, I had to hold the stick in first and third gear, because if I didn't hold it there, was in first or third, it would kick out of gear real fast. Because, again, the transmission was in terrible shape. And that took a lot of work to get that fixed up. Which was tearing open the transmission and taking... Because I wasn't going to spend big money on this poor car. The car wasn't worth $300. So we actually took out the transaxle. The main gearing. So we took that out, and it was all chewed up, so we re-welded material on it at my father's machine shop and everything, and returned in everything to just do it on the cheap. So basically it's glorified welding new material to it and then making it the right shape and everything, putting it back in there. Because at that point, like, actually buying the correct parts to fix it proper, I might as well just scrap the car. It's got so many miles on it. And there was so many other things that needed fixing. But yeah, then I got the Miata, and I remember how much people used to tease me about that thing. Hey, thanks so much for the raid. I assume that's Michachu, but I really do appreciate it. What were you streaming? How did it go? But welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for that raid. If I can get a shout out from Michachu, I would appreciate it. If not, I can do that here in just a second. Alright. They were also fun to drive? Yeah. No, I used to get no end of flack for that Miata, because I lived pretty close to a relatively rural area. And so it was... Mikachu. Gotcha. Like Pikachu. I gotcha. I get the reference. So shout out... We got Mikachu, and been playing some Farm Sim 25, some Backrooms Escape from Tarkov, and some Liar's Bar. So if you're looking for any of that, you can find that over there. But welcome in, raiders. I do hope the stream was enjoyable and all that stuff, but we're doing ourselves some Farm Sim as well. Just spelled it wrong because Mikachu was taken. I 100% understand. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, to get back to the story I was telling, I basically where I lived was kind of a little, like, it was like somewhere between rural and suburb-ish.
Thank you, Mikachu, for subscribing.
Oh, that's so kind. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. That was unexpected, but very generous of you. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, so it's all those things that, like, as like in the border between rural and suburbia in that kind of area where I had been at the time, leaning a little bit more towards the rural, So I had this like little microscopic, sporty little convertible in the Miata. So a lot of the ones like that was one of those areas. The vast majority of vehicles were trucks of various nature, and having like the big super swamper tires and all that kind of thing was the popular thing. And so I'm rolling up in this tiny little Japanese convertible, and so I got no end of flack, and I still. The thing that made me laugh the most was there was definitely this area where everyone participating was of an age person and not sneaking out around to avoid getting in trouble for drinking when they weren't supposed to by the railroad tracks down this dirt road outside of town. They were certainly, everything was on the up and up there, and absolutely it was not teenagers underage drinking. But went out there with a bunch of friends, and I just remember, like, is this really, like, when I say it was a dirt road, it wasn't really a road. It was, like, an area people drove their vehicles occasionally to reach this spot because people didn't go there. Other than for the definitely 100% legal behaviors that occurred. And I definitely remember having, I think it was a Ford F-150. I remember having one of my buddies get his truck stuck that they had to like really kind of work to get it out. And then me and this silly little Miata just going through it with no problem. Which granted, that's because I was going around the parts that went down. Like instead of just trying to drive straight across, I was maneuvering between everything. But I definitely remember making a big stink of that because, like, I used to get teased forever for having that little Japanese convertible in that area. And then making fun of the big old truck that couldn't handle the off-roading and had to have the little Japanese convertible show them how it's done. Alright, so which way do we need to go? Which I used that car for a long time. I liked that car. That car ended a relationship. The person I'd been dating at the time wanted me to get a truck, and I was like, I don't like trucks. Like, it's like, I respect their utility, I respect their use. I don't like trucks. I like little cars. And so she tried to have me meet her halfway and be like, well, get a Sonoma. And I'm like, I don't want a truck. I want a convertible. And I bought the convertible. And that was the beginning of the end of that. It's my money. We were teenagers. We weren't like living together or anything. Yep. Definitely dodged a few things that would have been bad for my well-being with those kind of things. Not that there's anything wrong with those individuals. Like, just, you grow up, you learn what you do and don't need in life. And looking back, you're going, yep, that would have been bad for both of us. There was a significant misalignment in what we wanted in our lives. Alright, so it is time to cash in and make some money. But since we have a lot of people popping in here, probably a lot of new faces between the raids and all that, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten, hence the past tense, and it's been really beaten. It wasn't just kind of, sort of, a little beaten. It has been utterly crushed. But with that said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole variety of games. Recent games we've been playing on the channel is, for example, Farming Simulator 25. We played I Am Future, which is a survival crafter game that markets itself as a cozy survival game. We played a lot of Factorio. We did a playthrough of that new DLC. We did 2 rounds of Satisfactory. We play a lot of RimWorld. We've done plenty of Kenshi in the past. And a whole lot of stuff like that. So if any of that sounds good, that's what you can find here. And you find your way back here by doing the whole follow button. Why am I driving this? This isn't my tractor. Get this out of here. Give me my contract. I'm starting driving this back home like it's mine. Give me my money and go away. Anything else that I really should consider? No, that's carrots. Absolutely not. That's not a bad contract. I'm going to skip on it. We already did one this in-game day. She'll go, hey, honey, are you playing Farm Sim 25? Buy the tracked tractor. Admittedly, the tracked tractors aren't bad. Okay, so we should be good on all of our stuff here. Let's check. So you're basically topped off. You've got water. You're all sorted. No contracts, I feel like a need to do. We don't plant those till April, so there's nothing to worry about here. Let's check on the temple real fast. Make sure I'm not ready for the next stage. Oh, right. Nope. We are still on the current stage, so that's fine. So with that, I think we advance the day. And then with that, we're about to get caught with an ad break, and I am dancing in my chair because I have to use the restroom. So those two things seem like they would coincide pretty well to just go ahead and take that ad break real fast, use the restroom, stretch my legs, do all those things. And we got the cost of winning Twitch being reduced. Thank you for trying to help everyone out by bringing down that cost of winning Twitch. That way everyone can win, as opposed to everyone who normally makes that higher. So with that, bear with me for a minute, chat. I gotta use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you for tuning in. I'm pretty sure I just got Brittle Dane killed. Like, are very not comfy. All right. So you can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh, God. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, all right, and I am back. Yeah, I forgot about some of those clips that's been breaking out lately have been real old clips. That hotel game was, or the one we were doing in the room, that was Hotel Renovator. It's one of those games that looks like it's just, you know, a cheap knockoff clone of, you know, like House Flipper and all that. It's actually a pretty good one. We played that 2-3 times on the channel. Okay, so no new contracts we care about. Hey, Aidwar, how's it going? But yeah, that sounds pretty good. It kind of scratches a similar itch as House Flipper. The big difference. Oh yeah, it had the product Zomboid of me killing Brildane. Yeah, that was for our what do we call that? Unfriendly Neighbors collab. I'm doing good. So we did a collab with Brildane, Killdrix, Snoot TV, and Digwood, playing Product Zomboid. That the idea behind it was called the Unfriendly Neighbors. So the goal of it was we were trying to kill each other, but you know, murder's uncouth. Like you don't just murder someone. Come on, we're more civilized than that. But we really don't like each other. So we were trying to kill each other, but you had to come up with like more creative ways to do it versus just, you know, walking up and slapping someone with a crowbar. And I did get a couple people killed. I think the Brildane was like the most direct one I got someone killed because I straight up drugged those zombies right on her and just ditched them. And she was busy giving me an HOA violation notice because her character was like, you know, some authority of the HOA or something is what she was role-playing as. And so she was in there writing up like an HOA violation notice. I grabbed a horde of zombies, brought them back, and just dumped them on her while she was writing in her little notepad. I'm still sad no one fell for my overly elaborate trap at my house, where I made it look like I hadn't secured one window, but I had the blinds closed so you couldn't see. And what would happen is you'd climb in the window, and I had stacked all the furniture in a straight line across the room. So for those who don't know in Product Zomboid, if you climb through a window, and there's like a table there, you'll climb over the table, and you're not allowed to like turn or do anything else until you reach the other side of the table. Well, you can chain things together that way. And so that's basically what I did with the intention that you would chain through all these different things. Please stop. You chain through all these different things, and ultimately what would happen is it would land at the far end of the room where I had a campfire going that you couldn't get out of. So I had this whole big elaborate plot, but we were just running out of time before the event was over. And so I kind of took the heavy-handed thing of being like, oh hey, I think I saw those things you were looking for in this house over here. And of course the person who heard it was like, alright, obviously we're trying to kill each other. My suspicion is at like 1,000 right now. Very clearly, if I climb through that window, I'm gonna die. So they didn't take the bait, which was honestly fair. I didn't expect him to, but it was just one of those things that were like down to the last 15-20 minutes. I'm like, all right, I either gotta do something to try and to nudge this plan in motion, or it's not happening, which ultimately just didn't happen. They did really like the trap though, because they're like, you know what? I would have fallen for that if there was more time. But yeah, so we had people starting fires, we had people just generally making noise to get the zombies on each other. But I was very proud that I did not die at any point during that, because of the people there, we had a bunch of people that say were kind of intermediate level, that they were familiar enough with Product Zomboid and capable enough to survive at least short to mid-term. So they weren't like new players. We had some people who were a bit on the newer side, and I was the one person they brought in as like the grizzled veteran of the game. And so it's definitely one of those things that like I need to not die. which sadly we almost did, because it wasn't even someone else's doing. I just like really messed. I don't remember what happened, but I ended up getting scratched by a zombie very early on it because I was just really rusty from not playing, and I got myself scratched messing around with something, and I was like, I'm gonna be so angry if I get infected from this little scratch and be the first person to die because I was just being careless. Because he definitely was being really careless through the whole first part of it. That's fine. Just because normally I play in like maximum population settings and all sorts of awful stuff. So being on a fairly normal difficulty setting, it's really easy to get complacent. Who was it who got set on fire from those zombies? Ooh, I think that was Killadrix. I believe it was Digwood who set the fire, and I'm not confident on this. I believe Digwood set the fire, and then I think Killadrix was fighting zombies and ultimately got set on fire by the zombies. Because I'm pretty sure at the end it was me and Snoot had not died, and everyone else had. I think Rual died twice. And then I think there was someone who only died once. There was the other ones died like 2 or 3 times. I just don't remember who was who. Yeah, I'm cleaning these up because we're selling these directly now versus like letting them pile up. So I'm figuring what we're gonna do is while we're in the winter when it's quiet, because I want to drop the lumber off that I've got here at the temple before the next stage asks me for a bunch more. You threw a Molotov at a group of zombies once and it was a mistake. And you started a big forest fire? Yep. Well, that's usually... So I used to play Project Zomboid a lot on the channel. I've got, like, stream-wise, close to 3,000 hours of Project Zomboid on the channel, you know, from the channel's inception a bit over 3 years ago. And very genuinely, like, you'd have people, you know, new to the game. It is a very, I wouldn't say... Hard isn't the word I would use. I would say it's an unforgiving game. It's kind of like where people argue about whether or not Dark Souls is hard. And you're like, okay, hard and unforgiving are 2 different things. Like, unforgiving can make things hard, but like, you have hard where you can sit there and no matter how much you play, it is still difficult to get through. And then you have unforgiving where you made a mistake and the game just punches you in the gut and tells you to sit down. And so I would argue Project Zomboid falls more into the unforgiving than the straight-up hard category. It is a game that once you kind of get a feel for combat, you can effectively master it, that you can go years and years and years and years in the game without having any issue. It is a game that, as time goes on, you go from this game is very difficult to play to you kind of have to go out of your way to put the danger in to keep the game interesting. So, and it's not to be like, easy baby game or anything like that. It's just, the idea is you make a mistake and you start over. But once you get to like the mid to late game kind of thing, then the game gets fairly trivialized. And it's still one of those things that you make one mistake and it's all over, which is the thing is you get complacent and you still die. It took you a while to just be able to survive our week, but once you figure it out, it's not hard to survive. Exactly. Like, it's definitely one of those games that when you first start playing, surviving for over a day while actually going out and doing something, you know, it takes you a little while to get there. It takes you a little while to be able to fight a zombie, because, like, the controls are weird. And so it's like, it takes a little while to get to the point where you can fight zombies and not just fall over dead. And that's just getting familiarity with control. So I don't really count that as part of the difficulty, really. Because that's kind of true of any game. Like, until you learn how to make the thing go, then you're just going to fail at the game till you get there. And as know anything about your player's skill or whatever, you're just familiarizing yourself with how to interact with the game world. How are we doing? We're doing good. But, like, surviving in Project Zomboid, as a survival game, I would actually call it, like, survival light on the survival side of things. Because once you realize how few of the survival mechanics actually kind of matter, and how to manage them, like, it is a game you literally need nothing to survive forever. You could just go out in the middle of nowhere, near some water, and forage and live forever. Zero effort involved. And so, like, the survival aspect of the game is kind of eh. So it really ultimately boils down to collecting loot and zombies. What am I looking? I'm looking for the price of where I can sell stuff. Actually, the farmer's market's higher today. Been a good old farm sim day? Yeah. I debated doing Astroneer, but as I mentioned a couple times on stream, kind of looking back, you know, post stream with Astroneer, it performed kind of lukewarm on this channel, and I had a couple of other creators who are very, like, we have a lot of commonality, like we share an audience. I didn't turn it back fast enough. We might be able to recover this. Nope, there is no wibble wobble happening. So this is beached. So bear with me. I'm gonna turn it so I'm facing the right direction. If I grab you, I can fix it. But it's fine. I'm gonna need to. Now that I think about it, I'm gonna need to have this over by the warehouse soon, anyways. So it's gonna have to drive by here. But as well as things that they also played Astroneer in their channels. Like I said, we share like a huge amount of our audience. Like when I end each month, there'll be like the thing that says, this month, you know, your channel has had, you know, these viewers in common and all that. And it's kind of one of those things that they have a lot of the same games, a lot of the same viewers, and it did really bad for them. Versus, like I said, it was lukewarm for me. I wouldn't say it was bad, but it wasn't one they're like, oh, this is really good. It's like, you know, it's on that fence. Like, it was potentially a one-off, numbers not doing well, whatever. But then when on top of that, like, you know, people with a shared audience also streamed in, and it just did really bad for them. It was like, oh, okay. Like, maybe not. And then it's also, I looked up what it would take us to get to the new content, the DLC content, and it was going to take me 2 or 3 streams to get to the new stuff, and then I don't know how many streams it'd be to get through it. But realistically, we're talking like 5 or 8 streams to see it through. And having it, like, right at the beginning not land well, then, like, discussing committing a meaningful amount of time to it is just like, no, we'll do something else. So instead what we've got is, on the 1st, we're going to be breaking out Dredge, because I've had a lot of people ask for me to play that. I've heard nothing but good things about Dredge. I have yet to play it. And so I was like, okay, I've been promising that I'll play it at some point, and we kept saying once things like other games start winding down, where it's like just, you know, just 1 or 2 games go on the channel, we'll bring Dredge in. We're there. We are down to, right now, the games I've got going on is we're doing Farm Sim 25 for the moment, with Astroneer kind of kicked off the slate. It's basically open schedule for the rest. And I do plan on doing a little bit of RimWorld, just to kind of warm myself up for the hot potato. Not sure what I'm going to do in RimWorld, because the thing I have said is I will not be doing RimWorld at the same time that the hot potato is going on, because, you know, it's the RimWorld category. You don't want to you don't want to compete with a charity for views. That's just like, especially a charity that you're individually actively participating in. It's kind of a jerk move. So during that time, I'm gonna be hanging outside of the RimWorld category. So, like I said, earlier on the stream, I think after stream today, I am going to go on the Discord, and I will probably put up a poll, because I do know there's been a lot of interest in me doing more Factorio. So what I might do is I'll probably put up a poll, and the first part of the poll will just be like, yes, no, more Factorio. Just the, would you like to see more, or no, not really. And that'll be like the first section. And then the second section would be like, okay, if more Factorio, would you want to see me take the existing factory and get to like achievement hunting / mega factorying the existing factory I did on stream, or starting a fresh one? And, you know, to a certain degree, committing to a new playthrough on that one. And as well as I'll probably put like a couple other things about other games I'd consider doing. Like right now, for example, Satisfactory, I don't see a reason to go back to that. I had a lot of fun with it.
Thank you, Sir SC_the_mage for subscribing for 27 months. It's our third stream, baby lol.
Hey, Cerise the Mage. Streaming with a tier 1 stream, subscribing with the tier 1 sub, so thank you so much for that sub. Yep, been subbed the channel for 27 months. So yeah, third stream, baby. This is getting out of hand. Look, I'm not watching this one. You're the one who's instigating this. Nah, I'm teasing. But thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You know, 2 years, 3 months sub to channel. So thanks so much for that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. And I do hope you continue to enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Oh, yeah. Well, all right. Right. So let me finish the first thought, and then I have another thought I need to hit. So, like, where's the time gone? Time isn't real. We're all just brains in a jar. But yeah, so I don't really see a need to go back to Satisfactory. Satisfactory was a lot of fun. And I'm glad that a lot of other people are still getting lots of mileage out and having a good time with all. I think it's a great game, and for people into it, should absolutely continue to check it out. For me, the only reason I say, like, not revisiting it is I did 2 full playthroughs, and I don't really see a lot of opportunity for challenge runs that I'd be interested in Satisfactory. Like, maybe I'll come up with something later. And I'm pretty terrible at designing things in Satisfactory. I'm good at making things that make things, and sometimes I make them efficiently, and sometimes I make them just do, you know, more bigger. And so for me, like, I did the one factory where we did kind of like one central factory that were these giant towers, and then we did a second factory, was this big sprawling factory with trains that went everywhere. So many trains. And all that, so it's kind of scratching. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, that was a lot of time. So, like, I'm glad that a lot of, like, there's a lot of content creators. Like, I really like the factory that WoJess has going on, because, like, I've just never seen anyone play and make factories that nice. So I think there's a lot there, because it's not only that she makes the factories look really good, and there's, like, this whole design aspect to it. When you actually look at what she creates as well, she actually plans out a lot of it to, like, figure out the ratios, a whole bunch of stuff to make it really good and efficient and yada yada, and I don't do that. I'm definitely in team, I don't have enough of this, that's fine, I'll just jam in more. Those kind of those things that, like, if the only way I could see changing would be going, like, more on the design route like she's got, but it's just not something that I, as a player, am as good at, and I think I'd just get frustrated trying to do that. So think you do love Satisfactory, but after you've done it twice, the boredom gets setting in. Yeah, that's the thing. Satisfactory challenge, no conveyors, everything stuffed in production buildings by hand. No. I've talked about those kind of things that when it comes to challenges, I like challenges that are hard. I don't like challenges that are tedious. Which is weird because most of the challenges I do, I'm sure a lot of people would call tedious. I'm sure a lot of people would talk, you know, go and look at the 0 to hero in Product Zombo and go, that's tedious. I'm sure there'd be a lot of people who look at me and what I do in Farm Sim with my Survivor Man and 0 to hero here and be like, that's tedious. And you know what? Fair enough, honestly. For a lot of people, I imagine it legitimately is tedious. But, like, for me, when it's, like, the laborious thing of hand carrying everything from place A to place B, it's like, no. No, man, that's just not fun. But yeah, so, like, for me with Satisfactory, I'm still working on my last achievement in it. I've got to get that golden walnut or whatever it is. The reality is for that golden walnut, pretty much is just turn on game, minimize, do something else. Golden walnut will come. Hey Billy, how's it going? Alright, so let's fast forward time real fast to get to the next stage of the temple. Yeah. So, shove production into there. Yeah, I'm sure there's more I could do it. I've got some, like, really nothing value production going in there. Oh. Long planks and cement bags. Interesting. So that should be easy. So it'll be 3 things of long planks, and I'm gonna say 6 things of cement bags. It's probably more than I actually need. Because if you do Factorio, you can try a Death World mode, the mode where the resources are far and use trains like a lot. So the Death World mode, the catch is, according to the devs, they didn't really do anything with the Death World mode for anything but the base planet. That's what I've heard secondhand. There's been no balance, no anything consideration other than the starting planet. And I've done that a lot. So if I did do a new run, I'm honestly not that interested in doing a Death World mode again. They're fun early on for the challenge, but the moment you get to the point where you've got kind of like your gun wall to defend your base, it's just a grind at that point. Because it's just every inch you just bombard stuff with artillery, move the line forward, bombard with artillery, move the line forward, that it starts to just become kind of slow and tedious. And I've done a Death World into a Mega Factory till the game stopped running right. Not in the DLC version, obviously, but in versions past. So it is an interesting mode. I would definitely recommend, if you're looking for a way to mix it up, checking it out at some point. But it is one of those ones that it's kind of an early to mid game mode that once you get to the mid to late game, it very quickly becomes just a tedious thing, not an interesting thing. Because again, you just artillery everything, and it's just, you now need to produce a lot of artillery shells, and it just effectively becomes a way of deleting a bunch of resources. That said, like, the spreading the resources out so you do a lot more trains, that's fine. I already used trains in the factory anyway. That was like one of the things I was proposing, is if I did a new factory, would, like, potentially I'd be required to have the main factory be main bus, because the last factory I went with the style of doing the train dependency, and I don't do a lot of main bus anymore. You know, I like the trains. To me, there's like a lot more creative and interesting things you can do with the trains. Main bus is straightforward, not in a bad way. Oh yeah, well, I mean, there is, I forget what there is. There is one where the map is long but narrow that forces you to kind of main bus. Okay, so it was 3 long planks, and we'll say 6 cement bags. Yep, there we go. So not a particularly expensive step. Also, it'll be a step that'll get done, like, in 1 or 2 in-game days. So far as, like, actually doing it. Yeah, no, I like the trains a lot because once you start figuring out like all the logic behind the trains, it's just the rate you can scale them is so much nicer, in my opinion. I should have done the planks first and then dealt with these after. Stop lining up so well with that door so I can't see. This will honestly be fine. With only 3 long plank pallets, I can easily just slip these on the back part and just put these up front. But yeah, so you get the idea. A Dewey Mega Factory and Achievement Hunt, which will be stuff like, okay, what do I do to start making equipment of legendary quality? That kind of nonsense. There'll be a couple achievements I won't be able to do because it has to be a new run for speed run. For the speed run achievements. It'll be a new run if I want to go after. There's an achievement for the first nest you destroy being with artillery. And then there is a achievement for getting your, like, doing research off, you know, like one of the other plants' research before you do any of the efficiency or any of that research. But yeah, I can actually see a couple of ideas for Factorio. I think the pro and con is with like the procedural generation, I can get away with more ideas because you can change the procedural generation versus Satisfactory where it's like things are static. All right. So you did the research one your first blind playthrough. You couldn't kill the worm, so you had to sneak in and grab ore and sneak out before it aggroed for like 10 hours. Gotcha. Yeah, no, for me, I just went out, and this part, like, because I played the game so much, so I just knew a lot of stuff, you know. I knew, like, a bunch of the tricks for tackling, like, killing the worms and all that. And I was definitely rusty, so, like, at the beginning I had some really rough ones. The mode is called Railway World? Yeah. And for the record, you can choose the mode Railway World, or you can also just go into the game settings, because all those modes are just going into the game settings and switching them. So you can breadcrumb it as much as you want. But yeah, no, if I remember Railway World, it's that you have fairly rich and large nodes of material, but they're very far apart. I would almost say if we do a Railway World, we turn off the biters. Just because it'll be obnoxious to clear all the biters to get to the different nodes. And it'll mean just way more just building giant areas of defenses to deal with it. If we did do a new run, then I could go for the science achievement, for like the off-planet science, and the destroying the nests with artillery. I wouldn't go for the speed run though. Bugs do not spread in that mode? Yeah. Well, that's the idea, is that default setting disables that. For me, I'd probably just turn them off entirely. Like, we did the first one with all, like, the default settings of the biters and all that. And so for me, I'm like, yeah, Like, I'm satisfied. I know a lot of people like the tower defense, not tower defense, the RTS side of the game. But for me, if I go for a mega factory, you know, again, early to mid game, the biters are interesting and they add to the experience. But there's definitely the point once you get enough text to trivialize them, then they just become kind of this nuisance that you don't even want to deal with anymore. Okay. Surprised you're still trying to roll. Any of the bugs are turned off, the achievements are disabled. There are a few that are disabled. Very specifically, the achievements I know that are disabled is the speedrun achievements, so like there is no spoon. Those ones do get disabled if you turn off the bugs. But it is only like 3 or 4 that get disabled. The game will actually go through and tell you which ones it disables. So when I go to do a speed run, I would have to have the bugs turned on to their default settings. There's 1 or 2 settings you can finagle with, like make your starting area much bigger and stuff like that. I'm genuinely intimidated by the speed run one. I'm trying to figure out how I would do that. Is the temple templing? Yeah. We got another building done, so we are dropping off the supplies to get the next building going. Okay, make sure we have enough of these. Yep, so we have enough of both of those. With the cement bags and all that. Alright. Well, Marathon, if I remember correctly, is just the cost of everything's are... I want to say that's what that does. It just makes the cost of things higher, like the science and all that. I'm not sure if people be into that or not. But that's one of the things. We do the poll and people are like, yeah, we want a new run. Then we can put up to a vote on what that new run is. I'm guessing we're building this one now. I'm not super sure. But I'm guessing that's the one being built right now. Because that one or that one. Now, I am curious about what those 2 little ones are going to be. So that should get done in like an in-game day. Alright, so let's check our sales. Check out the thing. People play more in Deathworld Marathon. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, Deathworld isn't... That's just a terrible sale. Okay, so we got those. No contracts. I will be upset if I don't take. None of these. Don't be low on wood. Okay, we're fine. I was worried that was going to be low on wood and I need to drag the tractor the whole way back. So we've got all those doing their thing. So we're good. Let's advance the month and carry on. I can see Deathworld Marathon, because that would drag out your early game. The Deathworld is interesting, and whatnot. I'm curious how many of those maps are balanced for the other thing. So, like, say I chose the train world, and I went to Volcanus or whatever it is. Like, how much grief would that give me trying to just get to my next ore location? I mean, don't get me wrong, that would be a significant upgrade in our tractor to be able to get a tractor that's 7 miles per hour faster and literally almost double to triple the horsepower. Not in our budget. It would be very tempting to go for it, though, if we can make that happen. I don't think we'll be able to, though. Because December, usually the contracts are pretty narrow. But that's the first time we've had a good tractor going. I say Deathworld can be fun, but you need a lot of military production. Well, yeah, no, that's what it's saying, is Deathworld, for me, is very fun in the early to mid-game. Early to mid-game Deathworld is a good time, but the moment you start getting into... You don't fool me with that $20,000 plow job. That's good money. That is an 18.13 acre field. That is gonna be literal hours of plowing. I mean, at least that's the big plow. Like the only, yeah, well, that's the only thing. The only thing that's got me tempted about that is cutting the AI worker loose. We'll probably, let's see. Will I need to do stuff with the temple? If we need to do stuff with the temple, that might be a different argument. Nah, it'll be tomorrow I need to deal with the temple again. Because the problem is I'll do that, hand over the AI worker, do the wood transport, and then this thing will still have ages. I am actually being tempted by this, by the way. Now, granted, the AI worker is going to eat up like 3,000-4,000 of that with how slow that's going to be. I'm going to say no. And we're just going to go with the decision that nothing happened here. There's no contracts. There's none of that. Anything I need here? We're still okay on all of those. And we're just going to advance a day. So I stop being tempted by that. Like, don't get me wrong. That particular contract is a good amount of money. But even with that, trying to go for this, we wouldn't have it. Yeah, it's not enough to get the tractor. Well, I think buying that tractor would... I mean, I'm on the fence of even if I had the money, if I would buy it, because it would be basically our endgame tractor. Like, that's literally, I wouldn't need another tractor upgrade. That tractor would be the one we use for the rest of the game. But, it also sent me back $300,000. It would set me back everything. Okay, so good it's no longer tempting. Hey, we could get into rice. Like, do you, what? So I keep seeing you pop up. You're not a very, like, it's the weird tractor that's, like, backwards. Tippers and trailers. What? That's fine. None of those things we care about. We look at our contracts. So that's still plowing ones. Yeah, so you can see during the winter we don't get a whole lot. So what should happen here... I mean, I could get a second rice harvester, and I take one, the AI takes the other, and we do the fields faster. I don't think that's worth my time or effort. We just fast forward till this finishes this step. And it's going to be probably the beams and long planks. Just wood beams, only 6. Do you actually need 6? Like, what are we at? 5. So just 5 wood beams. That's a pretty tiny step. So I can get that. So yeah, so he definitely missed out on the giant tractor there. Which again was tempting, and maybe if I took that contract and was doing the deadwood ones and was taking like every wood pickup and did that for like 4 or 5 rounds, we could make it happen. Or I mean, I could also have just sold the tractor I had. Like honestly, that probably would have... That honestly wouldn't have been a bad move to just sell the tractor I already have, get like, you know, 50,000 or something out of it. Use that to jump over, get the 300,000 tractor. It's just one of the things I'm like, okay, I'll have the big tractor, but I won't have anything I need it to do. So it's kind of one of those things. If you have enough rice to need a second seeder, would we need to? Yeah. Will be an efficiency thing. Like I said, I don't think it's worth doing. Like I do think skipping on that tractor for right now is probably the right choice. It's just like there's 2 arguments to make for it. One is I get it, we're locked in, the tractor's settled. I never have to worry about tractor purchase ever again for the rest of the game. which is certainly something to say. That is actually certainly something to put on the table as a solid counter-argument. But at the same time, it means my ability to do something that makes me more money in the short term gets delayed however long it takes me to save up, you know, 300,000 worth. That's how much we delay. So, that is all a rough thing. But with that, then when I can get, like, the best tool for the job goes on sale, I can just upgrade to the absolute max and know the tractor is able to do it. Okay, so 5 beams. Alright. And I honestly should go in there and lay those down and everything. But I'm not gonna bother. It still saves me a trip here. Except for Rual, huge sleeper mankind. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay, so we can go ahead and get the next stage done. Because the fact that we're getting like 2, 3, 4, 5 stages of this temple knocked out every stream is really good news for just getting that thing along. Okay, go in here, strap it down, and drop these off. Now keep advancing towards April. And every month we're getting a little extra money. Yeah, so definitely unbalanced to the left by a very large margin. Like, genuinely getting a semi, like, front end so I can get the big flatbed trailer and sell this, well, that'd set me back, you know, 50, 60,000 probably between it. I think that would be a better thing to buy in the short term, because if we went that route, one is I can make this a lot easier to load up a bunch of stuff and go in one go. It also let me go and get later on the really big trailer for getting crops when I'm ready to harvest into those, and that kind of thing. And they're not that bad in price. Otherwise, we already have our fertilizer stuff. We already have a thing I can weed with. We already have a tractor. We have a plow. We have a harrower. The things I would still consider is getting a thing for putting down lime, a harvester, and a seeder is all I'm missing to be able to do a crop start to finish and get really good yield out of it. And I've been mostly waiting for a good sale on a harvester for a crop that isn't awful. Like, I know we looked at the spinach harvester was like 600,000. If I could get that 60% off for like the 300, that would absolutely be a one of, we're going for it. And it'd take me like another little bit to get a seeder to go with it. But with that, we could switch over to spinach, which is the second most profitable crop right now. And so what I'd ultimately do is take my one larger field, very, very relatively speaking, swap that over to spinach. Then, you know, see what we could do so far as, like, getting all that up. Use some money to get at least some decent fields of spinach going. And then that could be much better income than we're getting right now out of our rice. Okay. And yep, got enough wood beams. Contracts. Yeah, the wood transport one is fine. And like this plowing one. Like if I had the largest plow and I didn't have to lease it, it'd probably be worth my time. The sawmill could probably go one more day before I need to bring my tractor back. So I'm gonna do that. Just gonna go ahead and run over here. And knock this out. We probably have 2 in-game days before I need to do the next stage of the temple. Including this one. No sales we wanted? Yeah. I'm kind of mixed as like, should I have gone for that tractor? I think we made the right call in not doing it. It's just that temptation of being like, but then we'd have our tractor. If this is our Survivor Man challenge run, I think I would have saved up for it. But we got our stuff going on. So we've got a forage wagon. We've got a tipper that's better than the one we have. But I don't think any of those I particularly care about. So for contracts, the contracts are just as garbage as we expect them for the winter. And if we look at our stuff here, yes, the sawmill, we gotta bring the tractor back today. Let's check you. So you're not gonna be done today, that's fine. And honestly, for right now, nah, just bring it with us. All right, so I gotta bring the tractor back real quick because we need lumber and we need water. Yeah. So you're 24.5 meters cubed. I'm just curious, we look at the one I have. I don't remember how big it was. I think it's similar. Versus the one I have. I'm not even remotely correct. It's 4.8 meters cubed. Yeah, those aren't even close to the same thing. It's a very relatively inexpensive trailer for when we go to Dew Crop. I think, though, I will pass on it for right now because those aren't relatively expensive to begin with, and I'd rather have the money and just wait on it in the chance that that little bit of money ends up being the make or break for something I care about, i.e. if one of the really good harvesters rolls by for a good crop or something like that, or like the big cedar or something comes by and I can snag it.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, I'll get that just in a moment. But yeah, if we could get spinach going, that's good money. And I could grab like a piece of land like this one in 25 and do that. One other thing that'll be nice is as we end up clearing out the trees here, you can see like the forest, I'm thinning it out pretty fast. As that thins out and I need to buy land that's got more trees on it, that does mean I end up spending money to get more of that sorted out. All right, you have yourself a good lurk. Sextuple negative. Yeah, all this dirt area used to be forest that I've been slowly depleting, which is actually why we're back here. Is I need more wood for the sawmill to keep it running and keep making the stuff so I don't have to buy nearly as much. And to give ourselves like a little extra income. All right. So I need a couple thousand more wood. Another thing I'd like to get is the stump mulcher, or stump grinder. Because then we can slowly clear this land up. I don't know what I'd use it for. I don't think I can make this into any kind of meaningfully usable farmland. It's just way too steep of a hill for that. Okay. But if we were to go through and grind up all these stumps, like, maybe I could terraform this enough to do something meaningful, maybe not, would have to find out. Oh, that's fine. We'll take it one at a time. You have problems parsing that username? Oh yeah, no, it's always those things when you have usernames either all caps or all lowercase. It can take you a moment to be like, where are the where's the division in the words? Hey Zion, how's it going? So we can drop you off. There we go. You're still waking up? Alright, so we still need a lot more. Let's see, would you look at that, the neighbors taking their tree for a walk? Sometimes you have to. I already said hello, Zion. But hello. You still waking up? Yeah, I get how it is. Man, I'm not sure how many of these trees... Oh, right, I still have this. Yeah, you're all good. It wouldn't be the first or last time that, you know, something got said, and then, like, they repeat themselves. What am I doing? I am playing Farm Sim 25. That is what I'm doing. Right now, I'm collecting wood from my sawmill, so I can keep making long planks and beams to keep building the temple on the map. Does you like how the terrain modification and tire tracks are in the base game instead of being a mod? Oh yeah, there's a lot of good stuff that got added to the mod. And we got people decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. Good fun crashing into the beehive. Oh yeah, definitely doesn't anger the bees. That's fine. That's the neighbor's problem, not mine. And of course, immediately someone increased the cost. Can you join later? I am not playing multiplayer, so generally it's just not open in general. Alright, so let's grab one of these trees up here. Yeah, no, I prefer playing solo. I also find it very hard when it comes to streaming to do multiplayer unless you're dealing with other like content creators and all that, and still stay engaged with your chat and all that. Unless it's like people are being very hands off. You kind of need people who understand you're doing content creator. Do you have Farm Sim 22? I do. I have played a lot. But at this point, I really see no reason to ever go back to Farm Sim 22. Because, like, Farm Sim 25 does everything that Farm Sim 22 does, like, even content-wise, that the only argument I could hear is that right now the mod scene is stronger in Farm Sim 22 just because Farm Sim 25 just came out, so it needs a little time to catch up. So this is kind of one of those things. But, like, otherwise, Farm Sim 25 just basically completely eclipses Farm Sim 22. Or if you're in a situation where, you know, your computer just cannot run it, that's also a fair reason not to. You got a pretty big oof on a 45 stream streak, catching the last 45 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that 45 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Let's see, is this a good time to tell you to other people increase the cost of winning Twitch? Oh yeah, no, I don't necessarily need to like recognize all of it. For the record, that is an automated thing. When people increase the cost of winning Twitch, it just increases it. Let's see, honestly, felt Farming Sim 22 focused way too much on productions, and I did way too much palette punching. I mean, that's just one of those things that you, at that point, you just turn on the mods. You just accept you're going to be turning on mods with that. People know that I generally don't run many mods, but autoloader. Like, early on, dealing with, like, like, right now where I'm at, dealing with the palettes and all that, I'm not too upset about. But yeah, as I, continue to, get things going, eventually there will be a point where I'm like, no, it's just too many pallets. Do you want to play Farm Sim 22 later when you're done streaming? Not really, Zian. Just to be clear, like, I do stream for 9 hours a day and all that kind of stuff. And so most of my time that I'm not spending streaming is dealing with, like, you know, the personal life stuff I gotta take care of, like pay my bills, do laundry, all that. And otherwise, usually I'm either doing that or juggling like stream stuff. You may not realize it, but I am streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. So while YouTube I have like 5 people watching, 10 people watching right now, it's not much. On Twitch side, we're sitting usually around 130 plus a night. So I just got a lot of other stuff to do. Like, it's just one of those things as a creator, there's just a lot of off-stream stuff you gotta manage. Back to working on a project, working on a mobile app. Gotta get that app working in a working state. No problem. Best of luck with you. Let's see, you're watching on YouTube while in Japan? It's appreciated. Yeah, so yeah, you're wondering why I seem to talk to people that aren't there. Yeah, it's a thing. It's just kind of one of those things that, generally speaking, my audience is very, very, very heavily on the Twitch side. It's just very genuinely when it comes to the live streaming platforms, YouTube live streaming is not a great experience. Like, sorry, not sorry, it isn't. It's definitely those things that it seems like YouTube does because they feel like they have to, but they really kind of don't want to. Versus Twitch, you know, it's literally everything that Twitch does. Okay, so we got the lumber moved over. Anything else that needs to be done right now? I'm not worried about the water too much unless it gets too critically low. And the reason for that is I'm going to be planting in April, so I'm going to want to go ahead and deal with that right before we plant. So again, nothing we care about here. And the contracts, all garbage. Well, I mean, the last one's not garbage, but I'm choosing not to do it because I've done a lot of picking up wood. There is an absolute battle going between people lowering, increasing the cost of winning Twitch, so it is getting spicy over here with that. Let's see, used to use a warehouse mod so you could customize how much the products got distributed and processed. It would be nice if you could set up, like, the distribution to go to whatever building was needed first, but it would default to the warehouse after that, and then just clear up your warehouse later. Like, not even modded. Just doing that. Yep, and the battle continues with people raising and lowering the cost of winning Twitch. It has been a while since we've had like a proper fight with people trying to raise and lower it. We still have our exact same tractor coming up again and again. What are you? Oh, forage mixer. Auger wagon, so we don't care about those. We are starting to get a few new contracts. These are contracts I want to do. Those are contracts worth doing. They're fast. So we'll do a couple of contracts today. Let's check on you. So you got a couple of these to do. So let's speed up time just fast enough to get the wood beams to clear off the list. To know what we got to bring over here and figure it out from there. All right, so it's the classic of I'm going to need 12 of both. That's just what it is. 12 beams, 12 long planks. You get the idea. So we need to get those loaded up and going. Unfortunately, I would take the tractor and deal with that. You know what this game needs? Factorio belts and inserters. You just pull up and the little inserters goes plank, plank. You didn't want to use up all the base materials because you were using manure and slurry for fertilizer. And you had the gas plant, that's sort of fun stuff. Yeah. You know, it's definitely space for being able to improve the efficiency of the pallets. Like I said, I think that's a reason genuinely as you get to like mid and late game, or not mid and late game, but as you get past the early game, you start getting multiple production lines. You just need autoloader. You just kind of accept that's what you're going to do. You're going to use autoloader. You're going to get around the spending half hour just forklifting everything onto your truck, that kind of thing. I've lost track of who's been putting down more points or it's been going up or down. I have a feeling it's favoring up because if no one looked at the costs, up is more cost effective than down by deliberate decision. That people have to rally together to bring the cost down. And sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. That still has to be one of my favorite redeems on the channel. Just where people can kind of duke it up. We also used to have one where every time you redeemed it, it got twice as expensive. And so it started, I think it started like 10 or 15 points. Like, I was only able to make it like so low. But, you know, it just kept getting higher and higher. Let's see, well, that's what use the warehouse mods of the base game distribution, so I'll let you customize all that. Because all your pallets went to the warehouse first, and you could collect the minimum levels of everything? Yeah. It's not exactly what I was looking for, but okay. Do you have more in there, or is that it? You have... Oh, this is going to be a real bad one. Alright. So let's go put these up here. There's 2 more of those in there. So we're going to stack these as best I can. This does mean there's going to be one of these treks where we're going to end up dropping them once or twice because they'll slide. They'll try and make it work. But that does change it from needing to grab 12 of these on the other side to grabbing 10 of each. Which will both save me money, and it'll also make my life a little bit easier. Because loading up 10 is way easier than loading up 12. Okay. really... Oh, I see what's happening. Should definitely be the other way around, but we're going. Rual is forklift certified? No. You'd know if it's forklift certified because I'd tell you it's forklift certified. Oh, we need to lower that. We're bouncing on our back wheels. It's just the rule of being forklift certified is you have to tell people they're forklift certified. But yeah, as you can see, that those beams are just wobbling. What's a little wheelie between friends? Funny you mentioned that. One of the mods that was one of the first ones to get added once the editor got back online, is we do now have the mod for making it so you can wheelie the tractors. I'm gonna go ahead and put you back over here. Honestly, it'd probably be faster if I were to just take the truck over here. Would you back off, truck? I'm working. You can clearly see there's a big pile of wood just in front of you. So you're not getting past all this. Okay. Yeah, ultimately I think once it gets bad enough, you do just turn off traffic. Put on the flatbed, make him carry it. The only problem is I have no idea where he's going, and you could genuinely just lose your stuff because they drive away and you're like, well, it doesn't show up on my map. No idea where my wood went. I have done stuff like toss logs on the top of cars and all that. I was just trying to get out of the way. This is not the way I should have gone. I got distracted by dropping everything and I took a wrong turn. That's fine. At least I can go straight across here and I shouldn't lose much. Yeah, you can see yourself turning off cars. I haven't had to do that any of the runs, but there's definitely times that cars get in your way and you're like, come on, car, really? Honestly, with where I'm at with the temple, let's just drive, or with the warehouse, let's just drive this up the warehouse, chuck it on the back of the truck, and we'll buy a couple of each thing and just send it on its way. Instead of doing, like, 2 absurdly heavy loads, let's just do, like, three moderate loads, because it's going to probably be 3 loads anyways. I just took the wrong turn, so I'm in the wrong area, so it's like, alright, well, at this point, I'm here. The flatbed's right here. We'll just do it. Alright. So this will be 4. Let's plan to put maybe 3 more of each on here. Yeah, so let's plan for 3 more of each for right now. So 3. I'm gonna bring that up. Because that should be just enough that I put the 2 on the back, the 2 on the right, and then wherever I can fit the last one. Because I want to say the planks here are a little bit wider. Which could be a whole thing. I cannot see because that camera keeps swapping back. So, yeah, so my hope is I'll be able to drop these 2 on the back. I appreciate that the pallets are all weird with their physics, and you can just pick them up upside down. It's like, yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, that's not how I expected that to behave, that's fine. Okay, get off. You're just not working correctly. Well, you see, that's what we call a problem. I can make it better, though. Oh, that'll actually work there. There we go. So now, instead of hooking it that way, try this again. Making that way too complicated for myself. Do you kind of enjoy the janky tree physics? You'd be operating a forwarder. Occasionally the tree would think your vehicle is still on the ground and just launch it. Yeah. Instead of having a pallet fork, you have a pallet? Yep. So let's grab you and chuck you on the back. Let's lock those in. Alright. That your dad would be playing and just see our forward flying, your forward flying off and say, we won't tell OSHA about that. Yeah. I'd say, alright, so we can grab these last 3 together. And now with this, we can go ahead and drop the 2 on the other side over here. If I can get them to wedge in between the ones in the back I've been shoving in there, which is a maybe. Realistically, and I'm going to not be happy with this, I'm going to need that. So I could slip this in here. That's not the vehicle I wanted to be in. And then we can go ahead and get that last one just set on top wherever. This one's still going to be pretty heavily overloaded. Not as bad as trying to fit 12 of these on one, but still pretty bad. Need to shift you out of the way. There we go. Let's lock stuff in place before I start messing with that. We'll throw the last one up top. And then we should be good to go for delivering this. I don't think I actually saved much time doing it this way, but we'll see. We'll figure it out on the other side when I go to sell all this. What'll end up happening is when we go to load up the next ones, it'll probably save me some grief, because this is adding, I mean, it's adding 4 of those, so it shouldn't be nearly as bad for the next set. No. There we go. Never forget the time you, the first time you brought 2 pallets here, and it just drove over the sell point. Oh yeah, no, it's just like, yup. That sell point, it's like you back up to line up with the truck or whatever. Like if you go and you back out, just go right over that sell point. Okay, so this is one of those ones that I'm gonna drive a bit slow or very, very top heavy. But on board we've got 5 of each type of pallet. So we've got 5 of each, and we need 12 over there. So that actually should be really not bad, because I mean 7 for each extra load. Oh, it turned off cruise control. There we go. All right. Yeah, so when we have the ones with 7 on here, we should be able to go quite a bit faster. And that'll be another temple phase knocked out. And I am looking forward to seeing what all DLC content we get. Like that's one of the things that has me the most excited for how different Rice is in the game. I'm really curious what else they've been cooking, because they're supposed to have, you know, three more packs and the expansion. And usually expansions when we get like the most different stuff. So we got root crops, so we got that. So I really kind of want to see what we got coming next. Like I said, I keep rooting for orchards, like proper orchards, like trees, not like the little teeny tiny olive trees, or not the, you know, the grapevines. I'm talking like proper apple, pear, citrus, nuts, whatever trees. That's what I'm rooting for. And I want the machines with them. I expect them to be absolutely prohibitively expensive. But my hope is it'll also be fairly lucrative, because usually a lot of those are. And I would even be down with it being like the nut trees, that the gimmick behind them is you plant them, and for the first year or 2 you basically get nothing out of them. But then by the time you get to year 3 or 4 or whatever, then they start paying, like, you know, they start becoming a very lucrative crop. So it's the, you know, the future investment kind of crop. Because we don't have much of that kind of stuff in the game yet, where you invest money now so that, you know, sometime down the road you start getting that. Arguably, you could say the solar panels and all that do that, because, you know, they do take 10 months to pay for themselves, but it's still not a long-term investment. I'll be talking a lot more in the area of, you know, something you have to pay for now, and like 3, 4 years, 5 years down the road, it starts playing catch up. It'd also be interesting because then you'd plant your orchard, and just basically leave it alone for a long time. Then also tie up some land. You'd have a bunch of money just sitting in it waiting. And then you make it so like the harvest is fairly lucrative. Like, it doesn't need to be ridiculously more than anything else, but just lucrative enough that once you get past that waiting point, it starts making up for itself in a big way. But also be interesting because we could also reuse some of the equipment we've got. So take our tree planters, use that to plant the orchard trees. You'd be able to go through and, as I mentioned before, you'd need like your own special harvester for it. And then it really depends like what crop they ultimately go with on like what that looks like. Okay, so just double checking, it should be 7 of each. So we have, yeah, it'd be 7 of each. Cool. So we need 7 beams and we need 7 logs. Did you imagine it takes a few years to recover the cost of expensive vehicles? It does. My comment is more along the lines of, with the orchard, like a proper orchard, whether again it's citrus or apples or whatever, most of the time you plant those trees and it is a good couple of years before you literally make a dime off of them in real life. Like, yeah, technically it'll grow an apple or two, but you're not taking 1 or 2 apples and, you know, taking it to your local farmer's market and selling your 2 apples you got out of your tiny little apple tree this year. You're waiting till that tree gets to size and starts producing like a proper amount. So my cruise control set really low. But to me that'd be a lot of fun. I'm trying to think of what other crops that I'd like to see as like their next thing for something that we can grow. Just for something different. I could go for some of the like shrubbery style crops. Get ourselves some like raspberries, blackberries, elderberries, loganberries, something in that department. I'd certainly go for those kind of things. I could go for tomatoes. Like, I would love to see strawberries like in the field as opposed to the greenhouse, or, you know, tomatoes, peppers, those kind of thing in the field instead of the greenhouse. Lettuce, collards, cabbage in the fields instead of the greenhouse. Like, it feels like the leafy greens and the like tomato and pepper plants would just be a thing that makes sense to go that direction. I, for record, have no idea what the machines that harvest those look like. I do know they have them because I've seen the machine that sorts them when they go into the harvester, where it has like all the tomatoes like ramping through the air like over this hole, and there's these little teeny tiny little hooks. And what happens is they sense if it's green or red, and if it's green, it just pokes it, and so it goes down into a separate chute. It's cool to watch that you're like, yeah, this thing's detecting the color of everything and just doing it real fast. Alright, so give you your 7. Like, that'd be a cool thing to see. Like, obviously for the game, it'd just have an animation where you just see like the little hole in the middle of the vehicle and little hands just kind of like flicking the green tomatoes out of the way or whatever. it wouldn't actually have any type of implication, I don't think. Alright, so there's the first 4. Okay. But yeah, no, I could see a lot of stuff. We could go in the direction of like pumpkin and squash and all that. That could be another one that'd be interesting. Well, that slid way more than I wanted to. That might end up being a problem. I'll deal with that when we get over here. I could also see something like pineapple would be interesting. I don't know what equipment they use for pineapple. Like the planting part of it, sure. I could see that being a very straightforward machine that just takes the tops of pineapples and just shoves them on the ground, puts a little dirt on them, and that, and like the general like maintenance of it and all that. Trying to catch on the end of these hooks when it drops. Or I could just roll it. That would work too. There we go. Yeah, so pineapple is not what I would know. Like I imagine they'd have to have a thing. It's you wouldn't want to kill the plant every year. To like replant it. Those get a really? Those get a good couple harvests out of a plant where you can grow them, but they don't like. It is every couple years you would want to replace the plant because they stop producing as well. But I just don't. I'm not entirely sure how you would set it up to harvest it without harming the plant because the stem of it would be buried in the plant. It's a fairly rigid plant. And who knows? They might have a machine that's got that handle perfectly where it can like literally just kind of go down and grab it and pop back up, but not super expecting that to be a thing. Oh, let's scooch on the end of the forks. Okay. So much less awful load this time. So I'll try not to have to, like, tone down my cruise control too much. I can still roll this pretty easy. It's still top-heavy. But it's not like I usually do where I'm stacked 3-4 high in all directions where genuinely we have tons and tons of weight on the top. And then next up we grab the beams, do the same, and that'll take care of this stage of the temple. Pineapples are harvested by hand. I figured that was most likely the case, which is probably why we don't have machines for them. That's the one that make me curious about stuff like tomatoes and peppers. Because I assume with volume, they probably can't all be by hand still. I know they probably do have a lot that are. But I've definitely seen the machines that sort them out. It'd make no sense for you to pick them by hand and then sort them after the fact, because you just wouldn't pick the ones that are no good. And just same like strawberries, I know a lot of times they can harvest them by hand, but I also know they do have machines for harvesting them as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because the big advertising point at some of the smaller strawberry farms to be like hand-picked as, you know, as something special. Okay. And this will take care of the long planks for this step. Yeah, it's got a thing where people linked that was like 400,000 of some of these. And so you know, jalapenos are harvested by machinery because though they produce once, it doesn't matter if the plant is killed. Yeah, I mean, well, there's also places that even if it does produce more than once, sometimes it's still just more cost-effective to hack the thing down and regrow it. Because that's true of banana plants, that even though a banana plant will produce every year again and again, it's just you get better production by regrowing it. So there's those things that they'll grow it and it'll hack it down near its stem and let it regrow. Like, they don't replant it, they just hack the thing way back to almost nothing and let it recover from that. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, you know, tomato plants, like, oh yeah, you can grow those as perennials, but for using the machinery, it's just easier to hack the thing down and reseed it. I have no idea. That would be the stuff I want to see because I'd be curious about that. It would also be cool to have more plants that are perennial, that you plant it, and once you've seeded it, you don't really need to reseed it. You just kind of go through and harvest it every year, so kind of like we have with the grass, the olives, and the grapes. Alright, Allie, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Really do appreciate it. Okay. And I like that our truck is getting all scuffed up. I do wish a lot of the vehicles that let them get way more scuffed up than they do. Just as you use them over time, that they get scratches and dings. For like all the diamond plate where you can see where it's gotten smoothed out from just wear and tear. You know, versus the front just gets dirt on it. I'd like to see places where the paint is like fading in some places, like getting sun faded and chipped and scratched and like, you know, getting little dents in the bumper and fenders and all that. Wood beams. As the inner plant needs to be harvested by hand, they could have a group of people you hire to pick fruits and veggies. Yeah, my only concern with that is I could see people start doing some pretty not great things, which, you know, fair enough on their own time or whatever. But then, you know, you get like all the stuff where, like, even how you present the individuals could be something that gets to be not great. Like, it's one of those things that could easily open a can of worms. And I guess for me, I'd still just want to have it machinery. Just so we don't even have to get into that mess. Bunch of Tesla Optimus robots, so they wouldn't work? I don't understand. I wanna actually harvest this stuff. I wanna have a functional thing. They could be a diverse set of people, you can understand. Yeah, no, it's something they could definitely do. Like, I'm not saying it can't. It'd definitely be one of those ones that you would want to sit down and be real careful. Because if you overrepresent one group over another, people could easily read way more into that than there's actually there. And it could, like, you get the idea. It's one of those ones that you're like, all right, this is one of those ones that like hits on notes that people use for all sorts of stuff. It's just, it's a very be careful kind of thing. Not a thing that is necessarily undoable. Like, honestly, if they even took the characters they already put in the tractors, that probably would be fine. But my fear is you'd add that and immediately you'd start having mods that, you know, changes all of the farm hands to be certain demographics or whatever, and yeah, you know, on Steam they would immediately be like, to heck no, and pull those off with really good reason. Right, that's like, even if Farm Sim does a good job, I would just really expect people to take it in a really not okay way. But like Steam did enforce it, but then that becomes a moderation thing of like going into, well, actually, I'm sorry, Steam wouldn't enforce it. That would be on Farm Sim themselves, which is fine. They would do okay with that. They already deal with stuff, I'm sure. It's my fears, especially with the current state of things in the world. We get some pretty awful stuff there. Hey, Draconic, thank you so much for the 100 stream streak. Catch the last 100 streams without missing a single one. We do appreciate that. You know, catching every stream without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. Straw hat and a bullwhip mod. Yeah, it'd be exactly those kind of things that you'd have show up that, you know, then you'd have people doing all sorts of awful things out of context, and people would start saying, oh, the game needs a different rating, and then does Giants need to turn around and be like, hey, we don't condone this behavior, and then people being like, hey, why are you woke or whatever garbage, and then it becomes a whole thing that distracts from anything relevant to the game. So it would not surprise me at all if Farm Sim just goes a billion miles around the whole thing, because that's probably the correct decision in that whole thing, is just leave that can of worms unopened. Because, like, you know people would take that into an awful direction, and nowadays people just make a big scene out of literally nothing because that boosts engagement on stuff like Twitter. So, I think I'd rather avoid having it where you have hand-picked props just to keep that out of there. Or you could sit there and do something like where basically you have them wearing some kind of protective gear where you just can't even make out who or what they are. Like, you know, put them in like a bunch of coverings and all that it's just like, you know, they're wearing gloves, they have long sleeve shirts and pants and wearing boots, and just find some type of, you know, protective face cover for some reason and just kind of dodge the whole thing. Yeah, anything hand-pictured would just be placed in the greenhouses, and any future en masse would be hydroponic buildable property. Yeah, and that's how they get around it for now, is the hand-picked stuff, they go in the greenhouses, so there's just nothing to worry about there. That might literally be why we have the greenhouses. That's it. Like, I do know we have machinery for some stuff like tomatoes and strawberries and lettuce and all that. But yeah, for stuff that's like strictly hand-picked or whatever, I would I would rather they just take, you know, take the biggest, widest nope right around all of that landmine. All right, so we've got all that set up. We're good here. I don't remember the other things I need to do over here real fast. Let's check on what we got. Oh, right, we do actually have some contracts out here that are relatively good. Actually, we got 4 of them we could do for a nice chunk of change. It will require me to drive my tractor over there, but that's fine. I know I'm going to need to do that anyways for stuff we got coming up next in-game month, so that's all good. Yeah, and I never thought about that consideration, like with the hand-picked thing. I was like, you know what, that makes sense of why it's greenhoused. Hydroponic is not the future. There is something better. I mean, there's lots of different technologies for being more efficient with growing. I mean, hydroponics certainly outperforms just shoving stuff in the ground. But then there's a lot of infrastructure and setup and all that. You've got certain crops, they can do the thing where the plant doesn't even have its roots in anything. It just basically gets misted with nutrients and water. I think the one's like aeroponic. There's also a foam thing that they do that's not hydroponic, it's a separate system. But there's all of them, and they all have pros and cons to it. You know what I could go for in the game? Aquaponics. That would be a nice little addition to the game. Give us some aquaponics, where you do the thing where it's basically an aquarium that you grow stuff in the top of. The fish poop, which feeds the plants. And then, you know, you get both the fish and the plants out of it. There's saltwater rice, too? You heard it secondhand, it tastes terrible? I have no idea. I mean, I know there is saltwater rice, but as far as taste, neither here nor there. Did you talk about aquaponic? Yeah, so the problem with aquaponic is around scalability. It's kind of the same thing you run around with, not... Like, hydroponics is getting there, but it's the idea of, like, I can set up a field here that is, you know, 100 acres worth of farmland, pretty much a thing, but for the crop side of it, making the aquaponics big enough to be worthwhile, is a challenge. Tilapia ponds that feed plants, yep. It's still a thing worth doing, but I think it'd be more like our greenhouse or like the rice fields. And generally, they're not your giant fields, so much as a little A, little B. So getting a pretty decent sized thing for, you know, raising tilapia or whatever fish you so choose, tilapia, catfish, that kind of thing. Probably tilapia, but then the farm side isn't as big. But I still would love to see it. Not like make it more interesting than like the greenhouses. Make it more like our rice fields, where you might have this section is the farm section of it, and then you'd have like that. I mean, even the fish farms, that alone would be a decent enough. You need fairly big fish. Yeah. Right. So what was I over here doing? Right, we're grabbing our stuff for doing the weeding contracts. The farm's doing good. We're making pretty solid money right now. We're making good progress. The temple, we got another whole building done, so that's good news, and good 2-3 steps on the next building. So progress is going relatively quickly. Still got a ways to go on it, but your game glitched yesterday and you nearly lost all your progress. 27% of the way to a new key. We're definitely farther than 27%. We're on like the 4th building. So snow decided to stay and not melt forever. So you still keep your crops when it's snowing. You can like do all the stuff you need to. All right, so we'll set up the weeding contracts here and there. And we'll do that one as well. I can only accept 3 at a time. Oh, you mean 1 million in the bank? Yeah, you're right. 27% there. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the temple. You're good. I was like, it's like, please, temple better not be 27%. I'm gonna be real upset about that. Yeah, no, you're about right. 27.1775. Okay, steering assist. Okay. But you can see the map, and very bad if you want to pick up stones, plant rice in the water, and more things. Man, snow still in April would be surprising. I mean, worst case, you can turn off the snow. It is mostly just cosmetic. There's definitely been times I've turned off the snow because I needed to do something that I couldn't see what I was doing because of snow, and it's like, alright, well, this doesn't really do anything, so it needs to get out of my way real quick. That fog, though. It's a glitch you can't turn off still on map. Even weird. I haven't heard that one before. Usually with that kind of stuff, you would be able to turn it off, save, and reopen your game, and it will reset your weather conditions a lot of time. Let's see, how would it be to play on this game with the steering wheel and use some other thing as a joystick to play? Use it to play airplanes? I don't know because I haven't done it. I think Ultrasaurus has done that before. I could be wrong. What are you trying to figure out with that? Oh, the hashtag Daredrop isn't a command. Where do you see Daredrop's info? Oh, ooh, actually, I should have exclamation mark Daredrop to put the link there. That's one thing I need to do. So I just need to link that to the top. As far as like the information about Daredrop, I do think I have a command for that. It might just be exclamation mark dare. If not, then maybe I don't. This is possible, can happen if you place an object in winter. You have to delete a few files or your save to disable the Steam Cloud. Oh, weird. That's not good. But yeah, so if you're trying to figure out what the Daredrop thing is, Daredrop is a site that creators use that pretty much what happens is you sign up, and they'll have games that'll be like, okay, you know, this month we'll have Timberborn, and then Timberborn will be like, all right, cool. If you go and successfully use a sluice to separate good water from bad water, we'll give you a T-shirt to give out to your audience. And it can be stuff, and some of the stuff is good. Like we're getting game keys for all of this. That's a pretty good thing to get for giving out to the community. And sometimes it'll be pretty underwhelming things, like the not rewards in my opinion, where they go, here is a background, or here is like the OST. And don't get me wrong, the OST is better than nothing. But generally speaking, I will usually just not even bother if the dare is something like an image or a background or an OST. Which is why sometimes dare drops come up and we just don't do them at all, even if it's a game we play. If I look at all the rewards and go, these are all garbage, I just won't bother. But usually if I'm playing a game and they offer CD keys and the dares are reasonable to accomplish stuff, I'll do those. So we've had three that we went through, and I don't know why I'm not getting the last one yet. Like, it's still sitting in like its pending status. So I'm curious if they like just ran out of keys or something, which would be new to me that they actually get to that phase and not have it done. If that is what it is what it is. Like, I'm still going to be playing the game, so who cares? It gives me some kind of direction. Alright, so next field we have 35 right up behind us. Dares are reasonable. Well, that's what I was going to say, is the template is a pretty extreme one. At the same time, if we do that, they give us 2 full copies of the game to give out, plus the DLC. So that is talking like, what, $120 worth of game? Yeah, it's still a lot of work for that, but at least the prize at the end of it is not nothing. Like, it's at least a decent prize. You got your farm sim key for $30. Did it go on sale, or you pre-order or something that it was cheaper? Because I wanted to say it was quite a bit more. Like, what is the price? Yeah, so it's $50 right now. You remember we did for 1 key? Well, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's a pretty big task. Like, that I'm not disagreeing. It's a big task. And if we're comparing the 1 key they gave out versus the 2 they're giving out, yeah. They're not... It's not the equivalent of doing the rice twice. But at the same time, I'm taking it by the approach of, I'm effectively doing a thing in a game I'm going to be playing anyways, and they're willing to throw effectively 120-ish bucks at me to give, like, worth of keys to give out. $36 for you? Oh, was it, like, on a really good sale or something? Did I miss it? Or is it something that, like, on a different store it was cheaper, or, you know, pre-order price or something like that I just totally missed? Yeah, because I only saw it at the $50 price point because, admittedly, I wasn't watching the price very carefully. Different country? What country is it cheaper, though? Like that much cheaper. Like, and it's okay if you don't want to reveal what country you're in. I'm not trying to force that. I'm just surprised because usually the prices are relatively low in the US, and most of the other places end up paying more. So I'm not used to it being the other way around very often. Argentina? Gotcha. Interesting. And I usually don't worry too much about price comparisons, but the only reason I know of any price comparisons, you know, talking to other people who they're going to buy a game in Europe, and they're like, the price is this much, and then going, oh, well, it's this price here in the US. And usually those are actually relatively close these days, with some exceptions. And then when it comes to, like, you know, I know a lot of times I get a good idea of what the Australian price is relative to ours here in the US, just because, again, we got a lot of viewers in Australia and New Zealand, so I kind of hear through the grapevine people saying good and or bad things about the price. You bought CD keys? Oh, did you buy what is it, gray keys? Yeah, I will never buy games from third-party key sites, because unfortunately a lot of where they get their keys is, you know, people doing stuff like this, taking the key that they were given and turning around and selling it. And so supporting those websites actively kind of works against me, because that incentivizes the devs to not give out keys to creators, or for doing stuff like dare drops where, you know, people turn around, instead of using the key, they sell it. Yeah, I don't know CD keys themselves one way or the other, how reputable. But there's a lot of those places get pretty sketch. Like, this isn't like how dare you kind of thing. But yeah, no, I will always stick to buying either straight from the vendor, like whoever makes the game, or I will buy through like Steam or whatever. But especially Brazilians as well as Polish folks get screwed by the lack of regional pricing. It makes sense to them. That's fair. It's just one of those things that it kind of sucks that the nature of how those keys get on there is, like I said, it's usually not like giant software going and dropping the keys there, it's usually like keys that get given out. So like the keys for example that I give out from Dare Drop, it's a lot of times it's the people grabbing those keys, turning around and dropping it on there and making some money there. Let's see, it should be around 22.99 because that is the price that Steam for Giants is in your country, but it's not mandatory to do so. That's the price that Giants suggest to them. Oh, so you're saying that it's still $50 for you in your location. I haven't heard of Steam suggesting prices to Giants. I'd also be surprised if they would share that information in the first place. Like that would seem like something you wouldn't want to do. No, but if they don't have regional pricing, I understand that it's overpriced in that case, at which point, fair enough. Like, if you cannot get the game reasonably through the proper channels, then, I get people still want to get their hands in the game, and I'm not going to fault. It's the same thing with, like, emulation and all that. Like, yeah, if you can buy a game, then I totally understand if a game is available for purchase, and then going to emulate it is kind of it's kind of a crappy thing in a lot of cases. But if the game is no longer for sale, then people complaining about emulation as stealing or something, I don't feel like have their legs to stand on, because you can't steal what isn't available to be stolen, in my opinion. But yeah, no, that's no, I gotcha. If there's no regional pricing for them on Steam, that's crappy. Like I said, I wasn't trying to pass moral judgment for, saving your own money or whatever. It's just my own stance is I don't participate. And that's partly for being a software developer as well. Like, I used to definitely legitimately get my software and pay for it at all times as a broke college student who definitely was aware of what torrents were. But, back then I used to get a hold of a lot of stuff, because I couldn't buy it if I wanted to. And then later on, as I ended up being able to actually afford to be able to do that, I did go back to the games I played a lot of. I did end up buying them later because I figured that. And then also it's a thing that for me as well, as a software developer, you kind of look at it and there'd be a certain level of hypocrisy for me to be upset of people like, getting my software through illegitimate channels and me not being able, not getting my income and all that, and then turning around and doing the same. Does the Southeast Asian countries have good prices on some games because of different laws? Yeah. It's cheaper than Steam Exec? Yeah, no, I didn't realize they didn't have regional pricing. That's a bummer. It's a difficult thing. Don't get me wrong. When a person doesn't have the money to be able to afford software, even the stuff I've written, by all means, get a hold of it however you have to. It's just the only ask would be, obviously, if I make software and you can afford it, I like eating and paying my bills. I like eating and paying my bills. That's pretty nice. But at the same time, obviously if you cannot be a customer because of price, I'm not one of those who's nah, stop those people. I'd rather people use my software, and maybe later on in life, if they are happy enough with it, they pay for it later. Oh no, so what does the 1 year bundle? So the 1 year bundle for Farm Sim 25, it gives you 3 packs and an expansion. So that's 4 pieces of DLC. Generally speaking, the packs are usually kind of smaller things. They'll include a handful of, vehicles and equipment. They'll usually sometimes introduce an extra crop or two or whatever. But they're usually not as substantial. and then you'll have the expansion, and that's the more significant stuff getting added. So like the expansion will be like, for example, the last expansion was the root crop. So you got a new custom map. It had, what was it, 3 new crops, all of the supporting equipment for that. I'm trying to remember what the packs were from the last year. We're gonna have to look back at what they were. Because one of those things that you just get used to the equipment and stuff being there and remembering what came in DLC and what was in the game starts to all blur together. But yeah, so it's the expansion is the big one that adds like a lot to the game. But then you get like, again, those smaller packs that, you know, they might add like new equipment to help out stuff. Let's see, in the UK it's $53/87 at a current exchange rate. You paid half because of redeems. Maybe a new map? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, no, Silver Run was one of the Silver Run was a pack, not an expansion, right? The Silver Run map and then the expansion to the lumber. Was that correct? I'm trying to remember what the 2 expansions. I know one of the expansions was the root crop. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Yeah, forestry. But yeah, so you get kind of the idea of what we're talking about. Like, they'll add 3 or 4 crop for an expansion, a new custom map. All of these supporting equipment will usually be an expansion, whereas the packs are just. Sometimes they'll add a crop or whatever, but they'll be smaller ones, maybe better equipment and all that. You know, I'd have to look back at what it was. We could probably check real fast. Because I can go to Farm Sim 22. Don't play the audio. Okay. Right, so the root crop was the last expansion, added carrots and all that. And then the packs was the Oxbow pack, which is they had a whole new manufacturer for the Oxbow. We had the Horse pack, which is a bunch of other crops. We had the Hay and Forage was a pack, which added a bunch of equipment for doing hay and forage. That gave us a lot of good stuff. We had the like the Gowel pack or whatever the heck it is called. That add a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, so it's mostly new equipment for the packs, and then the expansion is going to be one of those ones that adds a whole bunch of crops. So usually those packs, what they'll be like thematically around a manufacturer that specializes in something, and it'll be more options for tackling those problems. So going into like a lot of that kind of stuff. Do you remember that guy from Argentina gamer community who warned the company that their game was too cheap and poorly calculated for us and ended up raising the price? Yeah, I mean it's a catch-22. Like you want the companies who produce your games to be successful to stick around, because game dev is one of those things that, I mean, how many game companies have we seen go under in the last even just year or 2 years, 3 years? Like that they had like some hit game and they still didn't make it. And so you do want to make sure that the game devs do get a reasonable amount of money for their effort. Like that they're not screwing themselves by just not managing their pricing or marketing or whatever fairly. At the same time, on the other end of the spectrum, we also have games that have absolutely just been unreasonably overpriced. So yeah, so if a game is like an outlier, they're like, hey, you know, this game you're charging $30 US over in US, and by our conversion rate, you're charging $12. Like, you're absolutely killing yourself. Unless there's a strategic reason for doing that, like gaming's just not as big in that region, or, and I'm not saying this about your region or anything, like, you know, gaming's not as big as that region, or your particular genre of game isn't as well known or popular, you're trying to establish your brand there, yada yada, that there's a strategic reason to underprice, then obviously that's a separate thing. But that aside, generally speaking, you'd want to make sure you're being pretty reasonable, because it's also a thing if you underprice. Not so much in Steam nowadays, they've done a lot to like lock it down, but I have known people who created a second account on Steam and took that second account and registered as if they were a completely different place, like VPN to someplace else in the world, just so they could buy games cheaper. You don't have to go through like exchanging things and all that, which to me is entirely too much hassle. But even with them, a lot of times they get it where they'll eventually get their account banned because Steam will catch on to what they're doing with the VPNs and all that, and you're not allowed to do that. Not allowed to use VPNs to cheat the pricing and finagling the pricing. That'll get you in trouble. And usually nowadays, even if your Steam account shows up VPN'd in a different country, so let's say I took my account and I VPN'd over to Argentina to try and get myself a cheaper price, it wouldn't do me any good, because VPN usually will use what your account is registered as. And a lot of times they won't let you change it, or if they do, you like have to go through a huge hassle to change it. Which does mess with a lot of people who they live in one place where the prices were way high and then relocated, so go from like Australia to, you know, someplace cheaper or whatever, and they still have those higher Australian prices, and they'd be like, no, I don't live there anymore, let me change this. Like, I want my lower price. And they'll do it, but I want to say there's a huge hassle in getting it done. I haven't done it myself because I've lived in the US my whole life. But you get it, they're trying to keep people from abusing stuff. It's one of the things we had, let's see, you missed the whole conversation. Twitch showed you like 10 ads. Yeah, it showed you 3 minutes of ads. Always 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. It may be 1, it may be 10, but it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the hour, every hour. That's the minimum amount of ads I can run to disable pre-rolls. And all I can say is, if you don't like it, the only things I can do is say, get Twitch Turbo sub, or find technical solutions. I don't care if you do that. Like, I'm not running the ads specifically because money, though they do help pay my bills. It does genuinely help. That's not why. It's because free rolls are terrible.
Randall for 1812 for gifting a sub to SDG Killer 5.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for sniping SDG Killer, for helping them escape the ads. So thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Sniping people getting stuck with ads. But yeah, and also, for the record, if you're tuned into a stream and you get gifted a sub or you sub yourself, sometimes you gotta refresh before it realizes, so you might actually get hit with the next round of ads otherwise. So sometimes it's worth doing that. Now granted, we don't have another round of ads for 54 minutes and 30 seconds, so that's gonna be a good long while. Which, it won't feel nearly that long when they arrive, but it is actually a good long while. What was that fertilizer? It's a cheap fertilizer contract. We'll ignore that one. Alright. You're not complaining, you understand? Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that it's one of those things that usually whenever the ad topic pops up, I just specify that. There's a couple bits of misinformation that have been going around that I've mostly been improving that people aren't getting caught into it. There are still people who will swear up and down that streamers are absolutely just money grubbing and that they could turn off the ads anytime they want, and actually think they think we have an off button we could just tick to get rid of the ads, and that's just blatantly false. What they'll do is they'll take a screenshot of what says you can turn off, it's like it says disable pre-roll ads, but the problem is just the way that UI looks. It's got like an ads on-off toggle, but they will cut out of the frame below it that it mentions that it is disabling pre-roll ads so long as you go and play 3 minutes of ads during the last hour, whatever it is. But they'll clip that out of context, and so it makes it look like there's just this toggle, you flip it on and off. And I've shown it on stream before as well, like I've gone to that screen, I've shown that toggle and be like, yeah, this is why people are misinformed. If you can absolutely cut that out. Where is that field? It's down there. You can absolutely cut it out of frame so it looks like an on-off switch. But it's just not true. The reality is the moment you hit affiliate, that is the moment you can make a singular penny off of Twitch. Congratulations, you're into ads forever. Like the only way to get rid of it is to give up your affiliate, which means no more making literally a single dime on the platform. Not directly. There's things that if you are absolutely huge and you can push your merchandise and you get people to Patreon and Ko-Fi and all that, technically you can do that. But even then, Twitch has started to put things in that if you have a high enough viewership, even if you're not affiliated, they're making rules because people were doing that to like get around that kind of stuff. And so, and when I say people, it was like single digit number of creators because it's only the people who are absolutely giant that their primary revenue is like sponsor money and all that can kind of get away with it, or were able to get away with it and not have an issue. Yeah, at the moment you become an affiliate, 3 minutes of ads per hour or pre-rolls. Or both. You can do both. Your viewers won't like it, but technically both is an option. Hey, and you know what? You can do, I think it's up to 21 minutes of ads if you really want to do that per hour. But that's the content creator choosing that. And that was a weird meta people were trying to do for a while, that they were like, hey, please support my channel. I'm going to turn my channel to maximum number of ads and, you know, just go ahead and like mute it and minimize it or whatever to like help me pay my bills. Twitch slapped that down. Twitch is not putting up with that anymore. Because they even back then had a thing that's like, hey, like, you can't like throw a bunch of bots at this or anything and like to abuse the numbers, which it makes sense because then advertisers stop trusting Twitch to run ads, and then they stop paying for it, and then Twitch stops being a website you can visit on the internet because it goes under. But there was a hot minute that there was a bunch of, it was usually like smallish. Yeah, you can mute the page and Chrome. Oh yeah, no, like for the record, like keeping tuned in and muted, that's fine. It was specifically the people manipulating the number on ads by running the absolute maximum number of ads and then telling people to, you know, keep the tab minimized so they make money. That is where you went from the this is fine to this is not fine. Those types of gimmicks to get yourself extra revenue by circumventing a way it's supposed to work and all that, that's the kind of stuff that gets you in trouble. But yeah, so the moment you become an affiliate, you get locked into that. And while not all these days, most creators opt into the 3 minutes of ads per hour. And there's two primary reasons for that. The first reason is most data has shown that pre-rolls have a significant negative impact on net new viewers to your channel. And so, like, that's just one of those things. And for those who don't know the difference between the type of ad, pre-roll is you click on a stream, and before you see a single second of the stream, you are getting hit with a bunch of ads. And I think it's like 30 or 45 seconds or whatever. I don't remember the exact amount. You get hit with the number of ads. So before you know if the stream is any good or not, you're already paying the toll of the ads. And then mid-rolls is the ads that happen in the middle of the stream. So objectively, if you run mid-rolls, you are seeing more ads. That's the reality. Like, I'm not going to pretend it's not. But genuinely, people are far more willing to hang around once they see your content and go, hey, that seems pretty good. They're a lot more willing to be amenable to ads in that situation. Or they'll sub, or they'll whatever to get around the ads at that point. If, you know, if they think you're worth it. So genuinely, pre-rolls are seen as real bad. So we run ads to get around it. Now, that said, there is actually more side effects with pre-rolls that people don't account for. That's one of the things that actually can make it worse. Technically, if you've got a spotty internet connection, you're watching on your phone or whatever, and you lose connection to the stream, congratulations, you get a second round of ads. If you get disconnected again, congratulations, you get a third round of ads. You get disconnected, fourth round of ads. If you're spotty internet at home, that's a whole thing. Accidentally click out of the tab, to like, you know, close the tab, kind of click out of the tab, not just minimize it. You get another round of ads because you have left the stream and are returning, so you get another round of pre-rolls. There's some stuff it does to try and avoid having you get hit with round after round, but I've generally found, from what I've heard secondhand, I haven't experienced it myself because I use Twitch Turbo, and I have since long before as a creator, that there is a lot of stuff that will cause you to re-trigger the pre-rolls. That's why you're so thankful you got Turbo like ages ago, best of both worlds. Oh yeah. It said that people stop watching when one of those ads appears on YouTube. The mid-rolls or pre-rolls? Like you'll have people, the instant ones in the principal. Oh yeah, no, very, very genuinely, almost all the data we've seen, both from Twitch and from YouTube. I haven't seen anything from Kick because I usually don't pay attention to Kick. But generally speaking, anytime you get struck with an ad before you get to see content, the vast majority of the time you'll have somewhere in the area of 20 to 30% or higher churn, which is 20 to 30% of the people, they click on your stream, they see that at the beginning, and they're out. And it can be higher, but it's usually around 20-30% from what I've seen from people's testing. My testing, I didn't get nearly down to that numbers. I just saw that I consistently had higher viewership running mid-rolls than pre-rolls, regardless of game and day and all that I ran into. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. If I didn't already say that, thank you again for tuning in. But yeah, so very, very genuinely, it's just one of those things that as a creator, we're pretty heavily pressured into running the mid-rolls. Because just for your channel's numbers, growth, all that stuff, generally speaking, it pretty consistently outperforms. So that's 11's right up here. So like, you know, obviously having to care about how many people tune in your channel and growth and all the numbers of the business side of it and all that. You know, you want to do what's good for your channel's growth. And the second reason is money. You do get paid for ads. I'm not gonna say that isn't a factor. I'm still doing to get rid of pre-rolls, and if I had an off button, I would probably just tick the off button. Even though genuinely these days the ads used to be just a tiny little fraction of my revenue. These days it's not that small a slice of the pie, not as small as it used to be. Like genuinely, if I was able to turn off the ads, if I didn't make up for it in subs and bits, that would be it. I wouldn't make enough money to keep doing this full time. That would be the deal breaker. Which it sucks, but that's just the nature of how it be. We get to provide the content for free, and you get to enjoy it for free, but the cost is ads. You wish that picture-in-picture took off a lot better when they were testing it back the way? Yeah, I do feel like, so, for me, is this not the right field? I'm looking at the wrong field. Oh, it's not even over here at all. That's fine, it's 49, it's the opposite side of the map, but it's going back where I want this anyways. Yeah, very genuinely, to me, and I don't know why Twitch hasn't done this, Twitch genuinely needs to do better about how it runs its ads. The ads need to have volume equalizing. They need to not run the same ad back to back to back to back to back. Like, that's not helping who you're advertising for. That's just pissing people off. So you need to do better about that side of thing. You need to be better about keeping your ads aligned with the content that advertisers want their stuff to have more effectively targeted stuff. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid, Chunky Funky. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. And what were you streaming today and how'd it go? Let's see, you have anxiety and you feel like those ads before seeing the content make me go farther away from some content just because you have anxiety. Yeah, and there's a lot that goes into it. Like we could have like entire studies around why pre-roll ads are such a chilling effect on channels. Twitch is so far behind anything revenue related. They are allergic to money. Yeah. Like there's some places they do well, but yeah, no, with the ad side of it, like yeah, they're pushing more ads, but really they just need to be more effective with their ads. They need to do better about aligning ads with categories that make sense. They need to do better. And don't get me wrong, that's more on the people buying the ads who need to do it, but Twitch does need to give them the tools to be more effective at that. They have recently expanded, for better or worse, that with the content labels, for those who haven't seen the content labels, before I forget, let's see, streamed My Time at Sandrock. That is an excellent game. Yeah, so if you're looking for My Time at Sandrock, which is a game similar to Stardew Valley, but less focus on the farming and more focus on like you build machines to like help out the community and all that, you can check that over there. Definitely a good time. My Time at Sandrock, My Time at Porsche are very excellent games. We played a tiniest little bit of My Time at Porsche on the channel. We played a bit of My Time at Sandrock. We played a good couple streams of that, where we had our absolutely cursed friend, or cursed character, best friend Binky, an absolute thing. But yeah, so definitely if you're looking for My Time at Sandrock, you can find it over there with Chunky and Funky. Did we get an actual shout out for him? I wasn't paying attention. Let me make sure. That is not the right user. There we go. Alright, that's fine. We'll just go up this poll. Yeah, so if you're looking for some My Time at Sandrock and such, you can find that over there. But like, genuinely think, like, in fact, there's a giant streamer who doesn't have ads, and does public know that he costs Twitch a lot of money because he doesn't pay for ads? Or he doesn't put up ads? Yeah, so that's, he dropped affiliate. There's been 2 or 3, don't say the names. Like, that's, like, it's not because we're trying to deny them viewers. Don't say the names because we're not supposed to disparage on other creators and yada yada yada. And so, like, the point is we do have some big creators who their primary money is through stuff like sponsors and merch and all these other things, that they've opted to give up money that they get through the ads on Twitch in favor of not running them. My understanding is Twitch is starting to make exemptions. That it used to be you had to be an affiliate or whatever to have ads run on your stream, and that because of individual creators like that, it does sound like what they're going to do is most smaller creators will still be able to run ad-free before hitting affiliate, but that there is a threshold they're going to have in place, that once you have over like 50 average viewers or whatever, even if you choose to not affiliate, ads will be run against your channel. And the thing is, if you're not affiliate or partnered or anything else, that means you don't have access to the tools to change the rules about how ads are run. So that would be choosing to leave it up to Twitch, just do it as they please. But I mean, it makes sense. You're taking advantage of the platform and then denying the platform a means of supporting itself through that. So like, obviously, Twitch isn't going to treat a giant creator who's making potentially hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. They're not going to sit there and turn around and be like, "Hey man, don't worry, we'll cover you. It's a charity." But yeah, so that's a thing that I don't know if that's in effect or not, or if it was still like the rumblings of. It could also even be a thing that once you get to a channel of a certain size, I could also see them just making a rule that, like, you know, if you want to keep streaming, you have to become affiliate or whatever. Like, I could genuinely see them being like, hey, you can have like a non-affiliated account, but like you're going to be capped on what participation or whatever happens. There's lots of ways they can put their foot down on that one. Can I see your farm? There's not a lot to show off with the farm. Let me take 2 seconds to just finish this contract, because then I'm going to go ahead and be over there anyways once this is done. So rather than jump over there and jump back, I can just wait till we're ready. Because it's like right around the corner from me. We're just doing a contract real fast. Yeah, Smith, I was specifically asking to, like, not have the names. So I'm gonna just delete the message. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. There's just a whole thing about disparaging about our creators. And I know you weren't being like, ah, this creator's awful or yada yada. Like, you weren't going there. But it's just kind of a thing I wanted to, like, leave the names out of it. Like, generally, if I'm not saying something that's like, this other creator's great, I'll usually avoid the names. Alright, so wanting to see the farm. So the farm we've got over here, technically that line of trees between those 2 roads is mine, and like the big area that's missing the trees, we've been locking that down. So that's not really farm, but that is part of the property I own. We do have right up here, we haven't got them planted yet, that happens next in-game month. But this field here, that is one of our rice fields. So we get rice. This is our larger rice field. It's about an acre. We are doing 0 to hero, so I have like very little money. All these buildings here are mine. The mushroom greenhouse here is mine. The area here is mine. The greenhouse here is mine. The sapling greenhouse over there is mine. These 3 rice fields here are mine as well. That building over there, the distance is a like crop preservation thing, so like making canned goods, that kind of thing. That's mine. That's kind of the edge of our property at the moment, because we are playing in the hardest economy settings, and we're starting with like no allowing loans or leases, toughest economy settings. So you get the idea. It makes it a little bit harder to grow. So you have an MMO mouse? Is it comfortable? Yeah, no, I like it. But yeah, no, it's But yeah, no, there's been a lot of rumblings about larger creators who have chose to drop their affiliate or partner or whatever to run ad-free because their primary income is, again, you know, it's stuff like you know, sponsors. Like, a lot of them will have, like, good sponsorships supporting them, or they'll have their own merch store, or Patreon, or whatever. But basically, that Twitch is no longer their primary income. Or that they believe dropping Twitch will allow them to broaden their size a little bit more to potentially get more income from other places. And in a lot of those cases, it's just kind of one of those things. But like I said, there's been a lot of rumblings that Twitch is going to be doing stuff to either A, simply require them to be partnered or affiliate to sustain a channel over a certain size, or even if they aren't affiliate, once you get over a certain size, they'll run ads anyways. Because it is a thing that it is very expensive to host video and all that. It's very cost prohibitive. So it is one of those things that if you're doing that and you're making 0 revenue off of it, you're literally just hemorrhaging money. And so I would 100% be on board with Twitch being like, hey, you know what? If you are over a certain size, we got to talk here in some type of thing that either you're going to need to affiliate or partner, or if you're in a location that for whatever reason you're not able to, which I'm not aware of any right now, that you can stream and not do that. But you would, let's just pretend there is a situation that makes sense, that they would run ads anyways once you're over a certain size. Okay, so we do already have the goods here. That's not going to finish today. Do we have any amazing contracts that we want to run today? No, I mean, there's contracts, but $300 is pretty terrible. Honestly, those contracts together wouldn't be the worst. You know what? That's fine. So accept this contract. We'll accept that tiny one again, which I'll probably regret. And that one. So grab this stuff. You get money for subs and donuts without being affiliate. You physically cannot get a sub. Like, you literally don't have a sub button if you're not at least affiliate. You are not allowed to monetize on Twitch without being at least affiliate. Let's see, surely the bigger streamers pay something to Twitch, though, as it makes no business sense to allow that amount of traffic for free. Well, right, that's the issue. It used to be, realistically, to be a bigger creator on Twitch, you were going to be, you know, partnered or whatever. But it recently became a thing that there have been creators who started having the strategy of, oh, well, I'm just gonna drop the affiliate and be huge and do sponsorships. So they found a workaround for avoiding the ads kind of thing. Unless you're absolutely enormous, it makes zero sense to do that. And I'd even argue, as a giant creator, it probably still does make sense to be, like, it probably still doesn't make sense, other than to be like, aha, you know, I didn't do that. So they're making money outside of Twitch. Correct. They cannot make money directly through Twitch in any form if you're not at least affiliate or partner. There could be like a rare one-off exception kind of thing happens, but normally, literally, you won't be able to sub, you won't be able to give bits, you won't be able to do any type of like direct through Twitch experimental support, you won't be able to like gigantify emotes, nothing like that. All of that will be disabled unless you're affiliate or partner. But they can do stuff like put up a Ko-Fi link or a Patreon link or have a link to their merch store. They could have, you know, like get Intel or someone to sponsor their channel. But it wouldn't surprise me if Twitch turns around and says, okay, but you can't have any type of, you know, sponsored content on your channel if you're not, whatever. Because to be fair, no sponsor is normally going to be sponsoring a channel that's not at least got the viewership for affiliate. You're not getting Intel to sign on with you to sponsor your channel if you're under 5 average viewers, because that would make no sense for Intel to do that. Unless you can demonstrate one of your viewers literally cannot help themselves but buy everything on your stream in bulk, which then there's ethical considerations to be made there. It makes no business sense for them to do that. But that's been kind of the catch. It's been allowed to run because it's not been enough people for a little while now, is that people found that they had a workaround to do that. But very genuinely, I expect any time now for like Twitch TOS to be updated that's like, hey, once you're over a certain number of viewers, you gotta sign up for affiliate, or you know, ads will be run against you anyways, or whatever solution they come up with. Yeah, it seems like a lose-lose for Twitch, and should, in all fairness, throughout the brand and top folk as much as smaller folk. Oh, I agree. I'm sure they're just trying to decide how they want to approach it. And it could even be, like, low-key that they have been discussing it with various people. I mean, honestly, with the loophole, Twitch literally could just update its terms of service and said, hey, if you deliberately do this, we'll just ban you. They probably wouldn't because the viewership they would lose from it. But yeah, I'm willing to bet that's the only reason they haven't moved, is just a fear of losing the viewership that those creators bring in. But I mean, my personal thought is like, no, like obviously they're taking advantage of a loophole. Like, you know, give them a slap on the wrist and say no and update your terms of service or whatever, and make whatever changes you got to make to resolve that. Like, if anything, most of the time Twitch likes to overreact to stuff. Where it's like, oh, we have this problem. All right, well, we're gonna solve it in 10 different ways, and then just you're like, hang on, wait a second. You like be a little bit more measured with that. Is it losing viewership that's costing the company money? Yeah, they need to shake things up. In your opinion? Oh, I don't disagree. And I'm sure they're working on it. I'm sure they're trying to figure out how they want to approach it. making sure, like, getting the lawyer team in line and getting them roped in, saying, okay, here's what we're thinking, like, here's the options, like, which is going to expose us to the least amount of legal risk. Okay, with this, like, this thing here, all right, we want to do that. All right, let's get to the marketing people and the PR people, and what is the appropriate way of tackling this? Because at least that's an issue that isn't currently, like, you know, absolutely maximum urgency level. Versus, you know, when they get accused of anti-Semitism or something like that, and they immediately drop everything, go, hang on, wait a second, we gotta respond to this now. And then usually, like I said, they tend to respond in a way without thinking it necessarily through. This is one of those ones, like, yeah, it's costing them money, but also there is some arguably marketing benefit to them for having creators doing this, just because they're still on the platform, so it doesn't make it an immediate crisis that they're probably trying to take the time to go through and figure out their messaging and all that first, which takes time. But yeah, no, I don't disagree at all with that. It's just kind of one of those things that the fear is you set a precedent that more and more creators consider doing that if it makes sense. And honestly, I don't think for most people it even makes sense. I'm willing to bet even for those giant creators there, I'm willing to bet it doesn't make sense for those creators that, like, sure, they might get some level of increased viewership, but I'm willing to bet the ad revenue would be worth more than that small percentage of increased viewership. You know, sure, the sponsors love those bigger numbers. I don't think it would be that much bigger of a number. But if they don't want ads, make them pay for the stream personally. I would honestly be on board with that as well. Like, I would be totally fine if, like, as an individual, I can negotiate with Twitch that says, hey, here's the deal. Like, I want ads in my channel. How much would it cost me to get, like, an exemption to your system? And the answer could just be no. But I'm willing to bet there'd be some dollar figure you could eventually get them to buy in, even if it's one of those dollar figures that makes no sense. Like, they can come back and be like, all right, $10 million, and obviously no one would be willing to pay that. But there's, like, people say there's not a price. I'm like, well, there's a price. It might not be reasonable, realistic, or plausible even, but there's a price. 8%? I don't know what you mean by 8%. Because I don't think you'd want to enter into some kind of thing that it's like, you know, the amount of money is this % based on viewership, and make it a complicated mathematical equation that changes. I feel like that's the kind of thing you would approach the person, you'd enter that one-on-one negotiation, and you'd go, okay, here's the deal. Like, we'll give you no ads, like, no ads for 1 year, but it's going to cost you this amount of money. And then that locks it in for 1 year. Because neither party is going to want to deal with some extra system you're going to have to do to track it all, and then to estimate, and then run the invoice, and then get it past the lawyers, and going through the accounting department, and getting all that stuff, and it just be like, yeah, no, you just write up a contract and be like, 1 year, none of this. You're good. A percentage of what the ad-free channel makes? I feel like that'd be too difficult to go through and quantify that, because then do the sponsors count? If I do, like, if because of my infamy or whatever, my fame or whatever I get on my thing, I get onto a television show, now since technically I got into that partly because Twitch, does that count? Like, that'd just get too legally complicated. It would be a lump sum thing. It'd just be a thing that they say, this, you know, for 1 year, this amount. And then each year they just update it. Get the legal stuff, but in fairness, those smaller communities hampered by bringing the traffic that's free make zero sense. No, I agree. I think they are going to close that loophole. I just think they've got other priorities that they need to do fast. I was just surprised the bare minute is 3 minutes compared to TV, which seems incredibly low these days. Yep. Oh no, you're good. You love Farm Sim 25? Absolutely, it's a fantastic game. Where am I going, by the way? Field 19. Yeah, no, like, I think we're all on the same page. It's like, hey, this loophole is bad. It needs to be resolved. It's just, I don't think it's the, the building's on fire. We gotta act now. I think they are going to take a very measured approach, that they are very careful on their PR, because the creators involved are some of the highest viewed creators. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Are some of the highest viewed creators on the platform, that if they don't do that, they risk alienating a lot of viewers and all that. But if they do take a very measured approach, being like, hey, this is the way we're going to tackle this, and then basically kick the ball back over to those creators on either getting out of the program or finding someplace else to be and all that, that if they do that and they be very careful about how they market that, there's always going to be some people going to be pissed off, because they will, but they can handle in such a way that they can come out looking like the people who are the good guys in the equation being taken advantage of. You remember when only Germans played this? I mean, I'd definitely say, like, Farm Sims had people worldwide, and it was just, they were like the big market buying it. That it was very popular in those communities. But it's always been, like, since they started selling it, my understanding was it was more broadly available. I could be wrong. Yeah, there's definitely games that, had a much stronger market in one demographic. That's still true today. At the time, it wasn't even on Steam. Yeah, no, they had their own separate thing. I wasn't around for that. But I was under the impression that you had people globally able to play it, but it was just very much... It's like what happened with Project Zomboid for a while, that you had like a little bit of a US player base, but it was relatively quiet, a little bit of a European player base, relatively quiet, and then later on, it just absolutely blew up in Brazil, and absolutely blew up in Korea. And there was all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it definitely, like I would say, has had a, the German gaming community was, like, the big community playing it for the longest time. I didn't say that's still true to a certain degree nowadays, that it's got a very, very strong German following. But yeah, I would also agree it's also got a, it's been adopted by a much broader audience than it used to. Man, no, it's totally fine to keep a topic going, like, unless it hits a point where people are kind of going, I'm getting tired of the topic, we gotta talk about something. And generally speaking, it's just kind of one of those things that, I don't plan the conversations out before a stream. Like, some streams that there's, like, stuff I've seen in the news that I think is interesting and relevant or whatever. If you're not mistaken, at the time, it only had 2 languages? Yeah, I'd believe that. I believe it only had English and German. But that's just the thing. If you have English available, you've now got, like, 60-70% of the world can at least play it. They may not be fluent, but there's at least some level of understanding. You put German in there. I actually don't know how much that expands it, because there is a lot of overlap in the places that speak German and English. Like, I mean, there's certainly people who live in Germany who only speak German. Okay, so you do that, because I totally forgot I'm supposed to be doing this. Oh, no, I didn't forget. I forgot that I had to wait for those fields to flood. That's why I was off doing this and not working on other stuff. And where are you at? Yeah, so you got that still. Right, we were doing this because I was waiting for those fields to flood. Oh, and I don't want to do that while we're having a worker do this. So let's take the worker off of that. I'm going to assign this to myself. We'll speed up time again, because I do need to get it going. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying it wasn't predominantly a German market. My stance was when only Germans played it, was the statement you made. And I don't think there was a time that literally only Germans played it. So my stance is, yes, they were the pride, like, by and large, they're the major market, but I still think you had some players in the UK and players in other locations. I am under the impression it was never exclusively a game that was only playable in a singular country in the world. Because that would be a very odd and really ill-advised decision to limit your game to just a singular market. German gamers like farming that much? Well, that's the thing. Don't get me wrong. It was immensely popular in Germany first. Like that I agree with. It was the only quantifier on there was like, that's giving it a little too strong of a statement. Like, I understand that may not have been the intended meaning, but I do try to be a little bit specific about language just because, you know, people read that and then they go, oh, it was only available in Germany. That's interesting. It's like, but that's not actually what was meant by that. Okay. We actually have another one of these right by the property back there. So we actually got 2 more contracts for the... Oh, wait. 2 more contracts I'll pay right near our property back home. Which would be good, because I'll bring this back towards the house. Well, back towards where we live. And just about in time for the fields to finish flooding. So that I could start seeding them. And we're hovering around at 300,000. So you're 40, you began gaming a long time ago. 25 was the first one you heard of. First time marketing hit the series, and now you're addicted? Yeah, so I got on at 22. But I also know I've got friends over in the UK who have been around for like 2-3 versions before that, and you know, people who have been in the community are like, oh yeah, you've been playing it since, you know, 2011 or whatever it was, or 2009 or whatever it was. You know, and they're from different places. And then look at what we have here. A yarder and an auger wagon. I don't care about those. Yeah, no, it was definitely, as far as markets go, it was very heavily German. Like, the entire, like, simulating work style game had has had a very, very strong German following for a long time. That it's just, for whatever reason, that style of game has done very well in that region of the world. It's getting more broad appeal, which is also good, because that allows for a lot more to happen in these genres, because it was kind of limited to one thing. We've been playing since Farm Sim 2008, but in the meantime, PC got old, and Farm Sim 2013 was already running badly. Yeah, that is the downside of, as things advance and your tech falls behind, and then you gotta sit there and go, do I have the budget to replace this, to, you know, play the latest, greatest game, or do I stick with the stuff I've already got? You know, it's just gonna limit me a bit on my game choices. Alright. Yeah, so the reason we're doing all these, despite having our rice fields needing to be seeded today, is I have to wait for those fields to flood. So we did turn on all the pumps to flood those fields, but they do take like an in-game hour to do so. So we sped up time, and we're getting pretty close to that in-game hour. After which point we'll go and toss the rice seeds in there and get all that going. And that'll get our next harvest lined up. They're sitting pretty good. I want to say when we started stream, weren't we at about 200,000 or whatever, and we're at almost 300,000? And still climbing. So that's good news, putting on another 100,000-ish. And that's with us doing, like, 3 stages of Temple today or something like that. And we would do more, but I've been doing a lot of contracts trying to get the money. But so you'll admit you're struggling early on the money. Just got 1 greenhouse and have been doing contracts. The struggle is real and you don't know how to climb out. If you're playing on the harder difficulties, I was at 188,000. Yeah, that sounds about right. So a bit over 100,000, which is pretty solid. And that's with us not being entirely focused on profit. If we were 100% just going hard for money, we could definitely get way more done. And it was also with, I had planned for a contract that was going to give me about 20,000. That's been the last 2 years, and I got suckered into it a couple of times when I didn't have enough work to do in the meantime, so it just kept me busy, just like waiting for it to finish. And this past year I was like, okay, cool, like that contract takes like 2-3 hours to get through the whole thing. It's a very slow contract. But, you know, I've got all of these fields to harvest. I've got all these things to move around. I've got the next stage of the temple to do. Like, you know, I had enough tasks lined up that I'm like, cool, I can start them on there. Every once in a while I have to go in and empty out the harvester. But otherwise, you can just toss it over the AI. They'll cost me $3,000-$4,000 to do the work. But in the interim, I'm going to get $18,000 for just doing the contract and probably a good $3,000-$4,000 on top of that for, like, the largest field on the map, the surplus crop I'm going to sell. And then it just didn't offer it this year. I'm like, man, you jerks. So that's enough for that to be done. I'm right about to finish this field, and I have one more field I think I've got queued up for this. And once we get that done, that'll be a couple thousand more. Yep, the green beans. Yeah, no, the green beans, I made a mistake each time where I'm like, I know green beans are slow, and I always underestimate just how slow. Like they're not the worst by any margin, but they're a very slow crop. And actually having them in your field, they're actually one of the worst paying crops. They're like 5th or 6th worst or something like that. They're pretty far down there. Yeah. And you've opened up another contract? That's fine. So that's 39. I mean, honestly, I've got enough of these. You've opened up 2 more. Hey, if you want to keep giving me these tiny little contracts, I'll toss it over to the AI now, because our field should be flooded. And bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom again, so I'm going to go quickly do that. You just planted canola since it pays the most, but that doesn't help. You want me to give you a really unfortunate spoiler there, Smiffles, about the pay rate of canola? Do you want me to break your poor heart? Because I might have to break your poor heart. Canola's the 3rd worst paying. The third worst profitability crop this version of the game. Third worst actually. The only ones worse than canola are grapes and olives. I'm sorry. The good news is all the equipment you need for canola can do all of the stuff that's like the grains, and those are about middle of the pack. Are you gonna play Flight Simulator 2014? It has a career mode now, so I got a key for it. I do intend on playing it at some point, but so far, it is not in a good place. It is not in a good place. Yeah, canola has paid well in the past, right? So, with my testing, I did a bunch of testing off stream where I checked the yield and all that. And very genuinely, it was primarily the yield that killed it. But if we look at Farming Simulator, let me pull up my numbers. Yeah, so of the crops, canola was the third worst. And a big part of it was the pay was, I want to say, a little bit lower in this version of the game for the base product. And then on top of that, the yield was just really terrible. And this is with selling at peak season and fertilizing and rolling and doing all that kind of stuff. But that's... So the catch is you're saying use a large field, but the problem is because the way I tested it, you just increase the numbers. So it's like, oh, you know, it could pay well if it was a big field, and then the counter is, or if it was a big field, you'd still just use another crop and it would still pay better. But to give you an idea, with the equipment you have for the canola, you would be able to grow oats, barley, wheat, soybeans, green beans, no. You'll be able to grow the oats, barley, wheat, soybeans, or long grain rice, and those are all within 100 of each other when you take in consideration the expenses, the yield, and the price you get at peak market. So really any of the other things you have on that entire list, other than sorghum, that equipment can do, will get you a bit better price. Like, I don't have the actual numbers of the dollar figures in front of me. Yeah. Yeah, wheat, barley, and oats are low yield as well. Right. But they do give you a bit more money. For the record, they're still pretty middle of the pack. Based on my math, because I put some of them together, they would be 10th out of 14 versus canola's 12th out of 14. So it's still pretty far down there. But when you look at the list, sugar beets is number 1, spinach is number 2, potatoes is number 3. And so a lot of those early ones, other than the spinach, are really laborious. You have sugarcane, carrots, parsnip, and rice. Parsnip and rice are tied for 6th. So until you get down to rice, the rice and the spinach are the only ones of those that are not very laborious crops. Which I think is fair that, you know, the laborious crops do pay better to justify all the extra effort. Granted, the counter argument being the olives and grapes, which are also fairly laborious to deal with. And they are absolutely terrible in the amount of... Like, it's the yield, again, is what kills those. Is the yield is just abysmal. But then you get down to cotton, red beet, and then peas. And then you're at all the grains. Yeah, if you have a baler, oats, and for the record, all of these are considering if it is capable of having the straw, that this is factoring in taking the straw. Produce the most straw, so between the higher pay rate of oats along with the straw, you can make some decent money. Yeah, so with that list, what you can do with the starter equipment to best your fields. No wonder you're struggling. Yeah, so I think literally if you choose any of the other grains, you'll be good. So oats, barley, wheat, any of those will do good. Soybean, just the same. Like all of those, I believe, use the same equipment. So literally any of those. The only one to avoid is sorghum, because sorghum is the next worst after canola, which is kind of a shame, but it is what it is. But yeah, and out of the crops that pay the best, spinach is the only one that is really not a rough time. Which, like I said, is good. That said, the price you get for sugar beets is really high. But sugar beets are an effort. I think I've only done them once, and I don't remember. Like, isn't it you do like all your regular field stuff, so you know you're planting, your lime, your fertilizer. But on top of that, don't you have to like take the thing that tops the beets before you can harvest, and then you have the harvester after you top the beets? And it's not quite as bad as carrots and all that in that regard, but it's kind of that in that line of having a low volume harvester that's relatively small. Yes, we are not taking into consideration the production. None of this is considering production. Once you get into production, usually the way to think of production is, and it'll vary, but it's usually roughly about 1.5 what you put in to what you get out first step. That is not a 100% accurate thing, but that is the very vague rule. There are exceptions to that, but if you're ever trying to see each step, yeah, don't do sugar beets, or potatoes on a dedicated harvester. Let's see, dedicated harvester, as it will top them, and the harvester in a single pass. Yep. But yeah, I feel it is one of those crops that, if I recall correctly, the harvester's header is still relatively small. It's one of those ones like 6 or 8 meters or whatever. So it is kind of one of those ones that you get the best harvester and it's still a bit rough. Go change those fields of wheat. Like, if you've already got the canola down, you might as well cash out on what canola you got. But it's just one of those things to keep in mind for the next one. It'll set you back half a million. It's only 3 meters wide. Yeah, that's right. Because I remember that was the big problem with the sugar beets. It was just such a small harvester. Okay, so complete that one. So I got 39 up by the shop. You literally just harvest it? Gotcha. But see, the problem with modeling real-life machines in the game is that the game fields are way bigger than they are typically done. But the potato and sugar beets are good money, just stupid amount of work to get. That's exactly what we've got here. It's like sugar beets is number 1. That's the thing. Spinach is actually number 2. Spinach beats potatoes. And by a decent margin. Like for the area I was using, it was like 10% more than potatoes, something like that. And that's because you get to harvest spinach twice. So it kind of cheats its way around by giving you double the crop. You assume the spinach takes special equipment? Yes. That's the catch, is it has its own harvester. Literally until you get down to the oats and all that, it needs a different harvester. There's also the flip side that there were many fields that are too small for what they're planted on them to. AI loves to put wheat on tiny fields. Yeah, that's the thing when you said, like, oh, usually these things are on smaller fields. And I was just thinking, like, man, I have gone through, like, fields of soybean and all that, like, gone past them. And those things seem to go on for all eternity. And so that was where my mind went. But it's like, oh, yeah, I have no idea what a typical field of potatoes and carrots looks like. Like, I don't know what the normal size is for those. Just did a one for beans. Yeah, the green beans harvester is really slow. The green beans, I have that one in my data as well. Like, I tested all of the field crops, by the way. Like, literally every one. And I've got them on the Discord in the Farm Sim channel. They do have the spoiler tag, so those who are trying to, like, when you're playing, not fall into the thing of looking at them. Yeah, so the green beans actually has the exact... within 100 of, in 100 per harvest for my testing of the oats and barley. But if you're talking like, and this is profit, this is not efficiency. So this isn't considering how much in-game time it takes to harvest versus the output. This is for the amount of money you put into the crop, what do you get out of the crop? Considering maintenance, gas, fertilizer, lime, all that stuff. It does not factor in the cost of equipment, to be clear. So, and unfortunately, I don't have it all written down in the spreadsheet. Let's see, although you've heard the equipment used in the likes of Germany is often much larger than we use here, and they will have multiple machines. Oh, I'm out of stuff. And they'll have multiple machines working the same field due to the size of the field. We don't see that here often. Yeah, no, here in the U.S., not like a lot of areas will have the smaller ones, but once you start getting to like the middle of the country, especially like all the soy, the wheat, like grain fields, corn, all that kind of stuff, usually are talking absolutely absurdly large fields. Sunflowers is probably up there as well. I have no idea about a lot of the other stuff. Like, that's the thing. For the stuff they show in the game, there is, like, equipment much bigger than we see in the game. There are small fields and there are fields that go on days. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't been through most of the middle of the country, but the stuff I have seen, like, we talked about it the other day, the, driving at night and all that, there is a real concern. I don't remember what the actual, like, proper term for it is, but I think they call it road hypnosis, where basically if everything around you looks kind of the same while you're driving, it can actually put you into a trance-like state, which is really bad to do while you're operating a vehicle going down the highway at like 55, 60, 70 miles an hour. And I only knew of it as a thing because it's a thing that happens here in Florida when you have it like being a cooler day at night. You'll get like that fog kind of floating over. Actually, is it cooler or warmer? Warmer day. You can get like a fog that hangs low on the road. And so at night, your headlights don't go very far because that fog, you don't want to use high beams because then you can't see anything. And so you can only see like a little ways around you other than other cars. So if you're on one of those like, you know, county roads, like those backwater roads that go through the swamp areas that are just like a highway that goes that way, which we have those, you can be for miles and miles where all you're seeing is like the vaguest edge of like tree line, just the stripes in the middle, and you can see like nothing else around you. And you're just watching those stripes go by a little bit, and eventually you get into that trance-like state where it's just really, really hard to keep up with what's going on. But yeah, so for people, I see people doing the Discord thing to check the Discord and all that for the, like I said, I should have probably put numbers on it. I do apologize for that. I want to say the sugar beets for the field I was doing was something like 20,000 for harvest, and the grapes were like 3,000 or 4,000 to give you the extremes. And I remember the canola was, I want to say, like 5,000 or 6,000. And then a lot of the oats and all that started to be closer to like 8,000. And then the other ones, 10, 12, I don't remember. It's somewhere in there. But when you sign up to the Discord, it does have that thing where it'll be like onboarding. It's like, what do you want to see and all that. We do have it set up so it will hide channels that you don't want to see. So like if you're like, I just really don't care about Kenshi, first, how dare you? But which is fine. Like, don't actually actually. But you consider and be like, I would like to see that channel. I would not like to see that channel. I do not at everyone with, you know, very rare exceptions. So, like, I don't do the at everyone when you're just, like, I don't at everyone for, hey, I'm streaming today or whatever. The only time I'll usually do an at everyone is if, like, I'm doing some type of, like, major server, like, rearrangement kind of thing. Or if there's like some really bad 0-day virus going around that's like, no, really, this is going around on Steam, like you need to be aware. You're getting an invalid Discord invite code? Alright, let me generate a new one. That shouldn't be invalid, but that would be bad. So let me just go ahead and we'll choose a general chat, create invite, edit invite link. No limit on number of users, never expires. Generate new link. Copy the link. It just worked for you? Gotcha. Don't know. I was gonna say it's like, all right, yeah. No, if we already got one, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that the code is a forever code. But yeah, so like I said, there's a farm simulator channel. That's fine for literally anything farm sim, whether it's farm sim 22, 25, 19. That's all fine. It's a bug, gotcha. But yeah, so we got like the things we have for farm sim 25 there primarily is the breakdown of the costs. And the Soul Atoms has the cost for the building the entire temple start to finish, and they've got that spoiler text as well. So that way if you want to learn that just as you go and not have it spoiled, like that's the only thing I'd ask is anything like that, just spoiler text it. That way people who would like to figure it out as they go have that choice. Obviously, some stuff is going to get spoiled in there. Like, if you link a video that's got all of the locations of the hidden things, honestly, with a video, that probably doesn't need to be spoiler text. You can probably be like, yo, it's a video that reveals all the hidden things. You probably don't, like, you can choose whether or not to play the video. It doesn't automatically play, so that's kind of accepting what it is. Happens sometimes in a personalized link? Yeah. But, for those who are not aware of what happens on the Discord, sometimes, and it's not very often, I will do a poll on the Discord that says, hey, you know, I am considering playing the following games. What games would you like to see? Hey, like, what do you want to see for, like, my next challenge in RimWorld? I'll also be like, hey, you know, stream for this day is canceled or going to be late. This stream, like, doing an extra stream this day. But those are opt-into things. So I have, like, a role that's information that... like, I'll give you, like, updates on, like, when the stream is going to happen, that kind of stuff on the information role. If you just want the announcements to be sent to you when the stream goes live, that's the Twitch role. The YouTube role is for when I post up videos. I have been really bad about that lately, so... you know, kinda not doing a whole lot with that role. But the intention is I've actually split my channel out between the live YouTube channel and what I'm going to put edited videos on. To get back on the track of, like, getting stuff up. Because the last thing I was doing on the YouTube is I was doing a Survivor Man series on Calm Lands. But it didn't get super far. It was just getting to the point where each video took me about... it took me somewhere in the area of like 9 to 10 hours between recording and editing and all that, because just how long the recording part took for, like, doing a bunch of stuff I was doing. And just for it having, like, negligible viewership, there was eventually points like, I have other things I need to be working on, that something's got to drop, and this is what I'm dropping. But I'd like to go and circle back with that. I'm hoping with the new version of the game out, that interest will be back up, and that maybe I'll be able to get that content happening. And if not, it is whatever. Like, that's just one of the things you do as a creator, is you're going to go have a whole bunch of ideas, you're going to throw them against the wall, the vast majority of them are going to come right back down and go, well, that wasn't a winner. And that's just what happens. But every once in a while, you'll get an idea that really does blow up and go in a big way. You're hurting so bad for money, you went and you got all the hidden stuff. Yeah. I mean, the good news is if you already have that equipment, like, it should only take a contract or two to get you any fertilizer or seeds or anything like that if you've got all the equipment. All right. But yeah, so that'll be good. It is one of those things that you do these, like, 0 to hero Survivor Man challenge. It's honestly the same with any type of challenge of this nature. It's always the early game that's the hard part. Once you get past the early game, everything starts to become, like, buttery smooth. Like, it's no different than Project Zomboid. Early game Project Zomboid with 0 fitness, 0 strength, 0 stats is a real rough go of it. But then you get over that that line where you start getting like nimble 3 and all that, and it's just not a big deal. I mean, nimble 3 actually is pretty late. Once you get to like 2 nimble, like 2 nimble, 4 or 5 in a combat skill, once you reach that point, it's not that big. Just like real life, slow grow, no one got rich, quick starting from scratch. I'm led to believe these days, trying to start with a little itty bitty farm and build up from that. It's not that it's completely not doable, but it is a real tough thing to get going. That there's kind of too much that can go wrong, and everything kind of has to go right. You got very little wiggle room at those stages. That one really rough year, and that's just it. Versus once you start to ramp up to a decent size and get yourself a buffer, then there's a lot more flexibility. Like I definitely have heard a lot of comments from playing this game from people who, you know, end up actually farming, that they joke about being a broke dairy farmer. Or like, not broke, I'm sorry, heavily indebted dairy farmer. And I guess that's within the farming community just a thing. Which I'm assuming it's just because there's something about dairy farms that to get them off the ground, there's just no way to do so cheaply, that there's just a big cost up front. You know, it's almost impossible these days, and a massive factor is it's too hard to compete against the big commercial farms. They mass produce, thus sell cheaper, and larger supermarkets, which drives all prices down. Yep. Well, it's definitely farming is one of those things that benefits from economies of scale. That what it costs to do something at a small scale, doing at a large scale, they could just manage to massively improve the efficiency and all that. It's just it's a lot harder to compete in that. You usually end up having to go for like being a premium brand or something like that. So where you go in and you have all of your regular produce, and you have like the locally grown hydroponic whatever that has this one tiny little display. And you look at the price of them, and it's 1.5 the other stuff, so it's real hard to convince yourself it's worth it. I know I can't. Like, 1.5 times the price for, like, tomatoes. I'm sorry, like, I gotta get the cheaper tomatoes. That said, when you can get to, like, the farmer's markets kind of thing, that can be pretty good. The problem I run into is with my schedule, I can't catch the farmer's market. Those things are, you know, bright and early in the morning, and they're closed by, like, 2. And that's, for me, basically working a third shift with the stream. That's... I can't get to those. Plus, if I'm being honest, even if I wasn't, I've always been a night owl. It's just not a thing. They have, I know we have a place, it's not super far away, that it's supposed to be a, like, I haven't gone into it. That's supposed to be, like, this, local produce whatever place. And I honestly, I probably would like it to go, but it's one of those things that if I'm just going to get some, like, tomatoes for making chili or something like that, you know, driving 20, 30 minutes to go to the place where I can get all my local produce, I'm just gonna go to the supermarket and grab it. Like, any like, even if I can save money, by the time I drive there, any savings I had is gone. I'm gonna make up for in car maintenance and gas. Yeah, we have that issue, unfortunately, with 2 major supermarkets having most of the market share between them. And then control the price of all the produce, dairy, and all that in Australia. At one point, they were selling a carton of milk for for meat they were Oh, so let's see. Meant they were buying for milk as a price. That was a loss to dairy farmers. Those farmers had no choice but to accept the price and offered them, even though they lost money over it, because there was no one else to sell to. Would have meant millions of liters wasted. Yeah, we're not in that bad of a shape in the U.S. Like, you know, despite the U.S. almost always having a monopoly on everything, like within the country, if it exists, someone has in some type of monopoly or triopoly or whatever that has everyone by the throat kind of thing. So like we do have like the Walmart and the Target, but there's enough other competitors that do somewhat keep it under control, because we've got like Aldi, we've got Walmart, we've got Target, we've got Publix, we've got Winn-Dixie, we've got... Is Kroger still around? I know that was a northern brand, because remember I used to go there when I lived in Michigan. They're not down here. I don't know if they're still around or not. You've got like Whole Foods, which is a bit more of a premium one. Like that's the way they market themselves, we can argue. Kroger's definitely is. I thought it was, but as well as things I didn't want to swear it was. So you get the idea. So we're fortunate enough that while in your area you might only have like 3 or 4 different options, it's enough that one store doesn't really remember. That's not even counting stuff like, I mean, Sam's Club is Walmart, but same thing. You've got Costco. We do have like a lot of littler places depending on where you're at that you can get, you know, local produce. It's just where I'm at specifically. I'm kind of between a couple of them, but none of them are convenient for me. Yeah, you have Aldi there also, but they don't really help local farmers as they tend to import rather than buy local. Oh yeah, no, I guess with the import versus local, that I don't know. I know Publix does local, at least to some extent. Only because we had an issue of literal slavery in like 97, where people were being put into a town and they'd arrest you for trying to leave and make you work in the tomato fields in Florida. Well, actually, was it 97? Or I think it was more recent than that. It was a very recent issue. And it was this like little nowhere town that tomatoes were coming from that kind of kept to themselves, and you know, they had their local police department made sure people didn't leave the town. Like, it was really sketchy when they actually got story out, which they shut that place down, thankfully. And it only kind of came to light because there was they had to depend on outside contractors for trucking the goods in and out of this like little town in the middle of nowhere swamp, Florida. And some of the truckers were starting to go, something's not right here. Like, I don't know what's going on, but this is not right. And started, you know, basically being like, hey, someone needs to look into this. Like, there is something really wrong. And the press got involved, and it ended up being like a high profile thing that there was a person with the press who went and got arrested there because they started snooping into things. And literally the people who ran their, I don't remember if it was the newspaper or whatever, like whether it was an online thing or whatever, but the people who ran their thing like showed up with law enforcement to get their person out of there. You know, at which point that led to a federal investigation, and then they started figuring out like the local powers that be were basically, you know, keeping people against their will to force them to work on these tomato farms. And they were doing the thing that if you tried to leave town, they would arrest you on your way out of town, and hardly anyone had vehicles in the town just because they were preying on desperate people. A lot of people who, you know, they were not well spoken in English, you know, convinced them to come there, and then once they were there, like, they didn't have a means to reach outside people. And like, as a whole thing, it was really wild. Yeah, there's some really small towns that say themselves the U.S. You don't know how that could happen. You never heard about similar stuff in Germany. Yeah, you'll have like these little isolated towns in the U.S. Most of them, nothing's really wrong with them. They want to kind of keep that little town vibe, and so you'll have like that little bitty town. They've got their one gas station. Maybe they have a diner. And the reality is half of them drive to the next town over to get their groceries or whatever, and that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, this was just some weird exception that they just had this one road that went to this town in the middle of nowhere swamp, and all of this awful stuff was happening. But they were a major tomato producer for here in Florida, and it became this whole big debacle at the time because as a result of that whole thing, that I can't remember what the word was, like some type of trade agreement or something was going on at the state level that was voluntary with the local grocery stores, to not buy any produce that doesn't come from a place that follows certain rules or whatever. And it was partly to tackle this kind of thing, as well as there's other pretty more in line of the typical type of abuses you hear with the agriculture industry, so far as, you know, people in not so great situations being taken advantage of. And that's not to say this is broad like agriculture around the world, but there are some farms that do take advantage of people in vulnerable situations. That it was basically saying, hey, you're only going to be allowed to, like, you voluntarily go into this agreement saying we will only purchase goods from farms that, you know, pay their staff a certain wage and these kind of things. And it became a huge stink at the time because one of our major chains, Public, said they're not going to sign it. And it was like right after all of this had been a thing. Because, like I said, it was not figurative slavery, it was literal slavery. And this was only like 10, 20 years ago. Which, again, it wasn't legal. Like, none of this was okay, rubber stamped or anything. It was one of these tiny little towns out there that knew what they were doing was wrong, and were just getting away with it because they were managing to be, like, very isolationist about the whole thing. A lot of people went to jail when that all went down. And rightly so. I wish I could remember, like, the city or something to, like, look it up. But it was like late 90s, early 2000s. It was somewhere in that time frame that all of that happened. It's still legal. Well, I mean, okay, it's asterisks. We still have it where, as a punishment for crime, you can be forced to work. But then there's, like, so many, like, asterisks after that where there's definitions around it where it's like it's still legal, but also there's lots of caveats to that it's not really still legal. It's like technically one, but in practice it's not. And that's a whole history as how that is still a thing that we don't need to get into. There's lots of good books on that one. If you ever want to go through, like, that whole thing. Good books as in the kind of book you read and go, we can't suck this much, can we? We can't be this awful? Yes. Yes we can. There's very few places in the world who don't have a lot of skeletons in their hot closet. We are no exception. We actually are probably worse than a lot. Let's see, wasn't there a scandal recently where prisoners were given options, you work or you get punished? Yeah, that's a whole thing. They pay prisoners 20 cents. So here's the thing about the actual term slavery. It has nothing to do with whether or not you are paid. That is irrelevant to the term. It is whether or not it is voluntary. If you are forced to work the job, then it is slavery. And you can go, well, it's not the one from back in the day. Yeah, it's not. We get it. Sit down. It's still forced labor, which is still slavery. You are not getting the option, which is when it qualifies. If it's forced labor, it qualifies. Yeah, and there's lots of nuance to that. We could probably bump off this topic just because this is one of those ones that's very quickly going to go from discussing it in a historical sense to getting into where people start arguing the definition and all that kind of stuff. but technically any type of forced labor. Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, chattel is a specific system, which is the one where I get annoyed with it, where it's like, oh yeah, this is that, and they're like, no, it's not like it was. I'm like, right, we're not discussing that. You're taking two terms that are related to each other and you're compounding them into one term. It's the same thing when people get on the topic of fascism outside of referring to Germany during like the Nazi Reichs and all that, and they'll be like, no, you're just pulling that card. It's like, no, we're talking about a structure where belief is the same thing. We don't need Rual gets canceled. The whole thing where people go about being canceled. It's interesting how loud canceled people are and how much they can still reach all of their audiences they were able to reach before. We can leave it at that. That they still very much have a voice, just not in the one place. But yeah, we'll move on from that. That's gonna get real hot topic pretty quickly. Like, it's not that we don't talk politics at all, but there's definitely a place where it's like, this is we are poking a landmine with a stick and seeing what happens. Let's not do that. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. That's actually why there's been a couple of games I've dodged. Is does it boom or does it not boom? It depends on where you poke it and how hard. And I guess the type. Oh, Imekali? That was a town you found the correct? Oh yeah. That might be it. That sounds like the kind of name it would have. Because like a lot of those towns in the middle of the swamp, they end up founding the town and they give it roughly a native name. Has nothing to do with the natives. It's like, we're honoring them as, you know, it's a bunch of people who were not here before. We do still have a pretty strong like native population, but generally they're not the ones giving random things names like that. A lot of times they're more concerned about having like, you know, areas to themselves and being able to, you know, live their culture, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, do you, like, I realize you looked it up. It's okay if you don't have it. Do you have the year that was? I remember it was recent, but time has no meaning. So in my head, it might be 10 years ago, and it's actually 30. But regardless, it's very recent in the historic side of things. But and I'm pretty sure it was tomatoes they were growing. For whatever reason, that sticks in my head. It was specifically tomatoes. I don't know what kind. Like, I don't know if it was like beefsteak or vine ripe or whatever. I just remember it was like a big ordeal at the time. But yeah. Listen, my understanding is a lot of people involved got arrested. Time is relative. Time is an artificial I mean, time is real, but like the way we measure time is artificial and human-made. And time cares not in how we measure it. We use our measurement of time to explain reality. Like there is no subtracting time and adding time. There's just the present. Yeah, no, it's interesting, like, stuff that happens that you don't, like, you get shocked by. Just, you know, that just catches you by surprise, like, wait, that's still a thing? What do you mean, people born in 2005 are turning 20? You're born in 95, you're turning 20. Oh, man. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yup. People born in 2005 getting ready to be able to legally drink. Yup. And we're not talking about like the technical you can drink at home under parent supervision or yada yada yada, or like, for religious practice or whatever. We're talking just legally able to walk out to the bar, pull out their ID, snap it down on the counter, and take their money from their full-time job that they've got with their college degree. Well, I mean, I guess 21, you're probably not college degree yet, but with their full-time job, and buy themselves a drink. It hurts. You graduated high school in 2003. It makes you feel old. Uh-huh. My year was not 2003, but it was real close. They got a job? Well, that's oh man. They're and this isn't saying like blaming a generation or anything else. There are individuals who are in my parents' age group, who to this day will be, those darn millennials need to get a job. It's like, dude, I am getting fiber supplements. Believe me, I am not that young breaking into my first job type age range. Like, I'm having to watch my fiber and my cholesterol. Things that didn't used to ache are starting to ache now. Stop talking to me like I'm a child. Because I can assure you, my body is very clearly communicating that I am not a child anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. They're conflating millennial to mean teenagers. And it's like, I'm sorry, there hasn't been a millennial that's been a teenager in over a decade. And then some. Millennials are now the majority of middle management in the country. Yep. We're also, I could be wrong about the statistic. I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago that millennials became the primary working age group, which it's how old you are. It has nothing to do with like this generation better than that generation. It's the older generation is retiring because they're reaching retirement age. That's what people do when they reach retirement age. And the younger generation is also working, but also there's a lot of us. And they'll take over that role from us when we start getting old. That's how age works. But I remember that being the whole thing. The articles say mid-90s for the tomato stuff. Thank you. I said 1997. I couldn't remember exactly where it was. Like, if you said 95 or 94, I'd be like, sounds right. I'm honestly impressed I got that close to the date. Because I would argue 97 could be qualified as mid or upper 90s or later 90s. Like, I would flip a coin and say either term would be acceptable. But as a millennial who only missed out on being Gen X by like 3 months, I will rip to shreds any boomer that talks trash about millennials. Mostly you'll point out that it was their job as our parents to teach us. But now they aren't happy with the lack of teaching. And don't get me started with the whole blaming us for the participation trophies. We never asked for, they demand. That's where I was gonna go. It's like, I've had that conversation before, like when someone's like, well, we didn't get participation trophies, like, and who gave those to us? I want to let you know, that soccer team, those trophies we got, those weren't some like, state-sponsored whatever thing. That was you, individually, as the one sponsoring the league, individually, who gave us those trophies. So I want to be very clear that you better be staring real hard in that mirror when you say that. Because you know what I did with half of those trophies? I threw them in the closet and I forgot they were there, because I didn't care about them. Does he complain about people not getting hired to replace them when they retire? Well, they worked 69. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole thing. And you understand that's like a problem that's running into, like, and this is something I actually feel real bad for, you know, even for the ones that is self-inflicted or whatever. That we are running into a problem that a lot of people, you know, a lot of people are well past the retirement age, and a very high percentage of them literally don't have money to retire. Like, they, whether it was squandered or they ran into hard times, like, there's plenty of reasons to get there, that very genuinely they're stuck working into their late 60s and 70s and all that because they didn't set aside money and all that. And, you know, they don't have equity to fall into, and it's just, and you feel for them in that regard. Like, again, yes, there are some who made poor decisions that put them there, but there's just as many who, they were making all the right choices, and a doctor flipped over a notebook and said, hey, I noticed something in your x-ray we need to talk about, and suddenly all your money's gone. And not because the doctor took it, but because things took a dark turn. We don't need to open up that and get into, like, how dysfunctional the medical systems are in half the world, but, you know, you did everything right, and just sometimes things... Yeah, or also people just bought the house and there was the recession hit at just the wrong time, that you extended yourself into a, you know, vulnerable position, and just the timing was wrong. And it's just kind of a whole thing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The financial crisis. Even if you weren't someone who, like, you know, people will give the excuse, like, oh, you shouldn't have bought those homes and all that at that time and all that. And, okay, sure. But at the same time, there were people who, they had a disciplined field that the recession killed their industry, and they had to go back to college just to pivot because they were specialized and their specialty imploded and they couldn't find work. And that basically, like, the cost of college is basically like buying a home. And so it just took so long to come back. Or even you live someplace and your house burns down. Like, you did everything right, but your house burns down, and, you know, it's just the insurance doesn't do enough to bail you out of that. You know, some people just get... things just go the wrong way. No fault of their own. Yeah, and money management is, for the most part, not taught in school. Yeah, I learned how to write a check. We didn't have, like, a basic finance class. We did have macroeconomics, so I could learn about the, you know, that tariffs don't work. Not for the purpose that, you know, reducing costs or increasing domestic production, but they work at punishing both ends of them. So that the idea is you get a whole lot of people to tariff one group to, you know, absolutely smash their economy into the dirt, but otherwise. Yeah, so it's like a lot of very important financial education just doesn't happen in school. Like, it really should. And you'll have people argue, it's like, well, the parents should teach. It's like, well, that's great. If they're not teaching it, so what? You're just gonna let that person flounder? So your folks are about to move to the countryside and leave the apartment to you? You get to own one? Nice! You're waiting for the housing market crash here so you can buy a house 11 years now? Well, yeah, that's exactly with Ryoko Shot TV. That's one of the things. A lot of people, you know, your parents also may not have learned that stuff, so they're not in a position to teach it if they wanted to, that they're just struggling to make it through as well. So they can't teach that. But see, here in Australia, employees are legally bound to put any percentage of the employee's income into a retirement fund. Those funds can't be touched by outside of limited situations prior to retirement, but the fund managers invest it all into shares to increase their own profit and grow the funds. So I don't know if the GFC. I'm assuming that's a governing body. Did that? Yeah, we have it's voluntary. We have what's called like 401ks or 413B or 403Bs. And the magic behind a lot of those is usually those are things where you put your money in before taxes are taken. And then the idea is you'll ultimately get taxed when you take the money out, but it can be a thing that, you know, it can be on like money markets, bonds, like whatever your thing. Some 401ks and 403bs have a lot more control than ours. Hey Lego, how's it going? Let's see. Yeah, the school taught you general work skills. Money tax supposed to be taught by parents in situations. Difference between families. Yeah. There's that's one of the things that here in the US we don't have an agreement on broadly, is what it is the schools are supposed to teach. I don't mean like individuals particular, like do you teach this specific thing or that specific thing, yes or no, or any of that. Like we can avoid that landmine. But like, you know, basic moral and ethics, is that the school or the parent's job? Basic finance, is that the school or the parent's job? So there's a lot of that that's kind of a problem, that there are parents who don't want the school to teach it because they have their own strong opinions and stances on what those topics should be and what you should have as your lessons. And then there's a lot of need for it. And I'm definitely on team, it should be taught. Like, it should be taught, and then if the parents want to teach their children differently, that's totally fine. You can either swoop in before or after the lesson and go, hey, you were taught this. This is my view on it instead. Fair enough. Global financial crisis. Gotcha. Yeah, Roth IRAs are another thing. That's a little different. IRAs and Roth IRAs are a little bit of a separate system than when you get the 401ks, 403bs, but it is a retirement account. Yeah, and exactly. If the parents don't know, they can't teach it, which is one of the reasons that my stance is, like, stuff like finances just needs to be taught in school. You can't assume the parents have the knowledge to teach. It's the same thing as we don't assume that parents are literate and able to teach their children to read. We expect the schools to teach them to read. And obviously most parents do teach their kids to read. But you shouldn't assume knowledge the parents would otherwise not have, may or may not have. But yeah. No, and I get what you're saying, Kravik, that education systems are designed with work as their mindset, but yeah. But so you have a Roth IRA, it's after taxes, so when you retire, you don't have to pay the inflated taxes. When you're at the retirement age, yeah, usually, and this is a very broad generalization, talk to an actual financial advisor for actual financial advisement. That's what they're there for, and a lot of them are free. But generally speaking, you have an IRA and a Roth IRA. And ultimately, one, you pay taxes putting your stuff into it, like when you get your income and then you put it into it and there's no tax on the other side, i.e. the Roth IRA, if I'm not mistaken. And the other one, you pay the taxes on the taking the money out of it. And generally the way to look at it is, are you expecting to be in a higher tax bracket or have a higher tax expectation on your income on later or now? Is basically the gamble you're taking. There's more nuance to it, which again, talk to a financial advisor. A lot of them are cheap and or free. Like usually your bank, if you have your money in a bank, will have a financial advisor that's just on payroll, and a lot of times they'll sit down, and as long as they have availability, they'll just talk to you, and they can help you make more informed decisions. Some do charge, and that's fine. It's usually not bad. But the basic financial is the parent's job, but higher finance, equity building, stocks, and all that is taught through schools. You got taught about... Oh, we didn't learn any of that in school when I went to school. Granted, I went to school a long time ago. Yeah, we didn't learn any of that. The only financial stuff we got was the basic thing, and I only think it was required curriculum, is something our teachers did on their own, is we got taught that if your expenses are higher than your revenue, that's bad, and how to write a check. That's pretty much what we got. Oh, yeah, and credit cards are terrifying. We didn't get the really why, but the credit cards are terrifying. I misread it? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I agree. They should, well, I still feel like basic finances should still be in school. Because learning very basic finances, like how to pay your bills, how to balance a budget, that to me is not a huge time sink of a lesson. It's just a lesson that needs to happen. Now, when it comes to like how to deal with, you know, how to deal with taking out a mortgage or taking out a loan and all these things. I do feel that gets more nuanced, or whatever. But yeah, I definitely feel like at a minimum, basic finances needs to be covered. How to file your taxes needs to be something taught in school. And I don't mean pull up TurboTax and type in the numbers in the fields it asks. I mean, like, the actual procedure of going in and going, here's how you find, like, here are the documents you need, here's how you take your W-4 and your W-2, and you, like, do your W-2 to sit there and say, hey, I want to put, like, this many exemptions, so that way you don't end up paying very low taxes now and get absolutely murdered by your taxes when it comes time to pay it. Or the other way around, where you overpay your taxes and you struggle through the entire year, but then you get, you know, a nice tax return at the end of the year. You guys calculate your own taxes? Yep, we pay as we go, and we calculate our own taxes at the end of the year. For the record, if you're self-employed and all that, you usually don't. You can choose to pay as you go. There's a lot that goes into that. What you could say is someone who spent 14 years working in the educational sector, although not as a teacher. Those that have never worked in education have demands of what schools should teach, but also no willing to pay their teachers more to increase the number of staff available to reduce the existing workload. No one ever wants to have that conversation. Oh yeah, I'm very thankful for where we're at, where me and Tomb live, that we actually voluntarily, as like a area, pay an increased tax rate specifically for the school department. That there is like, that very directly we pay additional taxes voluntarily as, I believe it's county, as a county to put more money towards school. But and it's one that we vote on. So like as the electric in the area, we have a majority vote that says yes, we would like to pay a little extra taxes specifically for the purpose of the school, that is only allowed to be used for school. I'm actually pretty happy with the local situation on the city/county level. I'm not happy on the state level, but that's, we can leave that landmine alone too. But yeah, no, generally speaking, a lot of schools just don't have the resources. So where I say like we should teach these, yeah, we don't, like, our schools need more resources. It's also one of those things that very genuinely, historically, when we've drawn statistics so far as investment in education, at least within the U.S.'s statistics, I can't talk about other places because I don't know. Because, and this all is part, I used to work in the outreach program for my university that I used to work at as a staff member and was a student of. That generally speaking, that for every dollar you put into education, you get $2 back. And there's a lot that goes into that I don't remember all the details. But it is one of those things that we have found historically, and that's, I think it was like 10, 15 years later, that wherever our economics were, when we put a buck into education, we see that much back kind of thing. And there's a lot that goes into that. And I'm sure people be like, well, actually, in this particular year, there was an exception. I'm sure there is. But when it comes to investing in things for an area, education is one of the most safe investments to improving the area's economy and all that kind of stuff. And education is always the investment in the future of your thing. Yeah, because here's the thing. If you don't invest in education, and so you don't get as good at doctors, and you don't get as good of, you know, people working on your stuff, the last thing you want is, like, the quality of your doctors to hit a steep decline because you're not giving them the resources to be successful. Because those are the people who are going to be keeping you alive later. Let's see, a school levy is a property tax that voters pass to generate revenue for the local school district. The money from levies goes directly to the school district to pay for things like operating expenses, permanent improvements, capital improvements, tuition, and technology. Yeah, I don't think ours is a property tax. What was it? Was it an income tax? I think ours was on income, not property. It might be property. I don't remember which one it was on. I'm always in favor of supporting the schools. We have a really good school program where I'm at. It always sucks. So like I can tell the moment I step out of the area's schools, because you see the steep decline from like the really good situation we have here to the like the regular funding schools get elsewhere. And it was just one of those things that's just like, oh man. And I volunteer at a lot of those schools, or have not. I haven't been as good about volunteering lately because schedules and all that. Not since the pandemic. Like I actually had, before the pandemic kicked up, I was supposed to volunteer at a school, and the school district, you know, that was right around the time the lockdowns kicked out, and they were like, nope, we're not even sure if we're having lessons in person right now. All volunteer things, all like non-critical stuff is a solid no, and just never circled back. Which is understandable. We were dealing with a crisis we didn't really know the details for at the time, and I think it was the correct decision to be like, hey, let's play it safe. Because that was right at the beginning when all we knew was a lot of people were getting sick, and we really didn't know, like, a lot of the details of how to properly mitigate it, what the impacts would be, and yada. We had a lot of ideas, and many of them proved to be true, but it was just one of those things that was right at the beginning. A lot changed with that. I used to do lots and lots and lots of presentations at conferences, and a lot of that kind of came to hop. But the only thing you hate about school is the stuff that we always get to vote on is if we're paying for something school-related, but there's no vote on, like, the new courthouse or the new prison or the new PlayStation. I would be on board with having to vote that. I would be on board with having to vote for all of those kind of things. I know it'd get obnoxious voting for everything. Or like, I want to say not where I'm at, the next city over, they do votes for like, what do they call it? It's not city improvement. They got a fancier word for it. But, like, where they go and they build a new park and all that. And so there's times they'll take a park that's, like, in really good shape, and they'll give it a facelift kind of thing, and you're like, why are you wasting your money that when your schools are desperate for funding? Like, literally just take that money and move it on over. This park is in great shape. And instead you're just gonna tear it up and then, like, put down different decorations in there. Alright, so we've got everything planted here. I don't believe we have any contracts out there. But even that, like, I would still be on board with certain... Ooh, that's actually a really good one. 6,000 for one I could knock out real fast. And you're not far from it, right? Yeah, you're just up the road. Yeah, but I'd be on board with, like, lots of stuff. Like, put the library on there. Put all the stuff. Let us vote it up and down. Now, obviously, the concern there is, and I would say for additional funds kind of thing, versus where they just throw a thing in the budget. And I get the problem is everyone has disparate agreements on where money should be spent and yada yada yada. But, like, the fact that we get the option to vote down funding education, whereas other stuff you don't get to vote down, like redoing the same park for the 8th time because it happens to be near, you know, someone's office or whatever, while other parks are left to languish. That's the whole thing. Alright, chat. Oh, actually, no, I'm not going to. I'm gonna snooze this. I'm gonna see if we can't knock this field out real fast before I go to the wrap-up and all that. Yep, we are not allowing that one through. I actually directly have certain politicians. And you can believe that all you'd like. I wholeheartedly disagree with that, but that's between me and you know what that conversation is. But yeah, we're not gonna get into that. We're not gonna talk about any political parties, political candidates, anything like that. Because the moment you get that, you start getting into a situation where people stop engaging their brain cells. and instead they go, this is team me, this is team you, it's us versus them, let's just get mad about it. I disagree with your assessment on it, but that's whatever. And for those, it was an auto mod thing. I won't call it the person or whatever. But yeah, I do deliberately have like most political candidates and political parties and stuff like that. I do try and have all of those on auto mod and all that, because like I said, I don't mind discussion of politics when we're talking like broad things. I don't mind so much when we're talking about historic things, stuff like that, or even like modern issues can be okay. But the moment it starts to getting into like, again, political parties, individual candidates, political affiliation, you know, whatever like the super hot button issue of like today, and then people want to get taken, that I gotta shut down. Like, even though I have my stances, it's just, that's the kind of stuff where people stop having meaningful and productive discussion, because, you know, they put their flag in the ground and they're like, that's my team, and it's very difficult. What's the best contracts to take right now? Rual for president? See, and I know the argument is someone who doesn't want the seat is the perfect candidate. I don't want it, and don't give it to me. I also would not say I'm qualified or competent in what I need to do there. And very genuinely, I would not be a good team player. Very genuinely, I would have the stuff I strongly believe in, and you'd have the person who comes across like, yeah, we're going to do this fiscal policy. Like, the hell you are? Get out of my office. We're not having this discussion. That's not, I wouldn't be that extreme. I'd be like, convince me, and I probably would not be convinced. I know I have my biases, and I acknowledge that. But you had a double contract for some other reason. That gave you half the required equipment, so you don't know if you finish one part to get the other half. I've not had a contract that didn't give me all the equipment. But generally, like, the best contracts, that's going to be something you're going to have people argue to no end. Like, there are a lot of people who hate the wood transport contracts and will say it's a trap and don't do it. I honestly feel the exact opposite, that the wood transport contracts are actually pretty solid money. Whereas, like, I would say, like, the weeding and hoeing contracts are relatively good because you can go through them really fast. So while they don't pay very much, you can knock one out for thing. The thing to watch is when you have one that's worth very little. Anytime you look at a contract that's below like $1,500, just make sure if you're going to lease the equipment, it doesn't cost too much. Because, like, for example, if I were to lease the equipment to do this contract, it pays me $993. The leasing of equipment would be $959. I'd make $40 doing that. The rest of these should all be fine. But, like, once in a while, you get a contract that'll be like, okay, I'm going to give you $1,500, and you'll look at the leased equipment because it'll be like the harvester, the trailer, the tractor, and all that stuff, and you'll realize it costs you $1,600 to lease it, so you literally are paying to do the contract. But yeah, I will agree with Kravik. Do the contracts you enjoy the most. If you just try to do contracts you're not having fun with that pay you better, you're just not going to have fun, and you're going to get burnt out in the game. I will say, be very careful with the root crop contracts for harvesting. Be very careful about carrots and parsnips and red beets. Generally speaking, those contracts are very painful to do yourself. They're very slow. They do pay well, which is why people accidentally take them all the time. But for the most part, you're going to put yourself into hours worth of work, and you're going to regret it. If you've never done one, do one just to learn the lesson, but generally speaking, those handful of plants are the outliers for this is just really a bad time. Most of the other contracts, harvesting, they may not be great, like peas aren't particularly amazing, neither are green beans, but they're not bad. They're a bit on the slow side, but they're otherwise pretty okay. Deadwood contracts, I personally find Deadwood contracts to be perfectly fine. I know there's a lot of people who really don't like Deadwood contracts. That's fine too. The wood pickup, again, that's one of those ones. It depends on how much you like doing the claw machine kind of thing. Those can be contracts you either like or you dislike. But see, regardless of the game, if it's grinding activities, always choose activities you enjoy doing, because there's no point doing something over and over for hours you don't enjoy, no matter what the reward is. Agreed. I made the reference to Warframe, and that was usually the thing I had to like warn new players in that game back when I used to play it all the time. It should have people like, oh, I really want whatever Prime Warframe or whatever. And they wouldn't like spy missions. They would hate spy missions, and they'd have to grind spy missions to get it. And so they'd just do nothing but spy missions, back to back to back, because that's they needed to unlock the thing they wanted. And they would very quickly burn out and hate the game. And it's like, well, don't do those. Like, do the missions you enjoy that you can still get something out of. Maybe every once in a while you throw in that random spy mission, and you get it. Let's see, you only spent 3.5 hours in your Deadwood contract, and if you can get that last tree, it would help. Yeah, that's one of the only downsides of like Deadwood ones, is they are one of those missions that how long it takes can vary wildly depending on how lucky you get and spotting the trees. Like, there's some Deadwood missions you go in within 5 minutes, you're done and out. And there are Deadwood missions you run around going, where is that last tree? That is one thing I noticed in this version of Farm Sim versus the last one. It does feel like they made the radius those trees appear in much smaller. So at least you don't have to schlep through nearly as enough woods trying to find that tree you're missing. Because I definitely remember some of those ones of Deadwood and Silver Run that have this like giant, it's the entire side of a hill circles, and you'd run around in circles going, where is this last tree? I have been looking for it forever. I like Deadwood missions, but every once in a while you'll get one where you have problems finding the tree that makes it drag out a little. But yeah, so I mean, very, very genuinely, if you're new to the game, just keep trying a bunch of different contracts. Go, I don't like this contract, I'll stop doing it. This contract I enjoyed. That contract, okay, it was fine, but it didn't pay me hardly anything, so I'm going to stop doing that one. And there's even times that contracts that I find that are relatively not worth it. Like the plowing contracts can be pretty laborious. And every once in a while I'll be like, you know what, I'll take one. Like, they're not terrible contracts, they're quite a bit of work for what you get paid. And a lot of people really don't like plowing because the tool is at an angle, the plow is. And because the plow is at an angle, it does create some problems where you go to turn and it snags on things, and your tractor will catch on it if you turn too sharp in the wrong direction, and it can just be a little bit aggravating to get used to it. I still think it's worth doing because you do have to plow your fields every once in a while. But you have a tree, it's a steep slope, a big tree to the left of the rock underneath, and it says too big to cut. Oh, if you're using the equipment they give you for the Deadwood, genuinely speaking, for Deadwood contracts, spend the $1,000, buy the chainsaw, say to hell with their equipment, and go out there and cut it with a chainsaw. Because there's no trees that are too, I mean, at least unless something's changed, there's no trees too big for the chainsaw to cut, versus the leased equipment. They'll have certain trees they can't cut because the branches are too wide. Like, actually, wait, a Deadwood you shouldn't run into okay. If it's a Deadwood, you should never see a tree that's too big to cut, to be clear. Now, if you're doing your own field, yes, it is those things that your own field will have all sorts of different varieties of trees on them. Some of those trees, it'll be like, you can't cut this with this tool. You can't, it's too big. Like, whatever the different circumstances are. It is worth taking the time, like, to go into your land, and if you have to hand cut stuff, you have to hand cut it. It's basically, you're spending your first time, you're clearing the native forest or whatever you want to go with. That way you can plant the trees that are designed for farming, the poplar, and just go through and do the poplar. So what's going to happen here, Chad, is I am going to be rating out a little quick once we finish this field, because we are at about the end of stream time. We were slightly over and all that, but I wanted to finish the field, but I got about 10 minutes yet before the next ad break plays. So I want to get you out of here before the next ad break plays, because it's always an awkward thing when you get hit with an ad and I immediately raid out. I don't like doing that because it feels like you paid the cost for the content and then didn't get the content you paid for. If that makes sense. So I've already snoozed it 3 times, which is as much as Twitch lets me. So I had already kicked it back 15 minutes, and we got about 9 minutes left. So I'm trying real hard to get this knocked out. Thanks for the bonus stream? No problem. It's been one of those things that my justification is going to be sitting around the house anyways, and I might as well be doing it. It's also a thing that's genuinely helping me with stressors I've got going on in my personal life situation. Nothing between like me or Tomb or anything like that. Just it gives me the feeling that I'm doing something about, you know, stuff outside my control. So that's just a plus. So we should just have this one last row here. And like, when you have those problems you really can't meaningfully solve, even if it's completely placebo effect of like, well, I'm working on it. The classic, like, you can't finish building the thing, but if I could put 1 screw in, at least I feel like I did some progress, even if, you know, I know in 3 more screws I have to stop because I don't have the material. Anyways, with that said, for those watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly. I don't actually know how to host out. I probably should figure that out, but I don't want to juggle the 2 channels doing that. So don't forget to like and subscribe over there in YouTube land. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what's going to end up happening here in just a moment